386. Chen Pinggan struggled for a while before he finally let Kui Dongshan and Sharu's young spirit body into the room. Kui Dongshan still drew a big circle with the golden flying sword. Chen Pinggan could not help but ask what kind of magic it was. Kui Dongshan laughed and said it was the method of the ancient deities. It could be used as a shelter, but it could also be used to imprison others. Therefore, it was called the Thunder Pool. Later generations improved and evolved the magic of the immortals. There were as many as 10 kinds of magic, but most of them deviated from the right path and were not worth mentioning. After they sat down, Kui Dongshan talked about Sharu with joy. He praised Sharu's root bone very much. He said that the opening of the mountain, except for the 2 bags of gold and copper coins, was smooth sailing. The glazed golden body stripped by the Ascendant Realm cultivator actually gave Sharu's soul great perseverance and great luck. It successfully became a fairyland for her soul. Now, although there was still some mutual rejection between Du Mao's body and Sharu's soul, it was just a matter of time and money, so there was no big problem. After Kui Dongshan said the good news, he began to nitpick. Opening the door and turning the guest into the host is just the first obstacle. Sharu is blessed by the heavens in terms of her bone frame. If there was someone who knew her stuff and was willing to spend money, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become one of our Aquarius continent's top 5 great mountain god. She has a good foundation, which is why she was able to gain such a huge advantage. However, her bone frame is good, but it doesn't mean that her cultivation aptitude is good. In fact, Sharu is a lonely spirit that has lived for hundreds of years, but she still couldn't cultivate anything. She couldn't become a ghost king. Other than her old master being unreliable, Sharu's cultivation aptitude isn't outstanding at all. Therefore, Sharu's bottleneck is rather terrible. She is destined to be unable to break through the restrictions of this glass golden body. Chen Pinggan took out a bottle of Osman Thus wine. After Kui Dongshan received it, he raised his head and took a big gulp. He wiped his mouth. Luckily, after entering this mountain of gold, even if it is a pitiful little ghost moving money, no matter how little she moves, after tens or hundreds of years, she will still be able to move out a rich person. After that, Sharu will only need to use her stupid method to gnaw on the hard bones. There will not be any big bottlenecks in her cultivation. This is the most enviable part of an immortal's shed skin. She can go all the way to the upper 5 realms without forming her golden core, nurturing her yuanying, and even ignoring the heavenly demons, who wouldn't be envious. Kui Dongshan chuckled. Of course, Mister's mind is strong, you won't be envious. As for me, your student, I have a gem in front of me, there is no need for me to be envious. In the end, I am still not as good as Mr. Chen Pinggan reminded. No matter how much Sharu cultivates and accumulates the gold essence copper coins, I will keep 6 gold essence copper coins with me. Don't even think about it. Kui Dongshan said seriously, to have such a kind and benevolent mister as the master of those 4 ants in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land is really their good fortune. If they still don't know how to cherish their good fortune, they deserve to be struck by lightning. Don't worry, mister. Your student knows a little about Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 thunder execution technique. I might even be more proficient in it than some of the Celestial Master's residences. When the time comes, Mr. just has to give the order and I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I still hope that I can have a good ending with those 4. Kui Dongshan said softly, Mister, why don't you ask me how I will firmly control Sharu after 60 years? Chen Pinggan laughed. If I don't ask, you won't tell me. If we only talk about business and planning, I am far inferior to you. I trust you, and I trust that you will not be sneaky outside of the Great Tao. That would be looking down on you, Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan shed tears of gratitude. I didn't expect you to think of me as such a considerate person. Since Mr. is willing to trust me, how can I not be loyal to you? Chen Pinggan looked at the withered bones gorgeous ghost who was about to walk in the human world with Du Mao's appearance and asked, You won't regret it? Sharu smiled. Master, you don't know the sufferings of a ghost. You only hear the thunder in spring, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum, the righteous wind between heaven and earth, the murderous aura of autumn, the aura of war on the battlefield, the mountains, rivers, temples, and so on. These are the hardships of us wild ghosts. Moreover, It is easy for us to lose our last bit of intelligence and become a malicious ghost that only knows how to kill. Sharu talked tirelessly about the rules and the inside story of otherworldly items. Chen Pinggan listened attentively. Only then did he feel less uncomfortable facing Du Mao. Kui Dongshan kept a smile on his face as he listened to Sharu's explanation with Chen Pinggan. The matter of Du Mao's golden glaze body had been settled. Kui Dongshan only said that he needed to rest for another day tomorrow. Chen Pinggan nodded and agreed. The inside of the house was like a celebration party. However, there were only 3 people and a bottle of Osmanthus wine. In the end, Kui Dongshan stood up and said goodbye. Chen Pinggan walked the 2 of them to the door. After closing the door, the white-clothed young man and the white-haired old man walked in the corridor. Although Kui Dongshan's face was full of joy, Sharu didn't know why she felt more and more frightened as she walked. When they arrived at Kui Dongshan's house, he grabbed Du Mao's head and pressed Sharu against the wall with his 5 fingers like hooks. He said with a stern face, "You're just a small otherworldly item. You're even worse than an ant. How dare you boast in front of my master? Who gave you the guts?" The golden glaze body was equivalent to the physique of an immortal. It was not inferior to the vigorous physique of a 9th-stage martial artist. Logically speaking, Kui Dongshan, who was only in the Earth Immortal realm, should only be scratching Sharu's itch. However, Kui Dongshan obviously used some kind of magical power that he didn't want to reveal to others. Her spirit surged like 5 strong gusts of wind blowing at the root of Sharu's spirit. It was so painful that Sharu's weathered face was distorted and tears kept flowing. Kui Dongshan raised his other hand and flicked at Sharu's forehead. Like a great bell, it sounded in Sharu's heart. After loosening his 5 fingers, Sharu collapsed to the ground, trembling and sweating profusely. Kui Dongshan stepped on her forehead, making the back of Sharu's head suddenly hit the wall. Kui Dongshan bent down, looked down at her, and sneered, "You don't deserve virtue, and virtue doesn't deserve position. You have both. Believe it or not, I will pull your spirit out of the shell and let it be baptized by the wind and bathed in the rain day and night. Or I will simply use the shell as a lantern and use your spirit as the wick. But you won't notice it and suddenly die after 60 years. Kui Dongshan increased the strength of his foot, and the wall behind Sharu's head cracked little by little. Kui Dongshan's eyes were cold. What? Just because there is an extra bird in your pants, you forget yourself? Sharu's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes were indifferent. Even if she was suffering great humiliation and spirit pain, she still raised her head and looked at the white-robed immortal master for the first time. Kui Dongshan felt that it was very interesting. He smiled and said, "You are a remnant of a country that perished 600 years ago, the ashes of a branch of the Daoist sect. After suffering for so many years, you have accumulated such little endurance. You even dare to compete with me in chess. Tao-seeking people, answer with a song, body like a skeleton, heart like dead ashes. How about it, have I caught your foot? Otherwise, as a Tao-seeking person, I will use the unique secret technique of your ancestor to completely erase the little bit of light left in your Tao veins." Sharu's face was filled with disbelief. Finally, she revealed great fear, a fear that was greater than life and death. She had once hummed a poem that Chen Pinggan mistakenly thought was an ancient folk song on the stone tablet in the city god temple of the beautiful clothes country. She originally thought that the old story from hundreds of years ago, plus all the traces were destroyed by the forces of the Aquarius continent, and no one would know the inside story. And even if they happened to see the remnants of the poem in a random book, how could they accurately deduce her true identity? All of a sudden, they had caught her true Achilles' heel. Kui Dongshan extended 2 fingers, and the golden flying sword that flew out from between his eyebrows circled around his fingers. In the end, it actually drew a golden talisman that had long been lost. It was as if a solemn golden lotus had bloomed on Kui Dongshan's fingertips. Sharu wanted to beg for mercy, but she found that no matter how she struggled, she could not make a sound. She could only watch as the person's fingers approached her forehead. Sharu closed her eyes, her lips moved slightly, using her heart to silently sing the opening song of the branch of her Tao veins. Sharu, who was about to die, slowly opened her eyes. She found that the person had already retracted his hand, and was looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Kui Dongshan straightened his back, the soles of his shoes rubbed against Du Mao's face. It was like stepping in mud and dirtying the soles of his shoes. He glanced at Shiru, who had just survived. Don't do it again. Shiru nodded lightly. Kui Dongshan had just walked a few steps when he suddenly turned around and kicked heavily on Shiru's head. Half of her head was kicked into the wall. He said angrily, "Don't you know how to thank me for not killing you?" Shiru pulled her head out of the wall and silently kowtowed 3 times to Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan sat at the table and said unhappily, "I won't accompany you all the way. After I leave, remember not to waste this body that is most resistant to beatings. If you don't do your best and my master is injured, no matter how big or small, I will pluck out your Tao seed from the depths of your soul and plant it in a monk's body." Shiru slowly raised her head. Her face was full of sorrow. She looked at this immortal master who looked like a god but had a meticulous and vicious mind. She muttered, "How can there be such a terrifying person like you in this world?" Kui Dongshan sneered, "This is not taught by you. I learned it myself." Shiru stood up and only dared to stand against the wall. Kui Dongshan slammed the table. "Why aren't you scramming back to your room? Are you looking for death by standing here? Do you believe that I will chop off that thing in your pants and make you eat it?" The grief-stricken Shiru lowered her head and quickly left this room that was like purgatory in the human world. Kui Dongshan flipped open the books on the table written by the scholars of Azure Phoenix. The more he read, the angrier he got. He heavily closed the book and cursed, "Bullshit. Not reading for 3 days and I feel that language is tasteless and disgusting. Looking at these things, it's like my face has been smeared with a large amount of shit, and it's fucking shit from diarrhea." Kui Dongshan couldn't sleep and was bored to death. He quietly left the inn and went outside to stroll around the county. He inadvertently saw a poor cultivator of the lower 5 realms. He was using the little ghost money-stealing technique to control a dozen or so little ghosts to steal the savings of a common family. Like ants moving house, they worked together to move copper coins and broken silver. The cultivator squatted at the foot of the wall, weighing 2 or 3 of the most valuable pieces of silver. He was grinning from ear to ear. Many a little makes a mickle, it's never too little. In the end, when he turned his head, he saw a white-clothed youth squatting beside him. Was this accompanying him to admire the moon? The cultivator was so scared that he trembled. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, "You can even do this? Why don't you steal the gold and silver of the rich families?" The cultivator swallowed his saliva and said with fear and trepidation, "It's really because the door gods of those rich families are too hard to deal with. They killed the little ghosts that I painstakingly raised for nothing. It's a loss." Kui Dongshan nodded, "That's true." The cultivator's eyes turned quickly. He wanted to run away and kill the strange youth in front of him to silence him. Was it worth it for a few taels of silver? Moreover, who knows who would be the one killing who? Kui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and picked up a little money-stealing ghost that was as tall as a thumb. Then, he placed it on his palm, put his palms together, and casually kneaded it. Seeing this, the insignificant cultivator from the mountains and lakes trembled. Well, one of his generals had died in battle. How could he withstand being kneaded and squashed like this? These money-stealing ghosts that he raised were of extremely low quality. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to pass the hurdle of the door god of the Yin Shi family. Just as the cultivator was feeling heartache, Kui Dongshan spread his hands. The little ghost that was grimacing in pain seemed to be wearing an extra layer of red clothing. He threw it on the ground and ordered, Go steal a piece of gold from the rich families." The little fellow clenched its fists and ran away with its cheeks puffed up. It was running very hard. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it really did carry a piece of gold that was the size of a fingernail back. The cultivator was dumbfounded. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Immortal Master's remarkable abilities are truly an eye-opener." Kui Dongshan stood up and disappeared in a flash, leaving the excited cultivator behind. Kui Dongshan went to the civil and martial temples in the county town. He couldn't stand their reverence, so he chatted with them for a while and left soon after. He was really bored. Kui Dongshan casually gave the painted door gods of a family a finishing touch, so that the two door gods could condense the embryonic form of a golden body. They were still thousands of miles away from becoming real gods. They could only scare the most useless otherworldly items and block the evil spirit more. Then, he went to the second richest family in the county town and broke the ridge beasts on the roof of their house one by one and threw them away. He was aimless and did whatever he wanted. Kui Dongshan was the only one who was so bored as an earth immortal. That night, Chen Pinggan practiced the heaven-earth stance after Kui Dongshan left with Sharu. Then, he walked out of the house and gently knocked on the door next door. He laughed angrily and said, "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Pei Qian was reading a knight-errant novel by the light. After Chen Pinggan knocked on the door, she quickly blew out the oil lamp and rushed to the bed, pretending that she had just been woken up. "I'm sleeping." "Why aren't you sleeping? Do you need me to open the door?" Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't care about the lie. He reminded her, "You don't need to open the door. You can read any time. Don't hurt your eyes. We don't have to hurry tomorrow. You can read it during the day." Chen Pinggan turned around and left. Then, he remembered something and said at the door, "After I leave, don't hide under the quilt and read with the oil lamp in your hand." Pei Qian opened her mouth wide. Her master was really something. He could even guess that. She had to agree. "I know." After Chen Pinggan left, Pei Qian resisted the temptation and went to sleep, although she was still thinking about the Jianghu grudges and the sword shadows in the novel. However, she kept her eyes wide open and didn't feel sleepy. After a long time, she slowly fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, in Chen Pinggan's room, Kui Dongshan was teaching Chen Pinggan how to play Go. He was still playing Xiao Jian. At first, Lu Baixiang was watching from the sidelines. As soon as she saw the game, she was entranced. Finally, during a break, she quickly left and called Sui Yuyu over to watch the game. She said it was too wonderful for words. Sui Yuyu had once been defeated by Lu Baixiang's Xiao Jian on the chessboard and was defeated so badly that she threw away her helmet and abandoned her armor. She did not believe in heresy and allowed Lu Baixiang to use this style for 3 consecutive games. As a result, she lost the initiative completely and lost miserably. It was to the extent that she made an exception and made a series of unreasonable moves, but was still unable to turn the situation around. Therefore, when Lu Baixiang said that her understanding of this world's number 1 Xiao Jian was only 30 to 40% of its essence, Sui Yuyu was somewhat interested. She came over to watch how Kui Dongshan taught people to play chess and how Chen Pinggan learned chess from others. Soon, Zhu Lian also came over to join in the fun. Wei Yixian was the last to enter the room. However, Sui Yuyu soon lost interest in watching the game. Chen Pinggan's talent in Go was too mediocre. No matter how good Kui Dongshan's teaching was, he still couldn't understand Chen Pinggan. It was inevitable that Sui Yuyu, who was already proficient in Go, would feel anxious and bored. Therefore, she silently left. During this time, Sui Yuyu couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man standing behind Kui Dongshan. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was even more disgusting than Zhu Lian, an old sissy. "You're a man, but you don't dare to look people in the eye. You also like to purse your lips and twirl the corners of your clothes with your orchid fingers." After Sui Yuyu left, Zhu Lian and Wei Yixian walked out of the room one after another. During the battle in Old Dragon City, the battlefield was severely divided. Therefore, the 4 people in the picture scroll had never seen Du Maro of the Tongyi sect. As for the withered bones ghost Sharu, who had always stayed in the yellow paper talisman, they had also never seen her. Therefore, when Du Mao's immortal body appeared, Sui Yuyu and the others were all kept in the dark. They only thought that Kui Dongshan had picked up an outsider from some random corner. After lunch, Kui Dongshan began to shut himself in the room. The next morning, the group continued their journey towards the capital of Qingluan Kingdom. Originally, there was a yellow bull in the group and it was very eye-catching. However, when Kui Dongshan rode the yellow bull, although it was still eye-catching, the passers-by who saw this scene only guessed that this handsome young man should be from a wealthy family. He brought his retinue to travel the Jianghu. It was a bit strange, but at such a young age, he was already somewhat distinguished. With Kui Dongshan present, the journey was more casual and casual. The 4 people in the picture scroll each had their own tastes. If it was said that when Chen Pinggan met his 2 friends, Zhong Shanfeng and Xu Yuanxia, his entire state was lively and upbeat, no longer old. Then when he reunited with this disciple in a foreign land, he was leisurely with a sense of propriety. The interaction between teacher and student, although it did not conform to the norm of the secular world, Chen Pinggan's shoulders still seemed to have lightened a bit of weight. Moreover, as the teacher, other than learning chess, Chen Pinggan would also ask this disciple for advice on legalism. Along the way, it was Kui Dongshan who fought to pay, not allowing his teacher to spend a single copper coin. Taking advantage of the idle chatter between Kui Dongshan and Chen Pinggan, the 4 people in the picture scroll also gained a lot. Their understanding of this vast world became clearer and wider. For example, Liu Baixiang learned that in this world where there were all kinds of strange things, in addition to attaining the peak of Taoism and the limit of martial arts, in fact, there were also scholars who really worked hard on learning and cultivating the mind. There were also many Qi trainers from the 100 schools of thought who were regarded as immortals who cultivated Taoism. They valued the orthodoxy and looked down on the strength of cultivation. Sui Yuyu saw how Kui Dongshan's strange and variegated celestial spells fit in with daily life bit by bit. When there was no one around, Zhu Lian asked Kui Dongshan for advice twice. His idea was very simple. He just wanted to know how many celestial magic treasures this guy actually had. Wei Xian was still the most taciturn one. He was the only one who got along well with Pei Qian. The 2 of them were always impolite. Kui Dongshan was still the same as before when they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The 2 of them traveled together, occasionally disappearing for a while, and Chen Pinggan never asked about it. Old man Sharu finally shook off some of her cosmetics. She no longer swayed her waist like a woman when she walked, no longer had the natural flirtatious look, and no longer unconsciously twirled her fingers. She finally looked like a proper white-haired old man. However, Sharu was still the least likable one in this group. Her status in Jianghu was probably even lower than that of a scalper. Pei Qian practiced the white ape's back swordsmanship and dragging blade style more diligently. After all, they were all forms and were still impressive, so she didn't have to suffer the pain of breaking her tendons and bones. Compared to the 6-step stance walking, she preferred to use the bamboo blade and bamboo sword that Chen Pinggan made for her, and practice the set of blade and sword techniques that the female Taoist nun Huangting taught her. However, once Kui Dongshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the cow, used a strange tone to criticize her back swordsmanship. Kui Dongshan held his stomach and laughed so hard that he directly fell from the cow's back to the ground. This hit Pei Qian so hard that she was depressed for a few days. Every day, she only dared to practice the stance walking. The group of people arrived at the county closest to the capital of the Qingwan Kingdom. It was unknown how Kui Dongshan found it. The group settled down in an immortal inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Chen Pinggan indeed didn't have much talent in playing chess. However, he didn't throw it aside and didn't waste time on it. He also didn't neglect his fist and sword techniques. Every day, he would spend about 2 hours learning chess from Kui Dongshan. When they arrived at this immortal inn called 100 Flowers Park, it was said that the shopkeeper was a middle-aged sea-viewing cultivator. However, he didn't show his face in front of Chen Pinggan and the rest. The inn occupied a large area and planted many exotic flowers and herbs that refreshed the mind. As the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was about to be held in the capital not far away, there weren't many rooms left in this immortal inn. Pei Qian once again slept in a room with Sui Yuyu. Liu Baixiang, Zhu Lian, and Wei Xian squeezed into another room. Kui Dongshan, Sharu, and Chen Pinggan were the only ones who occupied a room to themselves. It was very expensive to stay here, but it was worth it. There were many benefits that couldn't be bought with money. For example, some anecdotes about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism were given to the guests by the inn staff every day in the form of an official bulletin. In addition, there were a few small spiritual artifacts in each room. Although they had the title of spiritual artifacts of immortals, most of them were made of scraps and scraps. They were worth 2 or 3 snow coins in total, and they could be taken away by the guests. This made Pei Qian very happy. After saying good things to Sui Yuyu and getting the small objects in their room, he ran to old Wei and little Bai and invited them to eat melon seeds and fruits. He dilly-dallied and refused to leave the room. In the end, Zhu Lian was annoyed and asked Pei Qian to take the 3 small objects and disappear quickly. In the end, with the 4 objects in Chen Pingan's room, Pei Qian suddenly had 10 more low-grade spiritual objects. Immortals in the middle 5 realms didn't care about these things that looked good but were useless. Immortals in the lower 5 realms couldn't afford to live here. As a result, Pei Qian became rich overnight. The treasure box couldn't hold so many objects, so he had to temporarily put them in Chen Pingan's room. The place where immortals stayed must be quiet and distant. Moreover, after making good connections with the government, they could build a formation that hid wind and gathered water. The spiritual energy was much more abundant than in the marketplace. Furthermore, there were 2 painted door gods posted at the entrance of the inn. They were real talisman door gods. Once an evil spirit approached, a divine warrior clad in golden armor would walk out. They were sharp and could devour ghosts and demons. In addition, there would be a small plate of immortal vegetables and fruits on the table every day. It was the specialty of a farmer cultivator in the 100 Flowers Park. It was also the golden signboard of this inn at the foot of the mountain. When Pei Qian was copying books, she put down her brush to rest several times. When she twisted her wrist, she saw Chen Pingan staring blankly at the plate of dates and fragrant pears. She couldn't understand. She only felt that her master seemed to have remembered something unhappy. When she finished copying, she found that Chen Pingan was still sitting in the same place. He just turned his head and looked out the window. Pei Qian was a little worried and joked, "Master, what's wrong? Do you miss your wife?" Chen Pingan came back to his senses and smiled, "You want to copy another 500 words?" Pei Qian's face was bitter. Chen Pingan stood up, patted Pei Qian's head, and began to practice the 6-step pile walking around the table. Pei Qian felt more and more strange. Nowadays, Chen Pingan mostly practiced the 3 piles of the heaven and earth piles. He didn't just practice the most basic and simple fist piles. Pei Qian put away her brush and paper and leaned on the table. She asked casually, "Master, you weren't afraid of ghosts since you were young?" Chen Pingan answered while walking slowly, "Not quite like you. I wasn't afraid when I was young. Instead, I really hoped that there were ghosts in the world. I often went to the Immortal's tomb outside my hometown. When I was a little older, I went to the mountains to chop firewood and make charcoal. I also went alone to find suitable soil for making porcelain. I was never afraid." Pei Qian exclaimed, "Master, you're really talented." Chen Pingan laughed it off and didn't explain the reason. At noon that day, the waiter of the inn delivered another Immortal's Palace bulletin. The content was varied, and there was a matter recorded on it that interested Chen Pingan the most. After learning chess from Kui Dongshan, he asked Kui Dongshan for his opinion. The governor of Qingwan Kingdom, Wei Liang, was on his way up north. He passed by a provincial city. Because of a small matter, he caught 2 officials who were derelict in their duties. One of them was a general who was corrupt and had taken hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. The other was a master of literature and ink. In the end, the former was only demoted, while the latter was executed first and then reported later. Kui Dongshan didn't think much and blurted out, "This is the style of the school of legalism." Towards the latter, normal people would see it as a lighter crime than the former, but the school of legalism just had to add to the crime. Kui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Mister, have you figured out where the key points are?" Chen Pingan thought deeply and sighed, "Truly amazing." Kui Dongshan said casually, "The 100 schools of thought outside of the 3 schools of thought have been able to stand for 1,000 years without falling. They all have their own foundations and unique points. That's why there's a guy who said a long time ago, 'My life also has a limit, and my knowledge is also limitless.' Ordinary people like the first half of the sentence, but people who practice the Tao will find the second half wonderful. In the end, the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought have a lot of knowledge. If it's just a single school, I'm afraid that even if a cultivator spends his entire life, he won't dare to say that he has reached the end of knowledge. It depends on how you choose to give up. If you take it, how much of the knowledge you have truly turned into your own ability? If you give it up, is it like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? Chen Pinggan nodded. Kui Dongshan grabbed a fragrant pear and began to chew on it. He said vaguely, "It's just that knowledge is knowledge, and people are people. There are some relationships, but there are no absolute relationships. That's why the affairs of the world are complicated. How a person lives, what books they read, and whether or not the books they read are all part of their own fate and karma. There are truly too many idiots in the world. They don't know that the most important thing is to let us know more about the ways of the world. It's a waste of the earnest advice of the sages of the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought. The sages impart knowledge, and the scriptures are like lanterns hanging in the night. The roads are different, and the lanterns are different in size. It's a pity that the people of the world are blind." Chen Pinggan did not comment on this. Kui Dongshan originally wanted to find something to talk about, so he changed the topic and talked about the glorious deeds of the little treasure bottle. He said that at the end of last year, Li Huai, the little fool, had an argument with his classmate. A book that had just been distributed by the academy was taken by his classmate and said that it was his. Li Huai could not produce any evidence. In the end, Li Baoping happened to pass by and immediately settled the case. She took the book and told Li Huai and his classmate that since they could not explain it clearly, they could just tear it in half and split it in half. Li Huai was anxious, but the other child happily agreed. Thus, Li Baoping threw the book to Li Huai and gave the other child a good beating. An old master who had been watching from afar laughed loudly. He did not know what went wrong with the child, so he cried and complained to the old master. In the end, he was beaten again. Chen Pinggan heard this and laughed heartily. Pei Qian listened from the side and sighed. That fellow who stole the book is too stupid. Sigh, there are indeed too many idiots in the world. What can I do about it? Chen Pinggan threw a chestnut at him. It's not about whether he's stupid or not. It's that stealing the book was wrong in the first place. After stealing the book, he was smart enough to not give himself away. That's even more wrong. Pei Qian felt wronged. I didn't say that it was right to steal the book. Kui Dongshan laughed. There are many stupid and bad people in the world. Confucianism can't teach these people. Pei Qian agreed and nodded. The legalism you guys were talking about is quite good. It seems to be very useful against bad people. Pei Qian immediately shut up, afraid that Chen Pinggan would be angry. Chen Pinggan laughed. You're right to think that way, but you still need to read more books. Don't think that you have the right answer now. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Then Confucianism is better. She was already tired enough from copying that Confucianism book. If she added another legalism book, wouldn't she be looking for trouble? Kui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. As expected of Zhu Lian's unyielding character, Pei Qian pretended not to hear. Kui Dongshan laughed. Pei Qian, you have a good relationship with Wei Yixian? Pei Qian became vigilant and smiled. Our relationship is just SOSO. Kui Dongshan exclaimed, you're quite smart. You know how to act according to the wind. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. When it came to her master, he would flatter her one after another. When it came to her, nothing good would come out of a dog's mouth. This fellow was really annoying. If one day this Kui guy angered her master, and she, as the first disciple, learned peerless swordsmanship and saber techniques, she would learn from the ranger novels and clean up the house. Kui Dongshan seemed to be able to read Pei Qian's mind. He laughed. What, with your clumsy swordsmanship and saber techniques, you want to arm wrestle with me one day? Pei Qian was bewildered. What are you talking about? Kui Dongshan picked up a date from the small plate and gently smashed it on Pei Qian's forehead. Little thing, you want to fight with me? Pei Qian reached out to catch the falling date and pretended to throw it back. Kui Dongshan was as still as a mountain. Pei Qian tried a few times, but Kui Dongshan just smiled and did not move at all. Pei Qian thought that she probably would not be able to hit this fellow. If she really succeeded, she would be the one to bear the consequences. She simply stuffed the date into her mouth and glared at him fiercely. Kui Dongshan suddenly panicked. Oh no, this date is the descendant of the spirit of the jujube tree in Baihua Park. Chi refinement warriors like us are not afraid of being pestered by the spirit. Pei Qian, you're just a little thing. That fellow will definitely think that you're a pushover. So before you sleep, you must watch the door and windows carefully. Otherwise, it will be too scary if tree branches crawl into the house in the middle of the night. As he spoke, Kui Dongshan even deliberately twisted his arm and vividly imitated how a tree spirit would sneak into the house to harm people. Pei Qian was so frightened that she immediately took out her beloved talisman and pasted it heavily on her forehead. Then, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Kui Dongshan sighed. This won't do. This talisman of yours is a pagoda demon subduing talisman. The plants and trees have turned into spirits. They won't fall for this trick. Pei Qian took out the yang energy lighting talisman that Chen Pinggan had given her a long time ago and pasted it on her forehead again. Kui Dongshan hit his palm with his fist and said worriedly, "Don't. This talisman is a guiding talisman. It can't fend off ghosts and spirits. Perhaps it will attract the attention of the other tree spirits instead. They will feel that you are provoking them. By then, the flowers and plants will follow the jujube tree spirit to your house. By then, they will be by your bedside and under your bed." Pei Qian pursed her lips and scrunched up her charcoal face. Tears started to well up in her eyes. Chen Pinggan slapped Kui Dongshan's head and scolded jokingly, "Don't scare Pei Qian." Kui Dongshan made a no sound. Then, he held his stomach with one hand and pointed at Pei Qian, who suddenly realized something. "Ha ha, you little fool." Pei Qian flew into a rage out of humiliation. She wanted to go to the next room to take out the mountain walking stick. After all, she still felt that the crazy demon swordsmanship that she had created was more powerful. She would fight it out with him. Kui Dongshan saw that the situation was not good. He had already run away. After Kui Dongshan ran away, Pei Qian squeezed out a smile at Chen Pinggan and said, "Master, I was pretending to be afraid just now. Even without these two talisman, I will recite the sage books before going to bed at night. I will definitely be invulnerable to evil and ghosts will not come near, right?" Chen Pinggan looked at the little girl who still had two talisman pasted on her forehead. He held back his laughter and nodded. "Maybe." Pei Qian was a little flustered. "Just maybe." Chen Pinggan smiled. "This is the Immortal Inn. How could there be spirits that dare to harm the guests?" Pei Qian said pitifully, "What if there is?" Chen Pinggan was stunned. He patted her head. "Don't worry. I am right next door. What are you afraid of?" Pei Qian's eyes lit up. She quickly took off the talisman and put it in her sleeve. She ran to the window and stood on her tiptoes. She looked at the garden and murmured something. It was nothing more than her master being Chen Pinggan, and they should mind their own business. Elsewhere in the inn, Sui Yuyu took the initiative to find Kui Dongshan. He asked, "Do you have a secret method to nurture a natal flying sword?" Kui Dongshan smiled and did not speak. Sui Yuyu asked directly, "What do you want me to pay?" Kui Dongshan sat at the table and looked at the girl standing at the door. He smiled. "Very simple. Do not forget your roots." Sui Yuyu frowned. "What do you mean?" Kui Dongshan's face was full of disdain. He waved his hand to drive him away. "If you can't even understand this, how can you, a pure martial artist, hope to nurture the embryo of a natal flying sword early?" Sui Yoyo's face was as cold as ice. He turned and left. Kui Dongshan did not think much of it. He thought for a moment and went to Wei Xian's residence. Zhu Lian was walking around the 100 Flowers Park and happened to not be in the room. The door was not locked, so Kui Dongshan pushed the door open and entered. Wei Xian was looking at some local county records and unofficial histories he had bought along the way. He put down the book and asked, "What's the matter?" Kui Dongshan's cultivation swayed. After crossing the threshold, the door closed automatically. Kui Dongshan stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. "You, Wei Xian, don't look at the process. You only look at the result. Among the four of us, you are the worst chess player. But you are also the one who unintentionally learned chess. Sooner or later, You will hit my master's weak spot. Why don't I just kill you today and be done with it? Wei Xian said indifferently, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Kui Dongshan waved his sleeve and a scroll fell on the table next to Wei Xian. There were also 3 golden copper coins. Kui Dongshan strode forward. With one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist, he said, if I kill you by mistake, then so be it. I'll kill you until your realm falls to the point where it can't fall any further. Once my master recovers from his injuries and breaks through the bottleneck of the 5th realm, it will be too late for you to make a move then. Wei Xian sneered, I want to see if my loss is greater, or if you lose your master-disciple status. Do you really think I don't know that this scroll is a smokescreen for you, Kui Dongshan? You and I both know what kind of person Chen Pinggan is. Kui Dongshan was slightly surprised. He slowed down his steps. I underestimated you, the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Speak. We both know that you are the true hidden danger. But why haven't you made a move yet? I'm very curious. Is it because of Pei Qian? Wei Xian was expressionless. He didn't say a word. Kui Dongshan smiled and sat down. When I was playing chess with my master, I helped him review the game. I asked him about everything. I asked him about the lotus flower-blessed land. As for the background of the 4 people in the scroll, as long as he knew about it, I knew about it. If he didn't pay attention to it, I would pay attention to it. Kui Dongshan pointed at a mediocre unofficial history book on the table. For example, according to the unofficial history of the Nanyuan kingdom, their iron-fisted founding emperor doted on the little princess who died young the most. For her sake, he sent all the palace alchemists to search for immortals. Then, in your eyes, how similar is Pei Qian to your daughter? If you kill Chen Pinggan, will you be able to revive her in the lotus flower-blessed land? Or will you simply attach yourself to Pei Qian's body and reunite with your daughter in this vast world? Yes, perhaps you will still die, but at least she will be able to live one more life. As for whether or not she will be in her homeland, the Nanyuan kingdom, it doesn't matter. After all, her family is already dead. Perhaps she will have greater achievements in this vast world. So, Wei Xian, you choose to wait silently, hoping to pave the way for her. You want to accumulate more wealth and avoid the fate of dying young again? So, you must kill Chen Pinggan, but you also want the many treasures on his body so that you can leave them for Pei Qian and use them as her cultivation resources in the future. Wei Xian clenched his fists under the table. Kui Dongshan clicked his tongue. My master said it well. That old senior's Dao skills are truly heaven-defying. Within the rules, he gave Chen Pinggan, Pei Qian, and you, Wei Xian. All of them have their own choices and plans within the rules. Wei Xian praised sincerely, although I don't understand chess, Mr. Kui's chess skills are truly brilliant. Then, Wei Xian smiled. But if I refuse to admit it to Chen Pinggan, what can Mr. Kui do? Kui Dongshan laughed heartily. Wei Xian, do you really think you understand Chen Pinggan? Let's not talk about my secret techniques that can capture your soul and force you to speak the truth. I dare say that as long as I tell you Chen Pinggan's deductions, your fate will be. I will draw a circle with my flying sword, covering heaven and earth. Then, with his current cultivation level, Chen Pinggan will beat you to death 3 times. The most important thing is that you, Wei Xian, are destined to never see the person you want to see the most in your life. Wei Xian loosened his fists under the table. He calmly said, that's true. This should be the first time Kui Dongshan directly called Chen Pinggan's name in front of the 4 people in the painting. Kui Dongshan controlled the flying sword and drew a circle in the golden light. Then, he took out the drawing of a horse and spread it open. He took out a section of the water of time and said with a smile, harmony breeds wealth. You don't have to fight and kill. You have a good temperament, but you still lose because of your narrow vision. Come, let me tell you a country bumpkin how I painstakingly pieced together a living person from a pile of broken pieces of natal porcelain in Black Pearl Cave. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. I'll let you know that other than the stinky god in your lotus blossom blessed land, I, Kui Dongshan, also have a chance to make you get what you want. I can't guarantee that I will succeed, But the chances are great. It's better than you, the founding emperor, taking risks right under my nose. Half an incense stick later. Wei Yixian stood up. He lowered his head and cupped his fists without saying a word. After Qi Dongshan put away the painting, he also didn't say a word. Wei Yixian raised his head and still cupped his fists. Mister, are you the imperial tutor of Dali, embroidered tiger Qi Dong? Qi Dongshan raised his eyebrows. As expected of someone who was once an emperor. You can see the big picture from small clues. You're much smarter than Lu Baixiang. Wei Yixian's eyes were burning. Lord Imperial Tutor, can you tell me exactly how you swallowed half of a continent with just Dalis territory? Qi Dongshan smiled playfully. What makes you think you can make such a request of me? Wei Yixian withdrew his posture and sat back down. Because Lord Imperial Tutor is willing to waste so much saliva in this room with me, a person who is bound to lose. I always have something that Imperial Tutor thinks is valuable. Even if I don't have it today, I will have it in the future. Qi Dongshan nodded and sighed. Old Wei, you're very smart. Chatting with you is not too tiring. Wei Yixian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. Qi Dongshan waved his hand. I know what you want to say. This is the key to your survival. Pei Qian is my master's first disciple. If you can really harden your heart and have bad intentions towards her and treat her like a puppet, you will be dead the moment you reveal any clues. It won't be me who will kill you, it will be Chen Pinggan. Qi Dongshan's eyes were deep. You are waiting for an opportunity. Chen Pinggan is waiting for you to make a move. That may or may not be the case. However, the possibility is higher. Wei Yixian shook his head. I don't believe that. Qi Dongshan put his hands behind his head and looked up. That's because you don't know. Chen Pinggan has competed with many people in terms of mental state. That's why I say that you are narrow-minded. Wei Yixian asked, what does Imperial Tutor want? Qi Dongshan sighed. It's hard to say. Let's wait and see. Remember, don't call me Imperial Tutor in the future. Right now, I am half an enemy of mine. Qi Dongshan stood up and with a wave of his sleeves, a map of the Aquarius continent appeared on the ground. It was the map before the Song clan of Great Li devoured the Lu dynasty. Qi Dongshan walked to the northernmost point of the continent on the map and with high spirits, he laughed and said, since I have nothing to do, let me tell you about my great achievements back then, how I went all the way south and how I turned a continent into a country in the future. After Pei Qian left the house, Chen Pinggan was alone. He closed his eyes and rested. He seemed to be tired. He opened his eyes and stood up, walking to the window. Another year of spring was coming to an end. Chen Pinggan leaned on the window and smiled as he looked outside. Yunxia Mountain, a newly opened immortal residence. It was Fairy Cai Qinqian's cultivation residence. The residence was close to a cliff and had a wide field of vision. She dismissed the servants with decent cultivation talent. She sat cross-legged on a praying mat by herself. She held a scroll that she had never shown to anyone. Cai Qinqian was now famous in Yunxia Mountain. She had even become a young talent that was qualified to sit on the same level as the Earth Immortal seniors in the Aquarius continent. Other than her sudden increase in cultivation after she returned from Liju Grotto Heaven, there were many secrets that no one knew. For example, she had a close relationship with Fu Nanhua. Cai Jinjian, on the other hand, had gone through a series of ups and downs, especially after the life and death calamity that even the ancestral master of her sect had not told her about. Regardless of whether it was her cultivation or her temperament, Cai Jinjian had undergone a complete transformation. Cai Qinqian would often go down the mountain to travel in the past few years. In the past 2 years, she would often go into closed-door cultivation. Cai Qinqian opened the scroll in her hand. It was a green-robed scholar with white hair. She had drawn it herself. In the eyes of others, Cai Qinqian's Taoist heart was becoming firmer and firmer. She lowered her head and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She whispered, Mr. Qi. She slowly put away the scroll and held it in her arms. Her mind wandered thousands of miles. When she came back from the dead and parted with Mr. Qi, He said that he had a favor to ask of her. Of course, Cai Qinqian was willing. Mr. Qi asked her to send a time horse painting to the Great Wall of Sword Qi on the inverted mountain. And after that, Mr. Qi asked her to help send a few more scrolls over. The main character of the scrolls was the young man from Mud Bottle Alley. The content of the scrolls included the child Chen Pinggan in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, traveling to the Great Sui Kingdom, and sending the sword to the south alone. The last one was before arriving at Tsai Kingdom. After that, Mr. Qi thanked and said goodbye to Cai Qinqian. Cai Qinqian once plucked up the courage to ask curiously if she could browse the scrolls. Mr. Qi smiled gently and nodded. In the last scroll, Mr. Qi appeared and said some last words. It was for the person on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I have a presumptuous request. Please consider it, Miss Ning. Chen Pinggan will treat the world well. Then I ask Miss Ning to treat Chen Pinggan kindly. If Miss Ning still doesn't like Chen Pinggan in the end, it doesn't matter. Just don't let my junior brother be too sad about love. Qi Jingchun thanks you. At this moment, Cai Qinqian raised her head and looked into the distance in a daze. Mr. Qi always made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. 7. 387. Since they were going to stay in the prefecture capital for a day, Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian out to play. At a paper kite shop, he bought Pei Qian a specialty of Qingluan, a wood harrier. When Chen Pinggan paid for it, Pei Qian's heart ached. She tugged at Chen Pinggan's sleeve and pointed to the pile of relatively cheap butterfly kites in the shop, saying that they were actually quite pretty. Chen Pinggan rubbed Pei Qian's head and smiled, saying that she didn't need to save money. She knew how to spend money on daily expenses. Before buying the wood harrier, Pei Qian was both happy and distressed. But after buying it, she was only elated. She held the expensive wood harrier in her hand and smiled so widely that the corners of her mouth could reach behind her ears. He took Pei Qian to a few scenic spots that tourists had to visit. Town God Temple Street, Pagoda Temple, Steely Forest, and an old residence of the former Prime Minister. The morning passed by leisurely. At noon, Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian to a small restaurant for lunch. The food was cheap and good, but it was a little spicy. Pei Qian was sweating profusely and her eyes were covered with sweat, but she still ate with flying chopsticks. When there weren't many dishes left on the table, the sweating Pei Qian fiercely wiped her dark face. She suddenly realized that Chen Pinggan had already put down his chopsticks and was smiling at her. Pei Qian smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. Her table manners were a little bad. She had to take it easy in the future. Otherwise, she would accidentally embarrass her master when she went out in the world. Returning to the Immortal Inn, Chen Pinggan helped her pick an open space in 100 Flowers Park. Pei Qian began to fly the kites. Chen Pinggan sat on a long bench in the pavilion, watching the skinny little girl running, the kites flying in the wind, and the little bottle of Osmanthus wine that was left in front of him. His state of mind was peaceful. Pei Qian turned her head and asked loudly, "Master, do you want to fly the kites?" Chen Pinggan waved his hand. Pei Qian then continued to run. The gardens of the 100 Flowers Park were filled with many different types of beauty, and nothing could be more beautiful. Kui Dongshan led Sui Yuyu toward the pavilion. After bowing, Kui Dongshan sat cross-legged on a bench, his back leaning against a vermilion pillar. Sui Yuyu, however, did not take a seat. He said, "Chen Pinggan, I plan to leave this place and go ahead to the Yugui sect of the Tongya continent." Chen Pinggan was not surprised. He nodded and said, "Be careful on the road." Sui Yuyu quietly waited for him to continue. However, Chen Pinggan seemed to have said everything he wanted to say after he finished speaking. Sui Yoyo's face was cold. He neither left the pavilion nor opened his mouth to speak. The atmosphere was awkward as he confronted Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan looked at Kui Dongshan. The latter understood. He used the golden flying sword to draw a large circle around the pavilion, isolating it from the outside world. After all, it was not a true small world, and may not be able to block the Earth Immortal's view of the mountains and rivers. However, in this way, Kui Dongshan would be able to sense it. How hard would it be to casually kill a bullshit Jindan and Yuanying in a small place like Qingwan country? Don't treat me, Master Kui, as a nobody. Chen Pinggan then said, Sui Yuyu, then I will say some facts that spoil the mood. Whether you like to hear them or not, you have to hear them. Firstly, the infatuated sword was lent to you, so you have to return it. Also, that beheading dragon platform, you still have to return it. Secondly, regarding the matter of joining the Great Li dynasty, this is something that you and I have already agreed on, and cannot go back on, so before you leave the Aquarius continent, you have to let Kui Dongshan settle it, you cannot just leave. Thirdly, I will leave the painting scroll behind. However, once you change from a pure martial artist to a sword cultivator chi cultivator, whether the gold essence copper coin can continue to let you walk out of the painting scroll, this matter, you and I are not sure. Therefore, other than going south, you have to be careful and not act on impulse. When you reach the Jade Gui sect, you have to control your temper. As a sword cultivator, sword cultivation is cultivation, but cultivation is not only sword cultivation. Sui Yuyu looked at Chen Pinggan and slowly nodded. Kui Dongshan wiped the corners of his eyes and pretended to be choked with sobs, touching. If I was a woman with a little conscience, I wouldn't leave. He turned his head to look at the kite in the air outside the pavilion. People only say that immortals are free and unfettered. I only envy mandarin ducks and not immortals. Chen Pinggan and Sui Yuyu ignored Kui Dongshan's jesting. Sui Yuyu was silent. Chen Pinggan said, Have you prepared the travel expenses for the journey? Take it that I didn't ask, you definitely haven't. You won't be earning money along the way, then I'll prepare 2 money bags for you. A bag of secular gold and silver, and a bag of snow coins. I don't even have a few pieces of small summer coins left, and I don't even have a single piece of grain rain coins. Therefore, when you go south to the Tongya continent, you won't have the chance to be extravagant. You might have to choose the immortal ferry and the route along the way, and you might have to make a lot of calculations. You can't stay in an expensive room, lest you have to travel on foot halfway. Chen Pinggan suddenly changed his mind. You can make a trip to Old Dragon City first and look for Fan. Tell him that I promised you and let him lend you money. Chen Pinggan stretched out a palm, at most 5 pieces of grain rain coins, at most 5 pieces. The corners of Sui Yoyo's mouth curled up slightly, but he still did not speak. Chen Pinggan thought that she was mocking him for being a miser and said unhappily, There's no room for discussion. At most, you can only borrow 5 pieces from Fan. Sui Yuyu nodded and said, Okay. Kui Dongshan thought about it, and did not overstep his boundaries and act as a child of wealth for Chen Pinggan. In small matters, he was a pitiful disciple who could not escape the fate of being a money bag. It was fine to help his teacher take care of everything, but this kind of big matter that involved life and death, it was better to leave it to his teacher to deal with. However, 2 bags of money still appeared in Kui Dongshan's hand out of thin air, and he threw them to Sui Yuyu. Then he turned to Chen Pinggan and smiled, Teacher, you can return them to me later. Chen Pinggan naturally had no objections. Chen Pinggan and Sui Yuyu actually did not like to drag their feet, so what happened next really had nothing to say. Sui Yuyu turned and walked towards the pavilion, and Kui Dongshan removed the restriction on the golden lightning pool. Sui Yuyu walked down the steps without turning her head, making Kui Dongshan click his tongue. She really was a spendthrift and a heartless woman. However, Kui Dongshan smiled knowingly, closed his eyes, and clenched his hands into fists. He began to count, silently saying 1, and extended a finger. After Sui Yuyu left the pavilion, she found Pei Qian. Pei Qian quickly put away the kite and chatted with Sui Yuyu. After nodding and shaking his head, he quickly ran towards the pavilion, panting, Teacher, Sister Sui wants you to send her off. You can just send her to the inn's entrance, there's no need to send her off. Kui Dongshan just happened to count to 10, and his fists turned into palms. He laughed loudly and winked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan felt that this was human nature, and quickly followed Sui Yuyu who was gradually walking away. Chen Pinggan followed Sui Yuyu, and the 2 of them did not speak. When they reached the inn's entrance, there were 2 painted door gods as tall as a person on the door behind them. Sui Yuyu stopped, and Chen Pinggan stopped as well. Sui Yuyu did not look at Chen Pinggan. She raised her head and looked at the clear blue sky, and spoke softly. Did you always think that I was a burden, so when I said that I was leaving, you felt much more relaxed? Chen Pinggan turned and looked at Sui Yoyo's face, and laughed. Don't always think of people so badly. It was undeniable that Sui Yuyu was an extremely beautiful lady, especially when her expression was not so cold. It was like a flash in the pan, giving people a breathtaking feeling. Tilda, I wonder if Sui Yuyu will meet a man she likes in the Jianghu, or if she will become a celestial couple with someone in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent, and most likely a young sword cultivator with shocking talent. Tilda Chen Pinggan was curious about which man Sui Yuyu would like in the future, and was looking forward to meeting her again in the Aquarius continent, and seeing her standing side by side and greeting him. Upon thinking about all these unimaginable yet extremely interesting scenes, Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. Sui Yuyu turned her head, and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Pinggan did not dare to say what was in his heart, as it was somewhat rude and frivolous. Sui Yuyu was thin-skinned and had a big temper, so he did not want to be stabbed by Sui Yuyu in a good farewell. Chen Pinggan only said, "Take care." Sui Yuyu left with large strides, leaving behind a sentence to Chen Pinggan. It was a soft and heroic sentence. I will quickly become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. Walking to the end of the street, Sui Yuyu turned her head and looked, but Chen Pinggan's figure was already gone, only 2 painted door gods. Sui Yuyu smiled and left. As if they had made an appointment, as soon as Sui Yuyu left, Lu Baixiang also came to ask for leave, saying that he wanted to visit all the large temples in the Qingluan kingdom, including the Baishui temple, and then go to Qingshan kingdom and Yunxiao kingdom. After a few years, he could go to Chen Pinggan's hometown, Longquan County. Chen Pinggan was in the room. He glanced at Kui Dongshan, who hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. If I lie, use the 5 thunders technique to kill yourself." Lu Baixiang smiled. "It has nothing to do with Mr. Kui. It is me who wants to be alone, just like in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, to explore the mountains and rivers to my heart's content. I hope that in 3 years, besides reaching the 7th realm, I can also reach the far travel realm, and be able to travel with the wind like a qi cultivator, so that I can see the beautiful scenery on the mountain. After that, Lu Baixiang will know my place and follow you as a retainer, serving you until one day when I feel like moving, and then I will go out to travel." Chen Pinggan had just returned 2 bags of silver and divine money to Kui Dongshan not long ago, and now he had to fork out money again. He laughed angrily. "Say it, how much money do you want to borrow from me for travel expenses?" Lu Baixiang laughed loudly. "I don't need a divine money, just some silver will do." But Chen Pinggan still gave 2 bags of money to Lu Baixiang. "A single coin can stump a hero. Take this bag of money, just in case you need it." Lu Baixiang did not reject politely. After receiving the money, he suddenly mocked himself. "If I die the moment I go out, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing?" Chen Pinggan laughed. "You will soon be a 7th realm martial artist, and you are not that impatient. These 2 are enough for you to do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent." Lu Baixiang stood up and bid farewell. He cupped his fists and said, "Then goodbye?" Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "Goodbye." Chen Pinggan joked, "This is the vast world, not the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Don't mess around and create a demonic sect." Kui Dongshan said, "Lu Baixiang is not an immortal on the mountain. Establishing a sect in the martial world is not a big deal." Pei Qian suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bai, wait for me." Pei Qian turned around and took out the money pouch that Lady Gui had given him. He took out a snow coin and ran to Lu Baixiang. "Xiao Bai, give me your hand." Lu Baixiang laughed and opened his palm. Pei Qian placed the snow coin into Lu Baixiang's palm, and said solemnly, "Xiao Bai, this is for you. The gift is not light, but the affection is even heavier." Lu Baixiang held onto the snow coin and spent money, to a small Pai Xiu, for her to take the initiative to take out a piece of divine money. Furthermore, it was a gift and not a loan. The affection was not light. Lu Baixiang laughed. "Don't worry, I have been traveling the martial world for the past few years, and will help you look for good things, and see if I can get them, and the next time we meet, I will give them to you as a gift." Pei Qian nodded his head with all his might, and said in a serious tone, "You can play, but you must not delay your martial arts training. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. If you want to learn from me, you must practice your stance, copy books. Practice your sword techniques and blade techniques every day. Be diligent and sincere. The clumsy bird flies first. Lu Baixiang smiled and stretched out his hand. I know. Pei Qian nimbly dodged the palm that was rubbing her head, and complained, I will not grow tall. She quickly smiled brightly at Chen Pinggan. Master rubbing my head, it is not a problem. Lu Baixiang laughed heartily, and finally looked at the young immortal in white who was sitting beside Chen Pinggan with his legs crossed. Kui Dongshan raised a hand, making Lu Baixiang swallow his words. We two men, do not dawdle and whisper sweet nothings to each other. Lu Baixiang confidently left. The room was silent. Chen Pinggan asked, do I need to prepare a little more? Is it Zhu Lian or Wei Xian next? Kui Dongshan pointed at himself. Pei Qian's face was tense, and she struggled to hold back her laughter. Kui Dongshan picked up a date, bent his finger, and accurately hit Pei Qian's forehead. Pei Qian bent down to catch the date, but this time she did not dare to eat it, for fear that Kui Dongshan would frighten her with the foul atmosphere. She only dared to put it back on the small plate on the table, and sat beside Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan asked, are you not going to watch the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingwan? Kui Dongshan shook his head, and revealed the secret. Most people can only watch two groups of people quarrel in the capital, stinky cow noses and old bald donkeys pointing at each other's noses and cursing. The real contest is between the reincarnation of the Buddha in Baishui Temple and the abbot of Baiyun Taoist Temple in Qingwan. One was once a famous monk with great virtue, and in this life he was also very intelligent. The other is a middle-aged Taoist priest who has no background and only knows how to read and understand all kinds of books. But these two people's debate will not attract many people's attention, but each of them is not a small trouble. Lakeview Academy, Yunlin Jiang Clan, and maybe many idle clouds and wild cranes from the sky, and some old bastards who rarely climb out of the water. Firstly, I have seen the world, but I still look down on this debate. Secondly, I have too many enemies, and it is not suitable for me to go there. Chen Pinggan nodded. Caution is the parent of safety. Kui Dongshan stood up and bowed. This time, student needs to bring Wei Xian along. I hope teacher can agree. Chen Pinggan chewed on the date, and laughed. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Kui Dongshan did not say those words that no one would take seriously. He placed his arms on the table, intertwined his fingers, and slowly said, now the situation in the center of the Aquarius continent is complicated. The mountain and the foot of the mountain are in a mess. The wild cultivators are taking advantage of the situation, especially the vicious ones. There are many earth immortals who want to fish in troubled waters, and many of them are from righteous sects, and do not pay attention to their actions. That Bookslips Lake was originally a smelly water tank with all kinds of fishes mixed in with the honest folk. Smelly fishes and rotten shrimps filled a large tank. So I suggest that teacher, after leaving the capital of Qingluan Kingdom, first go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can go there and refine the golden script gallbladder as your second natal item. I will write a letter. Other than Dali, you can directly send the rest of the golden copper coins to the academy. At that time, Maro Xiaodong will help teacher to guard the array. To teacher, it is icing on the cake, but to the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom, it is an invisible help. Teacher, you do not have to feel that you are taking advantage of them. The Great Sui Kingdom is a country with a flourishing literary style. Refining the golden script gallbladder is the most suitable. After that, it is not a big problem to revisit the Tsai Kingdom and Shu Shui Kingdom, or to return to the Longquan County and visit the old house. After that, it is safe for teacher to go to Book Lake again. At that time, the central part of the Aquarius continent will have stabilized. Maybe a peace token issued by Dallas Ministry of Rights will be able to make an earth immortal bow his head. Chen Pinggan thought for a long time, took off the blade strengthening gourd and drank a little medicine wine, finally nodded and said, okay, after leaving Qingluan Kingdom, we will roughly follow the route you planned. Kui Dongshan did not hide his relief. Teacher, don't worry, there is no plot to harm you. Besides, student and teacher, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, walking the same path. The higher your achievements, Even if I, Kui Dongshan, am too lazy to do anything all day, I will still be able to take advantage of your light and be forcefully promoted by you. Chen Pinggan hesitated. How do you deal with that person in the capital now? Kui Dongshan's head knocked heavily on the table, looking like he wanted to die. Knocking 3 times, he raised his head and said, "Speaking of this, student's heart hurts." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "You asked for it, you can't blame others." Kui Dongshan said with grievance, "But why is that old guy enjoying his life, continuing to be the prestigious Dali Imperial tutor, while student doesn't even have the nickname of Embroidered Tiger, and every time I go out, I have to eat and sleep in the open, hiding my head and tail?" Chen Pinggan gloated and said, "You should be content. In addition to the many magic weapons in the near hand, there is also this immortal's shed skin that is better than Du Maoyang's body." Kui Dongshan sighed, holding his chin with one hand. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "That's true. Luckily I am not very interested in fighting and killing now. As a young man, it is easy to be bored. After leaving the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, it is still okay. Being with teacher day and night, I enjoy it. In the East Mountain, Little Treasure Bottle does not care to talk to me. Yu Lu and Xie Xie, I feel annoyed. Li Huai and Lin Shuyi have nothing to talk to. What a miserable and lonely life." Chen Pinggan was too lazy to comfort him, and what's more, this Dali Embroidered Tiger needs others to comfort him. What a joke. Kui Dongshan straightened his back and said with a smile, "Teacher, the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can be considered to have come to an end for the time being. Let me give you a little review. Just treat it as teaching you a game of chess before we part." Chen Pinggan subconsciously sat up straight. Every time he played chess with Kui Dongshan, he was so serious. "Please go ahead." Kui Dongshan felt a little funny and a little sad, but these emotions were well hidden and did not show the slightest bit. First, he used the flying sword to draw the thunder pool. "That Sui Yuyu is a silly girl, a dragon kill porcelain vase, beautiful and beautiful, it will break with a smash. But although she is silly, she is indeed an innate sword embryo. As long as the Jade Gui sect is willing to cultivate her, nascent soul sword cultivator is not a problem. As for whether she can become a female sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, it is not up to her alone, she has to ask whether this world agrees. No matter what, this Sui Yuyu is the luckiest of the 4 people in the picture scroll. Teacher, you have taken good care of her." After dying 3 times, not only did Sui Yoyo's state of mind not break, but it became brighter. Chen Pinggan had a strange look in his eyes. Kui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and said firmly, "I swear to the heavens, there is absolutely no double meaning in my words, there is no hidden meaning." Chen Pinggan handed Pei Qian a snow-white pear. Pei Qian covered the pear with both hands, twisted it a few times, and then gently nibbled on it. Kui Dongshan continued, "As for Wei Xian, this hot potato, I have already helped teacher settle it. In any case, he is just a silly man, there is no need to mention him." Kui Dongshan originally wanted to elaborate on the intricacies of this game, but when he saw Chen Pinggan winking at him, Kui Dongshan immediately understood and changed his tone, skipping over Chen Pinggan. Kui Dongshan glanced at Pei Qian, who was shaking his head and eating fruit. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat, don't have any eyesight." As a result, under the table, Kui Dongshan was kicked by Chen Pinggan. Kui Dongshan said resentfully, "Liu Baixiang is very talented and has the potential to become a generalist. It is very difficult to reach the peak of martial arts, the 9th realm is not difficult, and the 10th realm is not an extravagant hope, unless a great fortune falls from the sky. Of course, in the future Dali dynasty, a warrior of the 9th realm will still be a transcendent existence with a certain amount of martial arts fate. At that time, with Liu Baixiang's intelligence, I will teach him some unorthodox methods, and he will still be a good lackey, no, a good fighter, a good retainer." Pei Qian glared at him and said, "In front of my teacher, speak properly, don't talk nonsense and insult old Wei and little Bai." Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Let me tell you the charming story about this pair." Pei Qian immediately smiled and said, "It is a great thing to know that you are wrong and change, it is a great thing. Teacher has a student like you, it is not a loss of face." Kui Dongshan imitated Pei Qian's tone, stretched out a hand and shook it lightly, and said, "It is also a great thing that my teacher has a good disciple like you." Pei Qian pretended to be stupid and smiled. Kui Dongshan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Only this Zhu Lian, he seems to be the one who does not dwell on insignificant matters, and can live comfortably wherever he is. But this means that he is the one whose heart is the most unstable. Born in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he was once a handsome young master of a rich family, but he ran off to practice martial arts, and he really became the world's #1. He is good at cooking, loves good food, and says that he wants to win the hearts of beauties. He is also flexible, so of the 4 people in the painting, Zhu Lian has the highest vision and the highest ambition." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Of the 4, she was most afraid of that stooped old man. Kui Dongshan suddenly smiled. This kind of guy is actually not stubborn. "Teacher, if you don't teach him well, who knows when Zhu Lian will sell you out? But if you teach him well, there will be an unexpected surprise. At that time, of the 4, Zhu Lian will be the only one who is willing to die for you." Moreover, he had said that he would die without any hesitation. Even if he only had 1 life left, there was no exception. "I can take care of the other 3, but I can't teach Zhu Lian, so only you can do it." Kui Dongshan saw that Chen Pinggan was puzzled, so he patiently explained, "Sway you can't. She is pursuing the way of the sword, which is what she wants most. Lu Baixiang and you seem to have the most compatible temperament, but in fact, they are not. This person is almost ruthless." Then Kui Dongshan stopped speaking, and secretly told Chen Pinggan in his heart, "Wei Xian feels that he cannot die. He has not fulfilled his wish, and he was born an emperor. Other than the only obsession in his heart, he can kill anyone in the world, and buy and sell everything in the world. Regarding this obsession, please don't blame me for being nosy, but I still need to use my connections in Tongyi continent to dig up Wei Xian's imperial family in the early days of the founding of the Nanyuan kingdom." Chen Pinggan reminded, "When it comes to that old Taoist from the temple, take it easy." Kui Dongshan chuckled. "I will definitely be extremely careful around that smelly old Daoist. To be honest, even when I was at the peak of the 12th level of Immortal, I didn't dare to provoke him. Old elementary scholar and him have a rather special relationship." Kui Dongshan was silent for a moment, then stood up and paced back and forth. He rubbed his palms together, as if he was teaching Chen Pinggan how to play chess, but also as if he was reviewing his literary pulse. He said softly, "Teacher, remember, whether it is a disciple or a student, a mountain can be mixed. There cannot be only one kind of person, especially not everyone can be like you. Not everyone can be as kind to others as you, and adhere to the way of a gentleman. Not everyone can only do moral essays and great learning. Not everyone can only use their brains and shout about killing. There must be someone like me who does things against my will, who knows how to take advantage of loopholes in the rules, who can see the general trend clearly, and who knows how to go with the flow. I can be the kind of evil person who makes people hate me. I can set off Sir's good side so that Sir's image will always be high and bright. There must be people who are willing to only recognize you, and your life and death is her life and death, and the former is even more important. There are people who inherit your knowledge, who are true kindred spirits on the great path of literary fortune, who are good seedlings to support the situation. There must also be people who can intimidate the evil, the unorthodox, and the hypocrites, such as Zhu Lian. There must be a family background, such as the one in the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain. Well, you should already know that he is my grandfather. There must be people who are funny, who show their innocence and childishness, so as to prevent a mountain from being too lifeless, such as the 2 water snakes and fire pythons that I helped you subdue in Huangting country. In short, when you reason with people, there must be people who can stand up and help you convince people with reason. When you compare notes with people on the great path, there must be people who can stand up and help you convince people with virtue. If there are people who fight with their fists when we like to reason, and we are forced to fight, and pretend to be pitiful when our fists are bigger, then there must be people who can help you beat them until they are convinced. In the end, you will scold them a little, and at most give some compensation to the bruised and swollen opponent, giving them a date to eat. Others will not be able to find fault with our mountain's family style, school style, and literary style. Kui Dongshan stood still, and said with a smile, "I'm just saying, if you are willing to pick 1 or 2, I will be satisfied." Chen Pinggan sat up straight and said, I have learned. Kui Dongshan looked at Chen Pinggan's bright eyes, and when he bowed, he said with a smile, like cutting, like comparing notes, like polishing, like grinding. Pei Qian's head hurt from listening at the side. Kui Dongshan's words suddenly changed 1,000 miles, and he said with a smile, there are 2 things in Qingwan's capital. If you have the chance, you must try them. One is Buddha jumps over the wall, and the other is the braised food from the old shops in the deep alleys. One is expensive, the other is cheap, but both are delicacies of the world. Chen Pinggan smiled, okay. Kui Dongshan said carefully, Sir, I want to have a few private words with Pei Qian about the friendship between fellow disciples, is that okay? Maybe after the chat, I will leave with Wei Yixian. Sir, you don't need to send me off. After that, only Sharu and Zhu Lian will be the retainers. Chen Pinggan nodded, and turned to look at Pei Qian. She suddenly stood up, who's afraid of who? Kui Dongshan smiled and walked out of the room, and Pei Qian followed closely behind. When he crossed the threshold, he turned to smile at Chen Pinggan, and raised his fist to encourage himself. But once they walked into the corridor and could no longer see Chen Pinggan, Pei Qian immediately took out the demon-subduing pagoda talisman and stuck it on his forehead, and then followed behind that fellow. When he reached Kui Dongshan's room, he immediately helped Kui Dongshan close the door, and sat at the table with a flattering smile. He reached out to grab a pear. You're my senior martial brother, I'll help you wipe it. It'll quench your thirst. Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes, forget it. Senior martial brother, I'll call you senior martial sister, okay? Pei Qian hurriedly waved his hand, no, we're from the same sect. We still have to talk about first come first served. Kui Dongshan sneered, look at your prospects. Pei Qian nodded vigorously, and said like a chicken pecking rice, right. I'm too young right now, so I won't have much prospects. Kui Dongshan stood up and took out the flowing water horse painting, but did not open it immediately. He asked, what do you think your master was like when he was young? Pei Qian was stunned, I've heard master mention it to me, and I've also heard him chatting with others. It seems that he was quite poor when he was young, and grew up in that Pearl Grotto Heaven's mud bottle alley. Kui Dongshan slowly opened the painting, and beckoned, then come take a look. On the painting, there was the river outside the town, and the bridge that was torn down in the end. Kui Dongshan said slowly, the cultivators of the world bully mountains, not water. This is because the sages of the 100 schools of thought are far more fond of water than mountains. Virtuous like water. Wise people love water. Buddhist alms bowl water. As for the distant truth inside, you'll know it in the future. After that was Chen Pinggan's childhood. Flying kites in the immortal's tomb, there was a tanned child squatting alone in the distance, looking enviously at his peers running and flying kites high in the sky. He went to the young drugstore to buy medicine, went back to boil it, and stepped on a small stool to cook. He secretly ran to the immortal's tomb to pray to the dilapidated statue. Later, under the hot sun, he carried a basket about his size and went up the mountain to pick herbs. In the end, his shoulder was burning with pain. He took the basket and walked at the foot of the mountain, crying loudly. He was so hungry that he walked back and forth in Mud Bottle Alley. Finally, a woman opened the door. The flowing water of time flowed slowly, and the scenes changed slowly. From a child to a teenager. In the end, the scene stopped at the east gate of the town that day. Chen Pinggan stood at the gate, waiting to run errands to deliver letters and earn copper coins. Pei Qian stared without blinking, and his expression kept changing. He watched for more than half an hour. During this time, he was so engrossed that he muttered to himself, this Song Jisin and Ji Qiu both deserve to die. I happen to have a knife and a sword. In the future, I'll cut off their heads with one knife and pierce their hearts with the other. No wonder Master knows how to weave straw sandals, make books, and everything. Ha, Master also covets candid whores. Hey! Why did Master run away? Didn't the man selling candid whores want to give Master a bunch? I don't understand. This sissy man in the dragon kill is a bit like that old man called Sharu. This tree in the tomb, is it the regular tree that Master talked about when he was chatting with Xiaobai? Why does that old man Yarrow always like to scold master? He's blind. The big sister outside the door, could it be that she's the girl that master likes? She's not much better than Sui Yu Yu. It seems that she's not as good as Huang Ting, who taught me sword and knife skills. Pa Kui Dongshan put away the scroll and put it away. Pei Qian sat on the stool silently. Kui Dongshan sat at the side with an indifferent expression. When your master and I went to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he didn't drink much. But when he mentioned you, Pei Qian, he drank a lot. He said that he thought that all the parents in the world would want to leave all the good things for their children. Later, he realized that it wasn't like that. How could there be a mother who secretly hid a steamed bun and chose to eat it alone in the middle of the night? Even if her daughter was starving to death, she was not willing to take it out. Pei Qian lowered his head. Kui Dongshan said indifferently, I have to thank you, Pei Qian. From the beginning to the end, you let my master know more about the stupid and bad people in the world. Kui Dongshan asked, do you know what were the 3 most difficult times for your master when he was in the small town? Pei Qian leaned on the table and muttered, one was if that woman didn't open the door, so master was especially good to that little slug. Another was the first time he went up the mountain to pick herbs, so master was especially grateful to that old yang. As for the last one, I can't think of it. Kui Dongshan was quite satisfied and said with a smile, of course you, Pei Qian, can't think of it even if you crack your head. It's that stick of candid haws. Pei Qian turned his head and pressed his cheek against the table. He looked at the guy with the mole between his eyebrows with some doubt. Kui Dongshan said softly, if you were there at that time, you, Pei Qian, could eat that stick of candid haws as much as you want. You could kneel on the ground and beg others to let you eat it. You could steal it and snatch it. You could even eat a whole stall of candid haws. But Chen Pinggan couldn't eat it. Not even a single one could be eaten. Things in the world, people in the world, people in the world, people in the world. They seem complicated, but as long as you look at the most minute details, you can follow them. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, call me master. You dare to call master by his name, you're really bold. Be careful or I'll complain to master. Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a gesture of flicking his finger. Pei Qian hurriedly sat up and covered his forehead and his precious talisman with his hands. Kui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. He looked out the window and said softly, we shouldn't always disappoint master. These words made Pei Qian a little confused. Always. But soon he was not confused anymore. Pei Qian casually counted with his fingers and realized that he had indeed not made Chen Pinggan angry. Kui Dongshan turned his neck and looked at Pei Qian with a smile. The sun and the moon shine in all directions, and people have eyes to see everything clearly. Pei Qian, you're very lucky. You're even luckier to have met Chen Pinggan. It's like Chen Pinggan met Qi Jingchun. Kui Dongshan's eyes were in a trance, but there was a smile on his face. He murmured, I remember when an old scholar, a guy who wasn't very bright, and the Mr. Qi in Chen Pinggan's heart, were at the lowest point of our lives. We told our only 3 disciples at that time that if a person could live a peaceful life, having money was not so important. Even drinking water would taste sweet, and chewing a white steamed bun would taste like a roasted chicken leg. At that time, the one surnames were said stupidly that it was quite good to drink water and eat steamed buns for the rest of one's life. The old scholar was so angry that he slammed the table and glared at him. Can you be a little more ambitious? If you don't use these principles to make up for your hunger when you're poor, how can you live your life? There are no idiots in the world who don't want to live a better life. When everyone wants to live a good life and can walk a good path, the world will be able to move forward. Then Qi Jingchun asked, Master, when will we be able to eat food with oil? Master was deflated and couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he could only point at me, the idiot of the 2 guys. He smiled and said, that depends on when your big brother's family will send money over. But these words will not be known in the future. All of them will be left in the elementary school in that shabby alley. Later on, the old elementary scholar participated in the debate between the 3 sects twice. His disciples were as numerous as the clouds, attracting the attention of the world. However, The three of us didn't want to think about these things often. It seems that after that, the old elementary scholar was busy every day, running here and there. He was so busy that he was overwhelmed with work for the so-called common people. He had to run from one school to another, preaching and clearing the doubts of even more idiots. We were the three best disciples at the beginning, but as time passed, we all had our own paths. Pei Qian didn't hear it clearly because Kui Dongshan's voice was too soft. Kui Dongshan took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves like snowflakes. He turned to look at Pei Qian and smiled. The heart leaves the body, like a bird out of the cage. Bright and clear, like colored glass. The bright moon hangs inside, and the body and mind are happy. Since you are not suitable for master's fist skills and have started to practice the sword, then you must practice the sword. The sword is the fastest, as fast as the wind and lightning, so fast that one sword can break 10,000 techniques. If you want to practice the sword will be in the scabbard, and the enemy's head will roll down. Pei Qian wrinkled his dark face. You are not my master. Kui Dongshan smiled. But you are my big sister. Now I will protect you and in the future you will protect me. This is the true friendship between master and disciple. Pei Qian blinked. Don't lie to me. Otherwise, I won't be your big sister. Kui Dongshan thought of something and took out a small thing that was folded into a paper crane. Keep it carefully. You are traveling with my master this time. When he is most angry, you can take it out and show it to him. But I hope that until I meet him again, you will not take it out. Keep it in your sachet. Remember not to open it, or you will have to bear the consequences. Pei Qian nodded and carefully put it away in the sachet. Kui Dongshan pointed at the lightning pool flowing with golden light. Don't you have the mountain walking staff? Do you want to learn this skill of mine? Pei Qian said, I don't have much money left. I gave it all to Xiao Bai for traveling expenses. Speaking of which, there was another sad matter. He played 5-piece chess with this fellow in front of him and cheated him out of a total of 7 copper coins. Kui Dongshan waved his sleeve and smiled. Talking about money hurts feelings. You don't need to spend money. Just take it as a reward for helping me. Chen Pinggan finally sent Kui Dongshan to the entrance of the inn. Wei Xian and Pei Qian were chatting. Zhu Lian and Sharu were standing behind Chen Pinggan. Kui Dongshan smiled at the two of them. You two must take good care of my master. Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. Your master is my master. Of course, there is no need to say more. Sharu's mood was complicated. When Kui Dongshan was here, she was as scared as a tiger. When Kui Dongshan left, she was worried that the road ahead was bleak. Kui Dongshan bowed. The mountains and rivers are far away. Take care, sir. After Kui Dongshan stood up, Chen Pinggan suddenly raised his arm and put his fist in front of him. With his back facing Du Mao, he gave him a thumbs up and said in a low voice, beautifully done. Zheng Dafeng and I both want to thank you. Kui Dongshan held back for a long time. This was the first time his flattery was so unsmooth. He could only say awkwardly, Sir is really a kind person. 388. About an hour after Kui Dongshan left, he asked an ordinary-looking man to make a trip to the inn and find Chen Pinggan. He showed him a piece and piece tablet that only the spies of the great Li immortal family could carry. Chen Pinggan's expression was normal, but his heart almost exploded. One must know that the most ruthless scheme he had in Tongye continent was the jade token passed down from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Taiping Mountain. Once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, both jade tokens happened to have the word peace on them. Chen Pinggan inevitably felt apprehensive. That Dali spy who had been dormant in Qingwan country for many years, to be able to hold such an identity, he must have all three. He must have high ability, be able to kill and escape. He must have a tenacious mind, be able to endure loneliness, be able to stick to his original intention, and be loyal to Dali for years or even decades. Also, he must be good at observing people's expressions. Otherwise, he would be a dull chess piece without any vitality, which was meaningless. Therefore, the man instantly caught the slight abnormality of this young immortal master. However, these had nothing to do with him. This time, He openly walked into 100 Flowers Park. After the matter was settled, he would have to solve a lot of problems. It couldn't be helped. The identity of that person was too scary. After entering this county city under the eyes of the Emperor of Qinghuan country, not only did he directly come to find him, he also showed the highest grade embroidered tiger commander's seal, which could mobilize all the spies and death soldiers other than Dali. Dali's spy agency was originally a tripartite balance of forces. The cow and horse bars, the bronze people holding the terrace, and the green pavilion. Imperial tutor embroidered tiger, vassal king Song Jianqiang, and the imperial concubine each controlled a territory. A few years ago, the imperial concubine who controlled the green pavilion suddenly went to a celestial mountain adjacent to the capital to cultivate. She withdrew from Dali's central hub and the green pavilion was assigned to the imperial tutor. Later, even vassal king Song Jianqiang's terrace was given to the imperial tutor under the emperor's instructions. Embroidered tiger Kui Dong could now be said to be monopolizing the power. The man spoke to Chen Pinggan in Dali's official language, which he hadn't used for a long time. It turned out that Yellow Ox, who was hiding outside the city, had decided to follow Kui Dongshan and travel far away. Kui Dongshan would also give this Earth Ox, a sea-viewing realm monster, an Earth Ox, a lucky chance to successfully form a Jindan. Chen Pinggan let out a slight sigh of relief and asked, "Dare I ask, what is the rank of this nothing medallion in your hand?" Without any hesitation, the man answered honestly, "Young master, it's the second highest rank. This lowly one is ashamed to receive it, and is in fear and trepidation." Regarding the rank of the peaceful jade tablet, this in itself was not a small secret. However, that lord had asked him to answer all questions, so the man did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The man stood up and respectfully took out a money pouch. "That lord also asked me to pass this item to young master, saying that it's a bundle." Chen Pinggan stood up and received a pouch of copper coins. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he put it on the table and saluted to the Dali spy. "Sorry to trouble you to come all the way here. I hope I won't bring you a mess." The man smiled a little. This sentence was actually enough. Moreover, it was his duty to work for Dali. He saluted back, "Young master, you're too polite." After the man left, Chen Pinggan opened the ordinary cotton pouch and poured out a small pile of copper coins. He did not know what Kui Dongshan was up to. Was it really just a gift from a private school for apprenticeship? Pei Qian complained, "Kui Dongshan is really too much. Not to mention a pouch of small summer coins, a pouch of snow would be enough. How can he be your student? So stingy." Chen Pinggan saw that the money pouch and copper coins did not seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. Instead, his mood improved a little. He hesitated for a moment, but did not put them into the larger object nearby. Instead, he put them into the flying sword 15. Chen Pinggan smiled and rubbed Pei Qian's little head. The little girl, Charcoal, smiled until her eyes narrowed. She was like a little kitten. Afterwards, Pei Qian began to copy and write. Every stroke was meticulous. Habit had become second nature. Nowadays, if she did not copy books one day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Chen Pinggan circled the table, practicing the fist stance that threatened to turn the world upside down. No matter how strange his posture was, others would not find it strange after looking at it for a long time. In the twilight of this day, Zhu Lian came to Chen Pinggan's room. He saw Pei Qian sitting at the table, one hand holding the knight-errant novel he had given her. With the other hand, she gestured the crappy moves described in the book. After Chen Pinggan sat down, there was an unclosed legalist classic on the table. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master is really diligent in everything. There is nothing in the world that is difficult for a determined person." This old saying should be specially said for young master. Although the 4 people in the picture scroll had walked out of the picture scroll, even until today, they still had their own thoughts. But putting these aside, they had accompanied each other all the way from the Great Spring Dynasty of the Tongyi continent to the Qingluan nation of the Aquarius continent. They had fought side by side many times, and in the end, in just one day, Sui Yuyu, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Yixian had left to travel far away. Only this stooped old man in front of him was left. If Chen Pinggan said that he did not have the slightest bit of melancholy, he would definitely be lying to himself and others. Thus, Chen Pinggan took out 2 pots of Osmanthus wine, one for each person, and sat across from each other to drink. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master, why do you still not ask me how I was able to take 2 big steps on the martial path?" If it was before Kui Dongshan finished that game of chess, Chen Pinggan might have considered it. Or perhaps it was because he had drunk a few mouthfuls of Osmanthus wine that he did not want to be too scheming. He smiled and said, "You still don't have any hidden worries and secrets. It's normal that you don't want to take them out under the sun for others to see. Am I not the same? As long as you don't have the intention to harm others, you can hide it. Maybe, it will be like the Osmanthus wine in our hands, more fragrant the more it is." Zhu Lian shook the wine pot in his hand and grinned. "But since young master is willing to give this pot of wine to drink, then I am willing to take it out and drink to my heart's content. Old wine, new wine, they are all wine. Let's drink first as a toast." "Young master, which one?" Chen Pinggan smiled and clinked the wine pot with Zhu Lian's. They both drank a big mouthful. Pei Qian was very envious. She had tasted Osmanthus wine before. Last time at the New Year's Eve dinner in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, Chen Pinggan had poured a small cup for her. It was very sweet and delicious. Zhu Lian wiped his mouth. "Young master, do you still remember that old senior surnamed Zun?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "I broke through the bottleneck of the 6th realm and followed Sui Yu to the 7th realm, the Golden Body realm. It was a matter of course. Young master, you will not find it strange. But later on, I sneakily reached the far travel realm. In this process, the 9th realm martial artist Zheng Dafeng fed me punches, Old Dragon City died in battle once, old senior Zun gave me pointers, and in the end, he gave me a hand. In addition, my own martial arts path is very different from Sui Yu's and the other 2. All of them are interconnected. It's not that I want to boast, but although my martial arts path was comprehended in a small place like the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, there are only 4 words to describe it: good preparation. I believe that even in the vast world where geniuses are everywhere, I am not bad. Let me show you a set of punches. Young master, see if you can find any clues." Zhu Lian put down the wine pot, got up with a smile, and walked to the open space between the table and the door. The martial madman, who was originally short and stooped and his fist intent seemed to be loose, became more and more curled up. His hands, feet, back, shoulders, and waist were all like this, making others feel very uncomfortable. At a glance, Pei Qian felt that Zhu Lian was becoming more and more small. However, compared to the usual languid short old man, when he curled up, his strength and fist intent seemed to burst out all at once. The shape of an ape. Zhu Lian twisted his body and moved in a strange way. He seemed to be casually punching, but his bones were folded. Only at a moment when his body occasionally stretched out, there was a thunderous fist intent pouring out. Pei Qian felt that it was somewhat familiar. Chen Pinggan praised in his heart. The martial madman, was really talented. No wonder he was the #1 person in the world in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land before Ding Ying. After a series of life-and-death battles, Chen Pinggan firmly believed that if the 4 people in the picture scroll were to fight to the death, under the premise of the same realm, the one who would survive in the end would most likely be Zhu Lian. He had actually transformed the saber and sword intent that Huang Ting, the female crown of Mount Taiping, taught Pei Qian in the backyard of the medicine shop, into Zhu Lian's own fist intent. Of course, Zhu Lian had an innate advantage because he was close to Sui Yu, because Zhu Lian's fist technique and martial arts were the closest to the essence, qi, and spirit of the sword and saber techniques taught by Huang Ting. However, Zhu Lian was able to learn the essence of the yellow court just by looking at it from the side. Furthermore, he was able to integrate it into his own fist intent. Chen Pinggan could not help but admire Zhu Lian's eyesight and innate ability. Zhu Lian stopped his punches and said with a smile, "Young master, you have good eyesight." Pei Qian was somewhat convinced. "Old chef, you should stop before going too far. How can you say such flattery? My master hasn't even said a word." Zhu Lian retracted his smile, and with a rare serious expression, he said slowly, "This path is similar to Sui Yoyo's sword ascension, and will only end miserably. In Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it was already proven to be a path of no return. So even when I died, I was unable to wait for the spring thunder. But in young master's hometown, there are no strongholds that cannot be broken." Chen Pinggan praised from the bottom of his heart, "But in the end, it is still you, Zhu Lian, who is standing at a high place, and can see far enough." Chen Pinggan suddenly said worriedly, "But you broke through 2 realms consecutively. Is your foundation in the 7th realm not stable enough?" Zhu Lian sighed, and nodded his head. "Compared to the stability of the 6th realm, my previous golden body stage is truly average." Zhu Lian drank a mouthful of wine, "But there is no other way." Elder Zun revealed a heavenly secret, and said that all the martial geniuses of the Aquarius continent who seem to have a bright future, if they continue to dawdle, then this Aquarius continent will become a sad place for all the martial geniuses of the 7th and 8th realms, and will not have much hope in this life. So I want to walk faster, take bigger strides, and reach the 9th realm as soon as possible. I want to occupy a place first, and as for whether I will be like the national chess players, and become a weak 9th dan, it is better than being an 8th dan for my whole life. Chen Pinggan thought for a while. Previously, in the martial temple in the county, Kui Dongshan used his supernatural power to manifest the martial fate of the Qingluan kingdom, so what Zhu Lian said was not completely unreasonable. The only hidden danger, Zhu Lian himself had already seen clearly, was that one day after reaching the 9th realm, his path would be broken at the 9th realm, and there would be no hope of reaching the true end. Also, among the few 9th realm martial geniuses, there were differences in strength. Once they fought, it was even different from the 9th dan of chess, where one could use divine hands to reverse the situation. If a 9th realm martial geniuses with a weak foundation met with a strong opponent, there would only be death. According to Zheng Dafeng, before Song Jianqiang left the Pearl Grotto Heaven, if not for old Yang's secret instructions, Li Er would have been able to kill Song Jianqiang, who was also a 9th realm martial geniuses. Chen Pinggan said, "First come, first served. It is safe to leave the bag in the bag. It is not a bad way to go." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Of course I want to reach the legendary 10th realm of martial arts, but I do not dare to look down on the 9th realm." Over at the dusty medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng fought 1 against 4 and helped to feed him. The 4 of us were actually holding back our anger. It was just that our skills were not as good as his, so we had to admit it. The 4 of us still had this bit of tolerance, otherwise if Zheng Dafeng looked down on the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, maybe you would too. Chen Pinggan sighed and said, "I can be considered half a person of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, because the time I stayed there was not short. The 4 of you added together is probably about the same age. It is just like you said, my feet move fast and my strides are big. At that time, I did not feel the passage of time that much." Zhu Lian said, "Young master is a blessed son of heaven, it is natural for you to have such good fortune." Pei Qian was suddenly furious. T. Zhu Lian was stunned, then smiled playfully. "Oh, this little charcoal's backbone has grown quite a bit." But when Zhu Lian looked again, he found that Pei Qian's expression was not quite right, unlike usual. Chen Pinggan was also a little surprised. He knew that Zhu Lian would not get angry over this kind of thing, so Chen Pinggan did not think too deeply about why Pei Qian was suddenly angry. Zhu Lian could not help but think of the immortal youth with the mole between his eyebrows. Before the first time they sparred, Kui Dongshan said, "Look at your smiling face, but your dirty heart, I am very unhappy. Let's fight, I will do as I say. My hands and feet will not move, and I will let you punch and kick me. If I even frown, I will lose." In the end, Zhu Lian knew what the Great Sui Kingdom's Academy of Many Treasures Immortal was, and how he became famous in the capital, earning Kui Dongshan the nickname of Chief Ancestor of the Cai family. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master, this student of yours, Kui Dongshan, is really a wonderful person, too wonderful for words." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "You know what's good and what's bad. If there is a chance in the future, I will tell you about it." After Zhu Lian left, Pei Qian was still sulking. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Too spicy for lunch, so you have a bad temper?" Pei Qian lowered his head, not saying anything. Chen Pinggan only thought of it as a child's temper that came and went like the wind, and continued to flip through the legalism book. At dawn the next day, Chen Pinggan, carrying the sword Immortal and the bamboo chest, and Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, and Sharu, with a bag slung over their shoulders and a mountain staff in their hands, set off for the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. Of course, there was also the little lotus person who could travel freely underground. As usual, they traveled on foot, which was an old rule that Chen Pinggan's group tacitly agreed to. Pei Qian wore a wreath woven from willow branches on her head. She told Chen Pinggan that Kui Dongshan taught her to use the mountain staff to draw a circle on the ground, which could scare away the spirits and ghosts. But it was too difficult to learn. Today, she had not even touched the edge of this immortal technique. Originally, she wanted to tell her master when she mastered it, but after thinking about it, she felt that if she could not learn it in this lifetime, she would have to hold it in for decades or even 100 years. That would be too pitiful. Chen Pinggan smiled as he listened to Pei Qian's long-winded ramblings. Among the 4 people in the painting, the female ghost Sharu disliked the most was this lecherous hunchback old man. Now, she and Zhu Lian were walking side by side behind Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian, this pair of master and disciple, which made her feel uncomfortable. But every time she deliberately slowed down, Zhu Lian would also slow down. He never spoke, and just looked at the dew marrow that the old man described with a smile. Sharu could not help but feel nauseous. She always felt that Zhu Lian's gaze was particularly greasy and disgusting. Especially when Chen Pinggan helped Pei Qian break the willow branches, Zhu Lian, this old bastard, secretly pinched Du Marrow's shoulder when she was not paying attention. Sharu was shocked. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It was an accident. Don't be offended." Although she was now the owner of the Immortal's slough, she was still in an illegitimate state. It was similar to a local obscene temple that was not recognized by the imperial court. Therefore, even if she had a convenient Dharma access that led directly to the Great Tao and could take a shortcut that would stun the Earth Immortals, Kui Dongshan had helped her weigh her weight. The insignificant tricks with the gift of otherworldly items that she had learned before could not even defeat an experienced Taoist in the sea-viewing realm. Even if Kui Dongshan had taught her a Dharma access and a few life-saving talismans, she could at most deal with a Taoist in the Dragon Gate realm. The only use was to rely on the slough to stand up and help Chen Pinggan block the knife, the flying sword, and the magic weapon of the Earth Immortals in a critical moment. Kui Dongshan also told her that the old lecherous man who liked to watch scholars and beautiful immortals fight was now a martial artist in the far travel realm. He told her to take it easy. Therefore, Sharu had been deliberately speaking with a rough voice and tried not to open her mouth. Sharu believed that she could endure all the sufferings in the world. Even if her body was cut into pieces, or her soul was lit up after death, she could endure it. Only Zhu Lian's gaze made her feel helpless. Zhu Lian suddenly moved closer. Sharu hurriedly moved a few steps away. Zhu Lian laughed softly. "I can feel your body. It shouldn't be a woman's body. Someone has used an immortal's camouflage technique on it." "It really is a man's body," Sharu coldly said. Elder Zhu's eyes are really sharp. Zhu Lian continued, "Then may I ask Miss Age?" Sharu's heart trembled. "Are you joking?" Zhu Lian's footsteps did not stop. He turned his head and smiled at Sharu. Zhu Lian, look at people's hearts. Whether the body is ugly or not, it's actually not that important." Sharu was about to go crazy. Sharu quickly walked forward, intending to seek refuge with Chen Pinggan. Zhu Lian did not follow this time. He smiled behind Sharu and said, "Just by looking at Miss Natural Grace when you walk, even if you deliberately hide it, I can still see the feeling of your waist swaying like a willow branch. Therefore, I dare say that Miss must have been a beauty when you were alive." Sharu was really going crazy. Chen Pinggan could only turn his head and say righteously, "Enough, Zhu Lian, restrain yourself. In the future, you are not allowed to tease Sharu about this." Zhu Lian immediately nodded. "This old servant will remember." Pei Qian was a little confused. Master has also learned his face-changing technique. Just now when he turned his head, there was still a smile on his face. Now when he turned his head, it was a lot more serious. After Chen Pinggan turned his head, he winked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately signaled with his eyes that he understood. Pei Qian snickered. Master and disciple, our hearts are connected. Lotus flower blessed land. Some people in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom had noticed that a young man had appeared in the house near Zhuiyuan Alley. Just based on his appearance and bearing, one could tell that he was a banished immortal. He lived in seclusion. Every time he went out, he would either walk leisurely with a folding fan in his hand or a pot of wine in his hand. He would not go far, and his route was fixed. There were only a few streets and alleys to and fro. His name was Lu Chuan. Through some unknown connections, he bought several young girls from the capital's musical house one after another as servants. He hid his mistresses in that secluded house. But to be honest, in terms of appearance, those beautiful maids were actually not as good as their master. Lu Chuan asked the teacher of the nearby school, Mr. Zhong, for a good-looking female spy of Nanyuan Kingdom as a bridge for him to pass messages to the imperial court. This way, he would not have to fly between the house and the imperial palace, which would embarrass the royal family of Nanyuan Kingdom. At dawn today, Lu Chuan walked out of the house, closed his folding fan, and gently tapped his palm. When he turned the corner of the street, a woman soon came out of a silk shop and carefully walked to Lu Chuan's side. She did not dare to look at this rare noble young master. She was afraid that one day she would fall too deeply in love with him and even abandon the country's righteousness. Men in the world loved beauty, but women were not the same. Who didn't want to see some pleasing scenery? This veteran spy, who had once penetrated the hinterland of the Great Wall, was dressed in the clothes of a well-to-do woman. She said softly, "Young Master Lu, the latest list of the top 10 has been released by Jingyang Lu. It will be spread throughout the 4 countries. But this time, there is no detailed ranking, which is a bit strange. Our government office thinks that there are too many newcomers on the list, and there is no record of each other, so we can't give the exact ranking for the time being." Lu Chuan looked forward and smiled. "Tell me." The woman's voice was soft. "In addition to young Master Lu and our imperial tutor, there is also Master Yu Zheni of Lake Mountain Sect, Sword Immortal Lu Fang of Bird's Eye View Peak, Dragon General Tang Thierry who left us not long ago, Armed Sage Cheng Yuanshan, and the former old Zen Master of White River Temple who has returned to the secular world. The other 4 are all fresh faces." Jingyang Lu gave us a general background and how they did it. Lu Chuan nodded. "Tell me." There was a young Taoist who appeared by a lake for the first time. He was nameless and crazy. He kept saying something that no one could understand. A scholar in a green robe who expelled the hairpin man from the Spring Tide Palace, about 30 years old, seemed to be proficient in immortal spells, and threatened to compete with the great Grandmaster Yu Zheni 3 years later. A tall old man who called himself the ancestor of the necromancers of the Nanyuan Kingdom, dressed and spoke in the style of the early days of our Nanyuan Kingdom. This person is now rushing to the Nanyuan Kingdom, saying that he has completed the Emperor's secret order and has taken in more than 10 disciples along the way. A bare-handed middle-aged warrior with a dwarf-like body appeared on the border of the Great Wall. Killing was his second nature, and his temperament was eccentric. Wherever he went, he killed indiscriminately, and the innocent people who died at his hands numbered in the hundreds. The grassland's 400 elite cavalrymen besieged this person, and he killed all of them. The woman said again, "In addition to young master, there are 10 people in the world, and 10 people on the sublist. Our prince and the hairpin man Zhu Shi are among them." Lu Chuan waved his folding fan. "There is no need to elaborate on this, it is meaningless. In the future, those who have the chance to squeeze out of the top 10 will not appear on the sublist so early." The woman tactfully stopped. Lu Chuan walked on a street that had recovered its bustling market. Earlier, there were people here who confronted the great grandmasters from all sides, and fought fiercely. The noise was so great that the people in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom noticed it. Now, it had become a sacred place in the martial arts world that foreign Jianghu people must come here to pay their respects. However, these Jianghu heroes and sect masters knew that there must be spies and informants of the Nanyuan Kingdom here, so they did not dare to be rash. Generally, they left after walking through the street. Previously, There were people of the devil cult who took this opportunity to sneak around and sound out the house that was very closely related to the devil cult. Without exception, they were all cleaned up by Lu Chuan. They either had their heads twisted off, or they each did something for him and left the vicinity of the house alive to cast a net. All of a sudden, the three factions of the devil cult, which had fallen apart, heard about this person. He wanted to reorganize the factions and gave them a deadline. If they didn't go to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom to kowtow to him, he would go to their door one by one and wipe out the three factions of the devil cult. This guy was so arrogant that he even sent people to tell them that the devil cult was facing a calamity of extermination. The three factions should unite against a common enemy to have a chance of survival. It was still early and there were not many people on the street. The smoke in the market was not heavy. Lu Chuan walked in the street and looked up at the sky. The weather is going to change. Could it be that the blessed land of lotus flowers was going to turn into a small cave? How many immortal coins would it cost? The Abbey Dean's wealth was really bottomless. Lu Chuan turned into a small alley and happened to meet the child who went to study in the private school, Cao Qinglang. Lu Chuan stopped and asked with a smile, "Why are you early today?" Cao Qinglang blushed a little and said, "Brother Lu, yesterday I went to the government office to get some money. Last night I wanted to eat wontons from a stall. It's a little far, so I have to go early. Brother Lu, do you want to go with me?" Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. "I don't like to eat wontons. You go by yourself." Cao Qinglang said goodbye and trotted away. She stopped and turned around. "By the way, Brother Lu, I bought you a pot of wine on the way home yesterday. It's on the table. Drink by yourself." Lu Chuan nodded. He had the key to Cao Qinglang's house. Cao Qinglang turned and ran out of the alley. Cao Qinglang would be very serious when talking to others, so she would never run and talk to others at the same time. Lu Chuan walked to the house and opened the door. There was a pot of wine on the table in the main room. 7 silver coins was not cheap for Cao Qinglang, who had to think for half a night just to eat a bowl of wontons. Lu Ju took the wine pot and sat on a stool outside the threshold. With a twist of his wrist, a little worm that emitted the mellow aroma of wine appeared in his palm. He opened the wine pot and threw the little worm called the liquor worm into the pot. Then, he slowly waited for the wine in the pot to settle down at an extremely fast speed. It was equivalent to the mellow taste of wine that had been stored in a cellar for decades. Lu Chuan gently shook the wine pot in his hand and smiled. Lu Chuan went straight to the point when he found Cao Qinglang for the first time. "My name is Lu Chuan. I'm Chen Ping'an's friend. We've been through life and death together." The child's eyes lit up immediately. Later, Lu Chuan told her something about Chen Ping'an. Cao Qinglang called him Brother Lu. Then, Lu Qiong got the key to this lonely house. Once, Lu Chuan asked Cao Qinglang with a smile, "Do you want to be like Chen Ping'an?" "Yes." "Do you want to be better than Chen Ping'an?" "No." "You don't dare to think about it. Do you think it's too difficult?" "I just don't want to." After chatting with Cao Qinglang that day, Lu Chong, who had taken the key but did not open the door himself, often came to sit here. Sometimes, when Cao Qinglang was in the private school, and sometimes, when Cao Qinglang was studying at home in the morning. In the beginning, Lu Chong would bring some fine food for breakfast for Cao Qinglang, who needed to make some porridge by herself. However, after eating it twice, Cao Qinglang finally could not hold it in for the third time. With a serious expression, she told Lu Chong that with the money he received from the yamen, he had enough money for school expenses, rice, oil, and salt. Lu Chuan patiently listened to Cao Qinglang's heartfelt words and asked with a smile, "Then you won't be able to eat the food from these century-old shops in the future? Won't you regret it?" Cao Qinglang was a little embarrassed and said with a blushing smile, "If I'm really greedy and can't help it, I'll tell you." Lu Chuan laughed and said no problem. But after that, until today, the only thing Cao Qinglang craved was a bowl of wonton that he could afford. So Lu Chuan was a little happy today. In such a small place like the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he found Cao Qinglang who was very similar to that guy. Interesting. Lu Chuan finally felt that this trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land had given birth to some vigor in his heart. When he returned to the house, there were girls of different sizes. Everywhere in the courtyard was spotless. The roads were all paved with bamboo and polished by the maidservants until they were as bright as mirrors. Along the way, 3 maidservants who were freed from suffering because of Lu Chuan greeted Lu Chuan, their benefactor and master, one after another. The way they greeted him was a little strange. It was some words of praise that Lu Chuan asked them to pluck from books. The 3 young maidservants were originally the daughters of officials in the musical house, so they were not unfamiliar with poems and essays. Now the old house had a lot of books, so it was not difficult for them to read. So some people said that the young master's poems were like the first blooming hibiscus, naturally cute. Some beautiful maidservants said that the young master's temperament was like the sail of the East Sea, beautiful in the wind. Some maidservants said that the young master's appearance was like the orchid tree, shining in the courtyard. Lu Chuan laughed heartily. Along the way, Lu Chuan took off his boots and walked in the crowd. Finally, he leaned on a simple and elegant Ahat couch. Some beautiful maidservants wanted to come forward to serve him, but Lu Chuan waved his hand to drive them away. He sniffed the wine pot and took a sip of the wine. Although the wine tasted much better than the wine in the lotus flower-blessed land, it could not be compared with the wine of the immortals in the world. Lu Chuan threw the wine pot with a rare wine worm at the bottom on the table in the distance. It was steady and did not spill a drop of wine. Half a day later, in the joyful singing and laughter in the house, the lotus flower-blessed land was surging. It was like this in the Jianghu, even more so in the court and battlefield. Lu Chuan was teaching a smart maidservant how to make tea. A beautiful maidservant said that there was an old Confucian outside the house. Lu Chuan put down what he was doing and went to greet the old Confucian in person. According to Cao Qinglang, although Mr. Zhong was strict, he taught everyone in the school well and was patient. Outside the door was the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu. His expression was not good. He refused the invitation to enter the house and said that he would leave after he finished talking at the door. Lu Chuan smiled. "I'm all ears." Zhong Qiu said in a low voice, "Young Master Lu, although you have good intentions, you are spoiling things by pulling up seedlings." Lu Chuan pretended to be surprised. "What do you mean?" Zhong Qiu said angrily, "Young Master Lu, you dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it." Lu Chuan opened his folding fan and gently fanned himself. He was elegant and elegant. "May I ask, Teacher Zhong, where did I go wrong?" Zhong Qiu took a deep breath. This Lu Chuan had taught Cao Qinglang a lot of so-called worldly affairs and principles in the past 6 months. If Zhong Qiu had not accidentally seen Cao Qinglang arguing with her classmates at the school today, he would not have known that Lu Chuan had taught Cao Qinglang so many miscellaneous knowledge. What about hating people and laughing people but not having them? What about being a good person being difficult? The difficulty was that there were few good people who truly understood that a gentleman did not ask for repayment. Therefore, such good people were the easiest to become bad people. What about the good people who opened porridge shops to help refugees? It was true that they were doing good deeds, but the poor who received alms to eat porridge and eat biscuits were also the good people of these rich families. Apart from these, there were also a lot of nonsensical knowledge. Even Zhong Qiu, who was known for his knowledge, had never heard of it. What about Taoism's military tactics, Moism's mechanical techniques, Yao's 100 herbs tempering golden body, reverse aging and restoring nascent soul? Fortunately, Cao Qinglang did not hide anything from the teacher when he asked her about it in a pleasant manner. She told him everything that she had learned. Zhong Qiu calmed himself down and said slowly, "What's Cao Qinglang's nature like?" Lu Chuan thought for a moment. "Pure and kind." Zhong Qiu asked again, "What's Cao Qinglang's talent like?" Lu Chuan sighed. "Not bad." Zhong Qiu asked again, "How old is Cao Qinglang this year?" For the first time, Lu Chuan felt a little guilty. Zhong Qiu sighed. "Being a human is not like learning martial arts. If you can endure hardships, you will be able to move forward quickly. It's just a matter of speed. It's not like you banished immortals who cultivate Taoism and have good talent. It's not even like us old Confucian scholars who pursue knowledge. If you want to go higher, you can pursue everything. Being a human is the most important thing, especially for a child as old as Cao Qinglang. Being honest and simple is the most important thing. Reading books at a young age is difficult, but it's okay if you don't understand. Writing is crooked, but it's also okay if you don't write well. But I, Zhong Qiu, dare to say that the Confucian classics in this world may not be perfect, but it's still the most infallible knowledge. The more Cao Qinglang reads, the more secure she will be when she grows up. How can a child at her age accept so much complicated knowledge all at once? Lu Chuan put away his folding fan and bowed apologetically. Lu Chuan knows his mistake. Zhong Qiu sighed and snorted. If Chen Pinggan stayed by Cao Qinglang's side, he would never have done what you did. Lu Chuan raised his head. Instead of being angry, he smiled happily. Teacher Zhong's teachings have benefited me greatly. To express my gratitude, I'll send you a big jar of good wine later. It'll definitely be a celestial brew that has never been seen in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Zhong Qiu said in a low voice, "Forget it." Zhong Qiu turned and left. Lu Chuan suddenly smiled and asked, "If Chen Pinggan invited you to drink, Zhong Qiu, what would you do?" Zhong Qiu seemed to have been angered by this banished immortal. Without turning his head, he said, "His alcohol tolerance is not enough. I'll knock him out in a few rounds." Lu Chuan looked at the back of the green-robed figure that was gradually disappearing and sighed. The essence of Taoism was nothing more than one's life. Great seer! If he was born in the vast world, this old teacher Zhong would be amazing. Walking on the official road outside the county town, there were many people dressed in fresh clothes and riding horses because it was spring outing season. If it was an ordinary horse carriage, the dust raised would not be too big. However, if there was a group of riders galloping, the pedestrians on both sides would suffer. Pei Qian ate a lot of dust and her clothes were dusty. She was so angry that she quickly took out a fragrant pear from her sling bag and bit off half of it. Only then did she calm down. Pei Qian did not dare to ask her master if she could take away the celestial fruits that 100 Flowers Park in changed every day. Instead, it was Chen Pinggan who asked the inn's manager and found out that guests could take away the fruits. Only then did he take away all the plates in the rooms and take them away. Then, Chen Pinggan gave Pei Qian a fragrant pear and a handful of dates to eat on the way. At this moment, there were a few men and women on horseback on the official road. Fortunately, Pei Qian had already turned around and held the remaining half of the fragrant pear with both hands. Chen Pinggan reached out and waved the dust away. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Remember to leave the core of the pear." Pei Qian finished eating the pear and put the core into the bag. She asked, "Master, do you think these guys on horseback are abominable? They are really capable and like to show off." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's just some dust. It's not abominable." Pei Qian thought about it and probably did not understand. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "In the future, when it's your turn to roam Jianghu, do you want to ride a horse? Do you want to whip the horse and shout that I'm coming?" Pei Qian suddenly understood, "That's true." Chen Pinggan rubbed Pei Qian's little head and said softly, "In the future, when you roam Jianghu for the first time, don't be disappointed. In Jianghu, you can always meet good people who will treat you to good wine." Pei Qian muttered softly, "But if I walk at night, I will meet ghosts. I'm afraid." Chen Pinggan was amused and laughed. "At that time, you will be riding on a fine horse. Master will prepare a blade for you to subdue demons and devils. Demons and ghosts should be afraid of you." Pei Qian obediently said, "Master, I need a blade and a sword. Then I have a donkey. It's fine if I run slowly." Along the way, Chen Pinggan and his group were at a secluded place by the river to cook. There were people in the distance who were hesitating, as though they were at a loss as to whether they should come over or not. But in the end, they decided to come closer to Chen Pinggan. When they were about 20 steps away, the man stopped and looked at the white-robed young man who still had a sword on his back. He spoke in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent and asked, "Young master, can we discuss something?" Chen Pinggan nodded his head, "Speak." The man walked closer and asked, "I wonder if young master has heard of the incense vendor?" Chen Pinggan laughed, "I know a little." "Which Taoist temple in Qingluan country are you an incense vendor?" Mountain incense or water incense? The man heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this young immortal master was a particular person. He knew to call him an incense vendor, which was more pleasing to the ear. He was also an expert. His eyesight was indeed not bad. Although this group of people were traveling on foot, their immortal aura could not be faked. Incense vendors were a kind of business in the mountains and swamps. They ran errands and helped the ancestral temples or daoist temples of the mountains and swamps. They acted as lobbyists and invited the big pilgrims who wanted to spend a lot of money to offer incense. Generally speaking, incense vendors would carry a certain amount of divine incense with them. This kind of divine incense made by the Taoist temple and Taoist monk was not cheap. After Qi cultivators burned the incense, they could calm their mind and absorb the aura faster. As for ministers and officials, they would burn this kind of incense and worship their ancestors in their family temple. It was said that they could accumulate good karma for their descendants. There was a difference in quality and price. Mountain incense was produced by the Mountain God Temple and Wuyue Temple. Water incense naturally came from the Hebo and Water God temples. Chen Pinggan had a deep impression of the incense vendor that Kui Dongshan mentioned before. The man pointed at the nearby river and laughed. "It's the water incense from the Hebo temple." Chen Pinggan put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his hands and stood up. He walked towards the man and asked, "If I want to buy incense, how much snow would it cost?" The man said, 3 incense sticks and 1 piece of snow would cost money. Pei Qian's eyes widened. 1 piece of snow would cost 1,000 taels of silver. Chen Pinggan bought 3 sets of water incense and handed them to the man. The man handed Chen Pinggan 3 quaint long wooden boxes, each containing 3 incense sticks. Originally, after buying incense, there was no need to go to the ancestral temple immediately. It could be done at any time. It was not a problem to burn incense elsewhere. Other than the differences between mountains and rivers, as long as one did not pay respect to the water god after buying the mountain incense, it was fine to go to any Taoist temple. It was still a good thing to pay respect to the ancestors, civil and military temples, city god pavilion and so on. Chen Pinggan still asked the man to wait for a while. He then asked Pei Qian and the rest to finish their meal before they set off for the Hebo temple. On the way, Pei Qian asked softly, "Master, if we walk like this, we will take a detour." However, Pei Qian soon felt that he had asked a useless question. It seemed that his master often did this. As long as it was a scenic spot or a good scenery, as long as they were not in a hurry, his master would walk and stop. They had taken a lot of unnecessary detours. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked into the distance. He was silent. In the warm spring breeze, the young man in white walked slowly with his sleeves fluttering. He murmured, "I want to see more." 389. It would take about an hour to go to the Hebo temple to offer incense. It wasn't close. Chen Pinggan didn't think much of it, but the man who offered the incense felt a little guilty. However, he was even more curious about the origins of this group of people. An old farmer sees barnyard grass when he goes down the field, a woodcutter sees good firewood when he goes up the mountain. Since they rely on the mountain to live off the mountain and the river to live off the water, then different professions would see different things in their eyes. This man was a cultivator from the mountains and lakes, and was also the one who offered the incense. He would see more cultivators in his eyes. Moreover, Qingluan country and most of the territories of the Aquarius continent were not the same. They had a very close relationship with the mountains, and the imperial court had never purposely raised the status of the immortal sects. There were many conflicts on the mountain and under the mountain, and the emperor of the Tang family had always displayed considerable courage and toughness. This made Qingluan country, especially the rich and powerful families, very familiar with the supernatural and the spiritual beings of the mountains and lakes. Therefore, the people of Qingluan had always thought highly of themselves. Now, there were also countless noble families that entered Qingluan country. In addition to this debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Qingluan country's limelight in the southeast of the Aquarius continent was unparalleled. The man's cultivation base was really shallow, only at the 3rd realm. Occasionally, when his wallet was full, he would invite 2 or 3 friends to drink and chat. He realized that the sense of superiority of being a citizen of Qingluan was actually not the least bit inferior to being a qi cultivator. This was probably the feeling of home and country. However, the man didn't dare to guarantee that when he became one of the middle 5 realm immortals, he wouldn't be the same as those immortal masters. However, the beautiful vision was too far away. The road under his feet had to be taken step by step, and the rice in his bowl had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. For example, right now, he needed to try his best to rope in this group of foreigners. The leader of the group was a young man with a sword and a bamboo box on his back. There was no doubt that his footsteps were light and his bearing was stern. He should be from the immortal master Fu Ji. However, his real roots should be from the rich and powerful families. Moreover, it was not too early for them to cultivate on the mountain. Otherwise, the man had seen many young immortals who did not come from good backgrounds. They were born in a good family, so they had excellent qualifications. When they were young, they had obtained the opportunity to cultivate Taoism early and were given to some wandering masters or some big immortal sects who were in charge of finding good seedlings. At first glance, they could reach the sky in a single bound. However, the acquired temperament of these young cultivators was indeed like little immortals who lived in the clouds and drank dew. Every time they went down the mountain to travel, they would sharpen their Taoist heart in the mortal world. Perhaps they were not aggressive to anyone, but they were rarely approachable. Whether they were facing high-ranking officials, dignitaries, generals, ministers, or heroes in Jianghu, they treated everyone equally. The charcoal little girl with a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword was most likely the younger generation of the young man's family. She looked very smart. As for the 2 short old men, they were most likely the retainers and guards who protected them when they traveled in Jianghu. While the man was sizing them up and guessing their identities, Chen Pinggan was telling Pei Qian some inside stories about Hebo, a first-class mountain god, in the elegant language of Tong Yezhou. Although Hebo and Grandma He were gods recognized by the imperial court and could enjoy the worship of the local people, their ranks were very low. They were equivalent to the officials who were not in the clear stream in the officialdom. They were not on the golden jade archives of the mountain gods. However, compared to those wild and obscene temples that violated the etiquette system, no matter how big the latter was or how small the former was, the latter was still more envied by the immortal master Fu Ji. The latter was like an attic in the sky. Without the worship, it would be cut off. Its golden body would rot and it would just wait for death. Moreover, there was no promotion. It was easy for it to become the target of the immortal master Fu Ji. As for Hebo and Grandma He, even if the feng shui of a place was gone and the worship of Hebo and Grandma He was sparse, as long as the imperial court still existed and was willing to help, the position of the god could be changed. With the worship of Hebo and Grandma He, their golden body could be repaired. When they arrived at the Hebo ancestral temple, which occupied an area of over 10 acres, the temple attendant soon came out to greet them. He personally explained to Chen Pinggan and the others about the stories of Master Hebo, as well as some poems and calligraphy inscriptions on the walls. On their way to the main hall to worship, the temple attendant also hinted to Chen Pinggan that as long as he spent 3 to 5 snowflakes, he would be able to leave his calligraphy on a few snow-white walls. The price would be calculated according to the quality of the location, and he would be able to leave his calligraphy on a few snow-white walls. The price would be calculated according to the quality of the location, and he would be able to leave his calligraphy for future generations. The ancestral temple would be carefully protected from the wind and rain. Then there was the matter of worship, as well as the lighting of the everlasting lamp. These were all good things to make friends. However, these were all up to Chen Pinggan. The temple would never force him. The man who delivered the incense looked a little embarrassed, but he did not get involved. The temple attendant reminded him several times with his eyes to say a few good words for him, but the man still could not open his mouth. Although he was doing a business that did not match his identity as a qi cultivator, perhaps he was a simple and honest man who could not say good words, so he just pretended not to see the temple attendant's eyes. Chen Pinggan gave 3 incense sticks to Pei Qian and Zhu Lian, except for Sharu. After all, She was an otherworldly item of a female ghost living in the remains of an immortal. He did not want to offend her. After offering the incense, the temple attendant felt that it was impossible to add a few more incense money. However, he did not change his expression because of this. Although he was regretful, he was still polite. He even invited Chen Pinggan and the others to his abode to have a cup of tea. The man who delivered the incense had been silent before, but now he opened his mouth and invited Chen Pinggan to drink tea with the temple attendant. He said that since ancient times, river water was not good for brewing tea. However, the river water beside the Hebo ancestral temple was very particular. It contained some water essence, which could be beneficial to the body. The temple attendant was a little angry. In the corridor, while Chen Pinggan and the others were admiring the steely rubbing in the corridor, the temple attendant was a little behind and secretly kicked the man. He was a little too biased. The man seemed to be used to this and laughed. Chen Pinggan politely declined the temple attendant's invitation to drink tea. He only asked Pei Qian, "Do you want to write on the wall?" Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. 3 to 5 pieces of snow cost money. Why didn't the temple attendant just rob the money? If it was converted into silver, it would be enough to smash Pei Qian to death. She was not willing to let her master spend this money. The wooden harrier bought from the kite shop in the county town only cost 8 taels of silver, but Chen Pinggan turned his head to look at the old man in the temple and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to help us pick a wall that isn't so conspicuous, the kind that 3 snowflakes spend money on." "Oh right, is there a requirement for the number of words and length?" Pei Qian almost dropped the mountain walking stick in her hand. She grabbed Chen Pinggan's sleeve and shook her head like a rattledrum. The temple attendant hurriedly said, "If not for the wall with the best feng shui here, 3 pieces of snow cost money. Even if you write on the wall, it would be fine." Afterwards, the temple attendant quickly led the way. He asked the man to help greet the people in the ancestral temple to quickly prepare the brush and ink. While waiting for the brush and ink to be brought back, the temple attendant's smile was somewhat self-satisfied. He pointed to a scholar's poem on the wall not far away and boasted, "Although this place is at the back and not conspicuous, it is actually our ancestral temple's feng shui treasured land. To speak the truth, I truly felt that there was fate between you and me, so I brought you here. Over there is the calligraphy of our Qingluan country's old assistant minister Liu. This old assistant minister Liu is truly a famous scholar of our Qingluan country, fully deserving of the title of a great scholar. With his semicursive writing, I'm sure that you have already seen the maturity of his skills." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "The strokes are strong and the muscles and bones are strong." This was not because Chen Pinggan was trying to be cultured, but because he had seen many good calligraphy. For example, Li Shisheng, Kui Dongshan, Zhong Kuei. The temple attendant gave a thumbs up. "You are an expert. Your eyes are very good." Chen Pinggan felt a little guilty. It was similar to learning to play chess. In the matter of writing, Chen Pinggan's aptitude was really mediocre. Looking further ahead, he was also not talented in burning porcelain. Pei Qian was even more nervous. The money was definitely going to be spent. It would be a waste not to write. If no one cared, she could not wait to write all over the floor of this Hebo ancestral temple. She could even write on the statue of Hebo. Only then would she feel that it was worth it. However, she was ridiculed by the old chef Zhu Lian as words that crawled like earthworms and walked like chickens and ducks. She was afraid that she would lose her master's face if she wrote on the wall so casually. The man brought over a pen, ink, and inkstone from a familiar youth that was adopted by the Hebo ancestral temple. Pei Qian became more and more nervous. She hurriedly leaned the mountain walking stick against the wall, took off the bag that was leaning against the wall, and took out a book. She planned to quickly extract beautiful sentences from the book. She had a good memory. In fact, she had already memorized it thoroughly. However, at this moment, her little mind was blank. How could she remember even half a sentence? Zhu Lian was gloating on the side. He mocked her in a strange way. He said that she had read for so long and copied so many words. It was a waste. It turned out that she did not read a single word. The sage's book belonged to the sage, But the little fool was still a little fool. Pei Qian did not have time to pay attention to this wicked old chef. She flipped through the book. However, after looking for a while, she felt that it was not good enough. If she really wrote on the wall, it would be a big loss of face. Pei Qian closed the book. With a sad face, she said to Chen Pinggan, "Master, don't you have a lot of bamboo slips full of words? Can you lend me some? I don't know what to write." Chen Pinggan had already taken the writing brush and planned to write a few poems that he liked. However, when he saw Pei Qian's pitiful look, he held back his laughter and handed the writing brush to Pei Qian. "Just write the sentence that you think is the most reasonable in the book. If you really can't think of anything, just write something from your heart. Don't be so nervous. Just copy the book as you usually do." Looking at Chen Pinggan's smile, Pei Qian was a little relieved. She took a deep breath and took the writing brush. Then she raised her head and looked at the snow-white wall. She felt so scared. So she kept looking down and finally slowly squatted down. She actually planned to write at the foot of the wall. There were no demons or ghosts that she was most afraid of, and there was no Kui Dongshan present. Pei Qianlu was so timid that it was rare for the sun to rise from the west. Chen Pinggan remembered an old incident when he was young. It was when he, Liu Xianyang, and the little slug Ji Yu Kan went to the small temple to write with charcoal. Liu Xianyang and Ji Yu Kan wanted to compete with other names. The two of them thought of countless ways to write their names. In the end, they stole a ladder from a family and ran all the way out of the town. After crossing the stone arch bridge to the small temple, they set up the ladder and wrote their names on the highest part of the small temple's wall. It was a ladder that Liu Xianyang stole from a family in Dragon Rider Alley. Ji Yu Kan stole charcoal from her own house. In the end, Chen Pinggan held the ladder. Liu Xianyang wrote the biggest name. Ji Yu Kan didn't know how to write, so Chen Pinggan helped her write it. Chen Pinggan learned how to write the character Kan from his neighbor, Ji Qiu. So Chen Pinggan smiled and pulled her up by the ear. Then he squatted down and let her sit on his neck. "Write it on the highest part. No one can see it." Pei Qian held the writing brush and sat on Chen Pinggan's neck. She scratched her head with one hand and didn't dare to write for a long time. Chen Pinggan also didn't urge her. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Heroine Pei, you can write a person who is firm and unyielding, who will take advantage of the situation and lose money. It's suitable for the situation and realistic. It's the same as the Jianghu heroes in the novel I gave you. After killing the villains, they would shout so and so is here. It's the same principle. Your name will definitely spread far and wide and shake the Jianghu. Maybe when we reach the capital of Qingluan, everyone will salute you and call you Heroine Pei. Wouldn't that be a good story?" Pei Qian turned her head and frowned. "Zhu Lian, if you continue to be like this, I'll cry for you to see." Chen Pinggan lifted his leg and kicked Zhu Lian. He scolded with a smile, "You're old and disrespectful. You only know how to bully Pei Qian." Zhu Lian laughed and nodded. "Since young master says so, this old servant will let her go. Every time this fellow eats until her stomach is round and round, she's still so picky. This old servant can't stand it." Sharu couldn't stand this old and young pair. For example, in the past, when they occasionally left the main road and crossed mountains and rivers to pass by some mountain villages, they would meet strangers who were barking at them. This girl called Pei Qian would hold a mountain walking stick and dash over to them with a crazy sword technique. Dust would fly up and she would run faster than the dog. The old pervert Zhu Lian was so bored that he helped the little girl block the road. After intercepting the dog that was lying on the ground with its tail between its legs, Pei Qian squatted down and pressed on the dog's head. She glared and asked, "Little brother, what's going on? Aren't you fierce? Quickly apologize to Heroine Pei or I'll hit your dog head." When the villagers and children saw this, they ran over cursing and swearing. Chen Pinggan took the lead and the group began to run after them. Sharu didn't understand. Was there any meaning to this? But that Chen Pinggan, who was usually a serious person, seemed to be running around happily. Not to mention that child Pei Qian, "You're the great demon Kui's husband and a martial grandmaster of the remote travel realm. Aren't you ashamed? Also, when they met a big white goose by the river, the old pervert urged Pei Qian to fight with it. In the end, Pei Qian was chased until she screamed and her butt was pecked many times. She ran to Chen Ping'an's side with sweat all over her head and lamented that it was too powerful and that she couldn't beat it. Chen Ping'an's laughter was no less than Zhu Lian's. Sharu had always felt that she didn't fit in with these three people. She even wondered if it would be better for her to be with Kui Dongshan. At this moment, Pei Qian finally began to write. However, inscribing words on a wall and copying a book on paper were two different things. The first stroke was crooked. Pei Qian gasped and wiped the sweat off her face. Bitterly, she gritted her teeth and finished writing the 4 words, heaven and earth in harmony. However, after writing half a sentence, she leaned back slightly. No matter how she looked at it, it was funny. She simply did not have half of her usual skill of copying a book. She did not need to look at Zhu Lian to know that this old chef was secretly laughing, making fun of her writing that only ghosts and not gods. Pei Qian hesitated and simply ignored the second half of the sentence. She moved the tip of the brush down slightly, dipped it in ink, and wrote, Pei Qian and Master were here. Finished. Pei Qian was satisfied. The words were still not good, but the content was good. They were indeed master and disciple. When Chen Ping'an was on the cliff behind the waterfall at the old sword sage Song Yu's manor, he also wrote the same crappy style. Chen Ping'an didn't force Pei Qian to write more. He put her down and said to Zhu Lian, do you want to write something too? Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and laughed, forget it. I haven't written for so many years. I'll be a joke. Chen Ping'an handed the brush to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian wasn't a shy person. After receiving the brush, he didn't hesitate. With one hand behind his back, he dipped the brush in ink and prepared in his heart. After seeing the little girl's writing skills, the temple attendant, the man who delivered the incense, and Sharu didn't have high hopes for Zhu Lian. Moreover, the stooped old man called himself Old Servant. He was a servant of a rich family. He knew a little about writing and had a rough understanding of writing. How good could he be? Chen Ping'an, however, knew Zhu Lian's background. In Lotus Flower Blessed Land, before Zhu Lian went completely crazy, he was known as Noble Young Master Zhu Lian, Shameful Immortal. Zhu Lian had written a magnificent poem about the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was written in cursive script. The number of words was not many, only about 100. The content was like a gem. As for the words on the wall, they were like moving clouds and flowing water. The temple attendant was someone who knew his stuff. He murmured, gathered like the mountains, scattered like the wind and rain, fast like lightning, agile like an eagle. It's wonderful to the extreme and has already reached the acme of perfection. He's definitely a hidden master of calligraphy. Zhu Lian used a dry brush with light ink, so he dipped little in ink. The style was closely connected and could be said to be written in one breath. Even Sharu had to admit that an old pervert could write such good words. It was really intolerable. Zhu Lian handed the brush back to Chen Ping'an. Young master, Old Servant boldly threw a brick to attract Jade. Please don't laugh at me. Chen Ping'an didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, Zhu Lian, aren't you throwing yourself into the fire? The 3 people in the temple were full of expectation. Chen Ping'an thought that he could only disappoint them. Zhu Lian wasn't throwing a brick to attract Jade. Later, the 3 people in the temple would know what it meant to be in front of the pearl and jade and behind the rubble. Chen Ping'an originally wanted to follow his heart and copy the words on the bamboo slips. Zhu Lian smiled, young master, why don't you write something from your heart? Young master has a gully, you can find another way. There's no need to follow the ancient people everywhere. Chen Ping'an thought for a while. After standing still, he clenched one hand on his abdomen and used the other to write. It was still a regular script. There was nothing outstanding about it, only serious and disciplined. After Chen Ping'an finished writing 2 sentences, there was silence. Chen Ping'an smiled bitterly and returned the brush. The temple attendant and the man who delivered the incense sent them out of Hebo Temple. On the way, the temple attendant mentioned that old assistant minister Liu. He was very worried. It turned out that after this great scholar of Qingluan Kingdom resigned from his position and retired, a strange thing happened at the end of last winter in the Lion's Garden, which was known as one of the top 10 gardens of Qingluan Kingdom. A fox demon caused mischief, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It caused old Assistant Minister Liu's unmarried daughter to fall head over heels in love with it. From a young girl in the prime of her life, she was forcefully bullied into a pitiful person who was only skin and bones by the fox demon. The fox demon with profound skills had a strange and unpredictable temperament. It did not kill people, but it was very literary and was proficient in the knowledge of the 3 religions. Once it sat down and discussed the Tao with old Assistant Minister Liu, it actually made the renowned old Assistant Minister Liu speechless. After that, the old Assistant Minister Liu spent all of his family's fortune and hired many immortals from the mountains to go to his home to subdue the demon. He did not expect that all the sects, many old immortals from the mountains, immortal masters, and even some unreputable but highly skilled cultivators from the mountains and lakes, without exception, were toyed with by the fox demon. They were either robbed of their weapons or stole their spiritual weapons and magic weapons. They even had to privately beg their grandparents to get the weapons back from the fox demon. Chen Pinggan had seen this matter in the Imperial Bulletin on the Mountain of the 100 Flowers Garden, an immortal inn in the prefecture city. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. The Imperial Bulletin also had the reward of the Lion's Garden. No matter who it was, as long as they could drive the fox demon away, old Assistant Minister Liu was willing to offer up 3 ancestral antiques with both hands. As they approached the gate of the ancestral temple, the man who handed them the incense could not help but sigh. Old Assistant Minister Liu is a rare good and upright official. His family style is very good. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to have interacted with a child of the Liu family. That young scholar was indeed gentle and courteous. From this, it can be seen that the Liu family style is upright. The attendant in the temple sighed and said, "That's right. Look at the child of the Liu family who is the county magistrate near us. In the past 4 years, he has been diligent and has done many practical things. We have seen all of this with our own eyes. If the scholar of the Liu family that you met was only well educated, this county magistrate is a true man of the world and helping the people. Alas, I don't know how the Lion's Garden is doing now. I hope that the fox demon has been driven away." Hearing this, Pei Qian's hair stood on end. He almost took out the talisman and put it on his forehead. Zhu Lian smiled playfully. "All right, you want us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens?" Sharu naturally hoped that the less trouble, the better. A fox demon that can stir up trouble in the capital region definitely has a high cultivation base. What if it is a Jindan Earth immortal great demon, and Zhu Lian deliberately set her up and chose to stand by and do nothing? Do they really want her to block knives and magic weapons for the impulsive Chen Pinggan? From beginning to end, Chen Pinggan did not interrupt. After walking out of the gate, he clasped his hands and bid farewell to the attendant in the temple. Then they continued on their way to the capital of the Qingluan Kingdom. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "A wise man's house is overshadowed by ghosts." Zhu Lian smiled and nodded, "That's right." After Chen Pinggan and the others left, in the temporarily empty River Earl Ancestral Temple, an elegant scholar with an ethereal figure and flowing golden light walked out of the statue. He came to the corridor of the 4th entrance and stood under the wall. The attendant in the temple was a little flustered. He earnestly advised, "Master River Earl, there are not many incense offerings now. Don't stay for too long. If the gods of the mountains and rivers wanted to appear in the world with their golden bodies, they needed the support of pure incense offerings." The gods of the mountains and the incense offerings were flourishing. Naturally, it did not matter. However, this little River Earl ancestral temple must be carefully planned. The middle-aged Master River Earl, who looked like a Confucian scholar, smiled. He showed a relieved expression that had not been seen for a long time. He turned to look at the sky and said happily, "My temple is too small. The teacher is too bold. The little River Earl is drunk as if he is drinking wine. How fortunate, how fortunate, how fortunate." The attendant in the temple was at a loss and did not know what to say. However, he found that the Master River Earl, who had always been worried, was not only in high spirits, but also flowing with golden light, which seemed to be more condensed than before. The attendant in the temple suddenly turned his head and looked at the wall again. He was not looking at the cursive script. He was looking at the two sentences that were written in regular script. The moon in the sky, the moon in the human world, the moon on the shoulder while carrying books to study, the moon in the eyes when climbing high, the water in the bamboo basket is broken and round again. The wind in the mountains, the wind by the water, the wind under the feet when riding a sword, the wind when flipping books in the sage study, the wind when the duckweed meets when the wind blows. 390. There were many luxurious carriages and horses on the official road, as well as some weirdos in distinctive attire. Apart from the muddle-headed Pei Qian, who could only see that they were rich, Chen Pinggan and the other two had better foresight than the incense-bearer. Nowadays, there were many qi cultivators in Qinghuan country who were traveling and involved in muddy waters. Pei Qian was probably still worried about spending money on the incense-bearer and inscription. His spirit had not recovered yet, and he was sickly. Of course, it was also possible that he was guilty of his worst handwriting. Zhu Lian did not mock Pei Qian this time. Thus, the journey was relatively quiet, which made Sharu feel uncomfortable. According to the normal route, they would not pass by the lion garden haunted by the fox spirit. Chen Pinggan reached the fork in the road leading to the lion garden. Without any hesitation, he chose to go straight to the capital. This made Sharu feel relieved. If she had a capricious master who liked to fight all the injustice in the world, she would cry to death. The Lion Garden was the private residence of Senior Assistant Minister Liu. It was a famous garden in the southwest of the capital. The Liu family was a scholarly family and had been officials for many generations. The Lion Garden had been built by generations of Liu family members. It was not because of Senior Assistant Minister Liu's meteoric rise in power that the Lion Garden was built overnight. Thus, when it came to incorruptibility, the Liu family had nothing to criticize. There was once a busybody who specially collected poems and essays written by generations of scholars describing the scenery of the Lion Garden. After collecting them into a book, the engravings were excellent. It was said that it sold well in bookstores everywhere. However, after they had traveled more than 10 miles, the incense-bearer from the Hebo temple caught up with them and gave them 2 items, saying that they were for the temple. One was a bamboo incense tube with exquisite carvings. Judging from its size, it was filled with a lot of water and incense. The other was the collection of poems from the Lion Garden. Chen Pinggan did not immediately accept the gifts from the Hebo temple. He caressed the sword-cultivating gourd at his waist. The man spoke frankly with sincerity in his eyes. "I know this is forcing your hand, but to be honest, if possible, I still hope that young Master Chen can help the Lion Garden. Firstly, the fox spirit does not harm people. 7 or 8 groups of immortals went to subdue it, and without exception, their lives were not in danger. Secondly, if young Master Chen is not willing to help, you can go to the Lion Garden as a sightseeing tour. When the time comes, act according to your abilities and decide whether you want to help or not." Zhu Lian sneered. "What? You want to use morality to suppress my young master?" The man smiled bitterly and said, "How would I dare to be so insatiable? I'm even more unwilling to do such a thing. It's just that I've met young Master Chen and thought of that scholar Liu. I've always felt that the two of you are similar in temperament. Even if you've met by chance, you'd be able to get along well. I heard that this bastard son of the Liu family, for the sake of the saying in the book, where there are demons, there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword, specially went on a long journey to find the so-called wandering celestial master of Mount Longhu. In the end, he went to the kingdom of Qingshan and met with a disaster. When he came back, he was already crippled and thus his career was cut off." Chen Pinggan suddenly took the incense tube and book from the man's hand, nodded and said, "I can only say that I will go take a look, I can't guarantee that I will make a move." The man cupped his fists and smiled. "That's for the best." This incense-bearer walked back to the River Earl Temple, and didn't say anything. He then led Chen Pinggan to the Lion Garden. Zhu Lian sneered and said, A person who only makes a small profit, instead of working hard to earn money, he has to learn from that swordsman's ancient and warm-hearted heart. He really doesn't do proper work. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, the ancient and warm-hearted heart doesn't distinguish between people. Sharu's face was expressionless, but in her heart, she hated that River Earl temple to the core. The group of people had to turn back for more than a mile, then turn off the official road and go to the Lion Garden. Pei Qian asked in a small voice, Master, when I go to the Lion Garden, can I stick the talisman on my forehead? Chen Pinggan nodded and reminded her, of course you can, but remember to stick the light-raising talisman, don't stick the pagoda demon-subduing talisman, otherwise I'm afraid that Master will have to make a move even if he doesn't want to. Pei Qian loudly agreed. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, since you're so afraid, why don't you just stop Master from going to the Lion Garden? Pei Qian was startled, then she smiled brightly and said, children can't say anything about adult matters. Chen Pinggan laughed heartily and patted her little head. Zhu Lian clicked his tongue and said, Heroine Pei is good, your bootlicking skills are unparalleled in the world. Pei Qian coldly snorted and said, one who stays with ink will be stained black, didn't I learn it from you? Master wouldn't have taught me this. Zhu Lian chuckled and said, then you've already surpassed your master. Pei Qian cupped his fists and returned the greeting, I don't dare. Compared to Elder Zhu's godly bootlicking skills, this junior is far inferior. Zhu Lian cupped his fists in return. Not at all. The younger generation will surpass us in time. With the interruptions from this pair of clowns, the trip to the Lion Garden this time was leisurely and carefree, without any worries or worries. They were close to the Lion Garden that was located in the kernel. If they didn't include the slender stream and the yellow muddy path, they could actually be said to be surrounded by mountains on all sides. Chen Pinggan sighed and said, if I had known earlier, I would have borrowed a peaceful and safe card from Kui Dongshan. Zhu Lian was puzzled and said, isn't the Dali Iron Cavalry currently stationed in the middle of Aquarius continent? With Guanhu Academy in a standoff with them, it's not a foregone conclusion whether they can successfully move south. Otherwise, the Song clan wouldn't have to go through so much trouble in Old Dragon City and even need to invite Du Marrow from the Tongyi sect. This is a move that invites a wolf into the house, it will easily arouse public anger in Aquarius continent. In the history of Lotus Flower-blessed land, there were countless military and separatist forces that ultimately lost the foundation of their country for the sake of immediate benefits. Chen Pinggan explained, the history of Lotus Flower-blessed land is actually not quite the same. Dallas plans for a continent need to be more stable, only then can they have such a great layout from a strategically advantageous position today. I don't mind telling you about this matter so that you can roughly understand how far-reaching Dallas layout is. Previously, after Kui Dongshan left the 100-Flower Garden Inn, someone came to visit. Do you know about this? Zhu Lian nodded and said, I'm afraid it's some secret matter. This old servant will stay in his room. Chen Pinggan patted Pei Qian's head and said with a smile, first, tell Zhu Lian about the origin of the peaceful and safe card. After Pei Qian learned about the function of the peaceful and safe card, she was determined to get it. She thought that she must save up money and buy one for herself as soon as possible. In the beginning, the peaceful and safe card was the military amulet of Marshall Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, the two military ancestral halls of Aquarius continents north and south. It was used to protect the military disciples of the two mountains who went down the mountain to gain experience. Of course, the Dali dynasty was the first choice for the cultivators of Marshall Mountain to go down the mountain to join the army. In addition, Ruan Qiong, the military sage of Wind Snow Temple, entered the Lizhu cave and became the presiding sage. Later, she directly established a sect in Longquan County. This was not a decision that was made overnight, which meant that the Song clan had been in contact with Wind Snow Temple for a long time. Gradually, the peaceful and safe card gradually became the top life-saving talisman of the entire Dali dynasty. Back then, the hero of the school of Moism, Shu Ruo, the man who could easily block the sword of Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, gave a jade tablet each to the boy in green and the girl in pink beside Chen Pinggan. At that time, Chen Pinggan only felt that it was precious and the gift was very big. But now looking back, he still underestimated Shu Ruo's generosity. After listening to Pei Qian's background on the peaceful and safe card, Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Next, young master, you can add the finishing touch." Chen Pinggan secretly said to Zhu Lian using telepathy, "The man who went to the inn to look for me is a spy of the Dali dynasty. He holds a peaceful and safe card, the second highest grade of the Dali dynasty." Zhu Lian instantly understood. "I understand." Although the Qingluan country was prosperous and its national strength was not weak, it was stronger than Qingshan, Cloud Sky, and the other countries. But when compared to the entire Aquarius continent, it was still a small place. Compared to those big dynasties, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small country. So this meant that the Dali dynasty had long set their eyes on the Qingluan country. Moreover, it was extremely important and regarded it as a place that must be fought for. Then, the few waves of aristocratic families that were affected by the flames of war in the central part of the Aquarius continent, the scholars migrated south, and the people dressed in clothes went south. It was just a trap that the Dali had long planned. This Qingluan country was not some utopia to take refuge in. Zhu Lian sighed in admiration. With the power of half a continent, he easily drove the fish into the net, caught them all in one fell swoop, and waited for the fish to be caught. The Dali embroidered tiger is really a good move. No wonder the proud and arrogant Liu Baixiang was most fascinated by this national master of the rainbow cloud chart. Chen Pinggan smiled. Previously, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, or more accurately, half an embroidered tiger, was right in front of him. However, among the 4 people in the painting, only Wei Xian, who was playing the most dangerous chess match, took the opportunity to recognize his identity. Between the towering green mountains and the gurgling green water, the field of vision suddenly opened up. The lion garden with white walls, black tiles, and pointed eaves was located in the wide kernel. It was like a wild orchid, like a fragrant grass beauty. Zhu Lian laughed loudly. "The scenery is absolutely beautiful. Even if I only take this painting in my eyes and hide it in my heart, this trip is already not in vain." Zhu Lian always had some strange views. For example, when he looked at the beautiful scenery, taking it in his eyes was the same as taking it into his sleeves. It was what he liked, and it was also something that belonged to him. Chen Pinggan always felt that something was wrong, but he also felt that it was actually quite good. Chen Pinggan had never treated the 4 people in the painting as puppets. This was due to his own personality, but wasn't it also because the 4 people in the painting each had their own merits? Couldn't Chen Pinggan see them as inanimate objects? Previously, the road could only accommodate 1 carriage. On the way here, Chen Pinggan was very curious. What would happen if 2 carriages met in this 3 to 4 miles of mountain and river path? Who would retreat and who would advance? There was a towering ancient tree by the stream, and the stone cliff was snow-white and jagged. There was a small pavilion nearby, and out walked an elegant old man who looked like a steward, and a young girl dressed in simple and elegant clothes. The 2 walked quickly towards Chen Pinggan and the others. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you immortal masters who came from afar because of the fame?" Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. However, the old man was the first to help. He said to Chen Pinggan, "I believe that young master already knows about the changes in the lion garden. The fox spirit has been appearing very regularly recently. It appears once every 10 days. The last time it appeared to bewitch people's hearts, it has only been half a month. So if young master comes here to admire the scenery, it is actually enough. And the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital will begin in 3 days. The lion garden also doesn't dare to snatch away the beauty and is unwilling to delay the journey of all the immortal masters." Chen Pinggan did not beat around the bush and said, "Then we will disturb you for a few days and see the situation first." The old steward must have seen many immortal masters in this period of time. It was likely that he had received many immortal masters from the mountains and lakes who usually did not show themselves in public. Thus, on the way to the lion garden, he saved a lot of beating around the bush. He directly told Chen Pinggan, who only reported his name and did not mention his sex background, about the current situation in the lion garden. The fox spirit called itself Master Qing. Its cultivation was extremely high and it had all kinds of demonic techniques, making people tired of dealing with it. The root of the disaster was at the market last winter. After this great demon saw the young lady, he was shocked and wanted to become immortal Taoist companions. At first, he brought gifts of money and came to ask for her hand in marriage. At that time, the master did not see through the handsome young man's identity as a fox demon. He only thought that he was a fair and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. He was not angry and only thought that it was the young man's temperament. Thinking that his youngest daughter already had a marriage, he tactfully rejected the young man. The young man then left with a smile. Just when the Lion Garden thought that the matter was over, the young man unexpectedly came again on the 30th day of the new year and said that he wanted to play 10 games with Assistant Minister Liu. If he won, he would marry the young lady and give the entire Liu family and the Lion Garden an immortal fate. Although Assistant Minister Liu was good at talking and was not at a disadvantage even when playing against the chess players of Qingluan country, he naturally would not joke about his daughter's marriage and refused again. After that, the handsome young man came to pester the Lion Garden every other day and the young lady gradually became thinner and thinner. She was so haggard that she could barely walk normally. It was only then that Assistant Minister Liu realized that a disaster was imminent and immediately sent someone to the capital to ask for help. However, that person was like a ghost walking on a wall. Every time he returned to the Lion Garden, he could not walk out of the small mountain road. Fortunately, there was an advisor of the Lion Garden who knew a little about the affairs of the immortals. After a lot of hard work, they finally managed to spread the news of the Lion Garden. First, an old immortal from the Daoist temple in the capital who was on good terms with the Liu family came and successfully broke through the mountain and river maze barrier. He successfully entered the Lion Garden and guarded under the poor young lady's embroidery tower. He set up an altar and drew talismans everywhere. In the end, the next day, the Lion Garden found this highly respected immortal of the Dragon Gate realm with his hands tied and hanging naked on a big tree. After being rescued, the old temple master was extremely ashamed. He only said that the fox demon's cultivation was too high and he was no match for it. After that, groups of Qi cultivators came to expel the fox demon. There were people who admired the chivalry of the Liu family and there were also people who came for the 3 ancestral antiques of Assistant Minister Liu. They were all played by the fox demon until they were in a sorry state. As a result, the fox demon publicly announced to Assistant Minister Liu that it would visit the Lion Garden once every 10 days. Father-in-law only needed to invite guests from all over to fight with him, the future son-in-law, so that the Lion Garden would know how powerful it was. In the future, they would become a family. Today's disaster would definitely be a good story in the future. Chen Pinggan listened quietly. The young lady with some freckles at the tip of her nose was the daughter of the butler of the Lion Garden. The young lady did not speak along the way. Previously, she was probably chatting with her father in the pavilion. Before entering the garden, he glanced at the lantern talisman on Pei Qian's forehead. Chen Pinggan secretly touched it with his finger. The talisman, who was extremely sensitive to the dark qi, did not move. Chen Pinggan did not have the thought of removing the talisman. He was not relaxed. This audacious fox demon must have some unique skills. It might really be a big demon of the Earth Immortal level. There were still 3 groups of cultivators in the Lion Garden. They were waiting for the fox demon to appear in half a day. Including Chen Pinggan, there were 4 groups of cultivators. Chen Pinggan and the rest were led to the collapsed area by the butler of the Liu family, Old Zhao. They were arranged to stay at the 4 corners of the ladies' embroidery building in the Lion Garden. In fact, the fox demon came and went without a trace. This kind of simple arrangement was just to calm people down. On the way to their residences, they enjoyed the pleasant scenery of the Lion Garden. The grand buildings, pavilions, bridges, walls, grass, and trees, the horizontal boards and couplets, all gave people a comfortable feeling of being a genius. If a scholarly family was wealthy and noble, taking a stroll in this private garden, even if they did not interact with people, and there was no zither, chess, calligraphy, wine, or tea, it would still be so pleasing to the eye. There was no gold and jade as the common people imagined. There would not be a few gold carrying poles and a few silver stools at home. The gatekeeper of the Prime Minister was a seventh-ranked official. There were no dogs barking in front of the houses of the aristocratic families. If one did not talk about the difference in power, and only talked about the atmosphere, some of the suddenly rising rich families could not compare to the real aristocratic families. Chen Pinggan and the rest stayed in an elegant small courtyard with a single door. In fact, the location was already past the flower garden and was only 100 steps away from the embroidery building. It was not in line with the customs and etiquette. In some places in the Aquarius continent where Confucianism reigned supreme, they would be extremely particular about women not leaving the house. There was also the so-called family affinity. However, the young lady's life was in danger now. As a father, old Assistant Minister Liu was not a pedantic scholar. Naturally, he did not care about these things. Old Assistant Minister Liu had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter had already married a talented aristocratic family. In the first month, she returned to her parents' home with her husband. Unexpectedly, she could not leave and stayed in the Lion Garden. The other children were also in the same bleak situation. Only the eldest son, as the parent official of a county near the Hebo Temple, did not return home for the new year. Thus, he escaped the calamity. After the incident, old Assistant Minister Liu sent out letters. Among them, there was a letter to his family. The wording was very strict. The eldest son was not allowed to return to the Lion Garden and was not allowed to disregard public duties. Old Assistant Minister Liu's second son was the most pitiful. When he returned, he was already a cripple. Although he was called Old Assistant Minister Liu, Liu Jingting was actually not that old. He was only born a child prodigy and passed the imperial examinations very smoothly. At the age of 18, he was the top scorer and had a meteoric rise in his career. He had been an official for 30 years, and among them, he had been the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights for 12 years. Thus, after he resigned and retired before the age of 50, everyone in the court liked to respectfully call him Old Assistant Minister Liu. Just as Chen Pinggan put down his luggage, Old Assistant Minister Liu personally came to visit. He was an elegant old man with a strong scholarly aura. Although his family had encountered a great calamity, Liu Jingting's expression was still calm. When he conversed with Chen Pinggan, he was cheerful and witty. There was no forced smile on his face. However, the worry and exhaustion between the old man's brows made Chen Pinggan's impression of him better. He had the steadiness of the head of a family and the sincere affection of a father. After sending Liu Jingting to the courtyard, old Assistant Minister Liu smiled and allowed Chen Pinggan to walk around in the Lion Garden. Back in the courtyard, Pei Qian was copying books in the room. The talisman was stuck on his head and he planned to not take it off even when he slept. Sharu felt a little helpless. The courtyard was not big and there were only 3 rooms. The housekeeper of the Lion Garden initially thought that it would not be rude to have 2 elderly retainers squeeze into one room. Who knew that there was a withered female ghost living in the remains of Du Maro? Sharu would rather stay in the courtyard every night until dawn when she was asked to share a room with Zhu Lian. After all, as an otherworldly item, sleeping or not sleeping would not harm her soul and vitality. However, Chen Pinggan said that he wanted her to stay in the main room and he would share a room with Zhu Lian. Sharu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement, thanking him. Zhu Lian's regretful expression made Sharu's heart churn. Zhu Lian turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. Chen Pinggan nodded at him and Zhu Lian stood up to open the door. 6 people walked over from afar. They should be 2 groups of qi cultivators who came to the Lion Garden to subdue demons. They were a couple of cultivators. The man looked older, around 40 years old, while the woman was younger, around 30 years old. They should be at the cave realm. The man carried a long sword in a scabbard made of shark skin. This was a common practice among cultivators. If a qi cultivator carried a sword and traveled, there would be an invisible deterrent force. What if he was a sword cultivator? The woman dressed in palace attire looked like an average person. However, her skin was whiter than snow and gave people a feeling of natural beauty. As for the other 4 people, there were old and young people. Looking at their positions, they were led by a young man with a jade-like face. He was actually a pure martial artist. The other three were true chi cultivators. On the shoulder of the black-robed old man was a lively little fox with bright red fur. The tall young man had a long snake that was as green as a bamboo leaf coiled around his arm. Behind the young man was a beautiful girl who looked like a personal maid. Zhu Lian led them into the courtyard and exchanged pleasantries in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent. The husband and wife were from the Yunxiao country and came from a sect on a mountain. The young man's surname was Dugu and he came from a big dynasty in the central part of the Aquarius continent. The four of them were divided into master and servant, master and disciple. Both sides were good friends who met on the road. Together, they dealt with a group of demons and evil spirits that occupied the mountains and acted as kings. Because of this grand debate between Buddhism and Taoism, both sides traveled to the Qingluan country together. The young man said that there was another person who lived alone in the northeast corner. She was a middle-aged Taoist nun who carried a sword. She spoke the elegant language of the Aquarius continent and it was difficult to understand. She was a little unsociable, so he couldn't get her to come and pay a visit to her fellow Taoist. Chen Pinggan saw them off at the gate of the courtyard again. After returning to the courtyard, he thought of the Taoist nun who carried a sword and said to himself, "It can't be so coincidental." Zhu Lian asked curiously, "Is there a saying?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I once went to a place called the Master Saber Room on the Inverted Mountain in the south of the Soha continent. The second Daoist had a line of Taoists who all used magic sabers. They were called the Taoists of the Master Saber Room. They used to be very famous in the Central Plains. However, they gradually faded out of sight due to their fate similar to that of the mysterious Mohists." Sharu was still indifferent. After Chen Pinggan noticed this detail, he knew that the Taoists of the Master Saber Room were indeed not famous in the Aquarius continent. The reason was simple and laughable. This line of Taoists with magic sabers were all arrogant. Not only did they have high cultivation bases, they were extremely tyrannical and had terrible tempers. They completely looked down on a small place like the Aquarius continent. When Chen Pinggan was on the wall of the Master Saber Room, he saw with his own eyes that someone posted a bounty to kill the Dali vassal King Song Jiangqiang. The reason was that a small place like the Aquarius continent was not qualified to have a martial artist of the 10th realm. Killing him would be considered as an eyesore. Other than that, the imperial tutor Kui Dong and the wanderer Shu Ruo had posted a bounty on the wall. However, Sword Immortal Shu Ruo did it because he had an infatuated woman and his love turned into hatred. As for Kui Dong, it was because his reputation was too bad. After Chen Pinggan told her about the rumors about the Taoists of the Master Saber Room, Sharu's expression finally changed. When Zhu Lian saw Chen Pinggan looking at him with a smile, he hurriedly vowed, "Young master, don't worry. No matter how much this old servant is obsessed with martial arts and no matter how ignorant I am, I will not provoke a female Daoist from another continent who might be the Master Saber Room. Moreover, if she is a beautiful woman, how could Zhu Lian bear to destroy a flower? He would go to the lion garden to pluck flowers and pluck willows to please her. Sigh, now that you mention it, this old servant is really curious. I wonder what that female Daoist looks like." Although Miss Sharu must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive, but after seeing Old Man Du's appearance every day, even if this old servant doesn't judge a book by its cover, I'm really tired of it. Zhu Lian said in annoyance, "Looks like this old servant's realm is still not enough to see through the surface." The hunchbacked old man turned his head and said to Sharu apologetically, "Miss Sharu, please don't worry. I admit that this kind of vulgar vision is not good and I have to change it. If you don't mind, I, Zhu Lian, will stay in the same room with you tonight and train my state of mind. Who knows, I might have an epiphany overnight and become a Buddha like that Buddhist monk. From now on, when I come to see you again, you will always be beautiful and moving." Chen Pinggan coughed twice and took down the wine pot, preparing to drink. Sharu's face was as cold as ice. She turned around and went to the main room, slamming the door shut. Chen Pinggan laughed softly and asked, "When will you let her go?" Zhu Lian said righteously, Young master, you may not know this, but this is also the cultivation journey of us playboys. As he spoke, Chen Pinggan shook the blade-strengthening gourd. Zhu Lian understood tacitly. A handsome young man in a black robe squatted on top of the wall. He clapped his hands and cheered, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect an old man like you to have such a good fist intent and an even better person." Chen Pinggan looked up and asked, "Immortals are different, demons and humans don't offend each other, birds and rats have their own paths, can't we go our own ways?" The handsome young man sat on top of the wall and hung his legs on the wall, one on the left and the other on the right. His heels gently knocked on the snow-white wall and he said with a smile, "Well, water does not offend the river water, everyone can live in harmony. That's the reason, but I want to drink from the well and stir up the river water, what can you do about it?" Suddenly, a snow-white light flashed from the neck of the black-robed young man. His head fell from the wall. But there was not a single drop of blood. The handsome young man's figure disappeared, revealing a mysterious illusion. Apart from that, there was a strand of black fox fur that was as thin as a strand of hair fluttering in the air. The fox demon's exasperated voice echoed in the courtyard. "Ugly woman, what a beautiful saber art. Just you wait, one day I will cover my eyes with a cloth and blow out the lamp. I'll let you have a taste of my crotch sword art." On the other side of the roof, there was an expressionless female daoist. She wielded a shiny saber and stood on the tip of the roof, slowly sheathing her saber. Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian exchanged glances. She was indeed a female daoist of the saber room. This female daoist was a golden core cultivator and would be difficult to deal with. Zhu Lian did not dare to be careless. As a distant wandering realm martial artist, Zhu Lian should have a high chance of winning against an ordinary golden core earth immortal from the Aquarius continent. Even if he claimed that his golden body realm foundation was not good enough, that was only in comparison to Zheng Dafeng and Zhu Lian's previous 6 realms. But against daoist magical saber who had made a name for herself in the Central Plains, Zhu Lian did not think that he would be able to win. After sheathing her saber, the middle-aged female daoist with sunken cheeks and a haggard appearance said slowly in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, "This fox demon is mine. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame my saber for not having eyes." Zhu Lian smiled. This temper was to his liking. The hunchbacked old man was about to get up. Since it was to his liking, then he, Zhu Lian, could not stand it anymore. Chen Pinggan reached out to stop Zhu Lian, then spread his palm outside the courtyard wall, indicating that the female daoist of the saber room could leave. The blade-wielding female daoist disappeared in a flash. Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" (391) Not long after the Taoist nun left, Pei Qian tiptoed out of the room. He was a talisman with a yellow paper pasted on his forehead. Sharu stood at the door with a nervous expression. Although she couldn't sense the Taoist nun's aura, she still had lingering fears. She was an otherworldly item of a female ghost. Although she swaggered around the human world, she was actually surrounded by dangers. Wearing a crown like a monkey would only invite ridicule. However, she was like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest and stealing an immortal molt. If she was discovered by a great cultivator, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pei Qian walked to Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian's side and glanced at the foot of the wall. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's just a fox fur with no spiritual aura. Do you want to pick it up and treat it as a treasure?" He reached out and grabbed the black fox fur in the corner of the wall that was supporting the fox monster's illusion technique. He pinched it between his fingers and handed it to Pei Qian. "If you want it, take it." Pei Qian hid behind Chen Pinggan and asked cautiously, "Can I sell it for money?" Zhu Lian twisted the extremely tough fox fur with his fingertips and was surprised that he couldn't crush it into ashes. He stared at it carefully and said, "It's a good thing, but it's hard to have any practical use. If you can peel off the fox fur, you might be able to make a natural magic robe." Chen Pinggan reminded him, "You'd better not talk about this kind of thing." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Indeed, I misspoke." The commotion here had obviously alarmed the other 2 groups of monster hunters. The young master surnamed Dugu and his group, as well as the cultivator couple, all rushed over after hearing the commotion. They entered the courtyard with different expressions on their faces. When they looked at Chen Pinggan, the expression in their eyes was somewhat complicated. The fox monster, who was supposed to show up half a day later, unexpectedly showed up in advance. Why? As for the swift and fierce saber light, its momentum was like a rainbow, which frightened both sides. They never thought that the Taoist nun's cultivation level would be so high that she could destroy the fox monster's illusion with just one slash. According to the information given by the Lion Garden, the fox monster's movements were unpredictable. Whether it was formations or magic weapons, no immortal master could catch the corner of the fox monster's clothes. Chen Pinggan did not reveal the conflict between the fox demon and the Taoist nun. He did not reveal the nun's identity. The old man with the fiery red fox squatting on his shoulder suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Chen, can you sell this fox fur to me? Perhaps I can use this opportunity to find some clues and dig out the hiding place of the fox demon." "It's not impossible." Chen Pinggan asked with a smile, "What's the price?" The old man weighed the pros and cons and said, "The fox fur has already completely lost its spirituality. In fact, it's not worth the cost of a pellet of snow." Chen Pinggan did not immediately give an explanation. The beautiful female servant behind young Master Gudu had a mocking look in her eyes. "It seems that this young master immortal with a white sheath sword on his back and a white robe in front of him looks like someone from the mountains, but in fact, he is very cheap. He wants to make a fuss about a piece of fox fur that costs money." However, she quickly felt relieved. Wasn't the so-called immortal Master Gudu just so sanctimonious? She had followed her young master and traveled the mountains and rivers together. Along the way, she had seen and heard many things in the Jianghu, as well as many immortals who went up the mountains and down the rivers. How many of them could make her young master look at them in a different light? No wonder her young master would go in high spirits and return in disappointment every time. The female servant suddenly noticed that the charcoal girl behind the old man was looking at her. The female servant smiled at Pei Qian. Pei Qian grinned. Chen Pinggan said to the old man, "I suddenly remembered that I also have some mediocre spells that can be used to find the fox demon. I won't sell it." The old man smiled and said, "Everyone is here to subdue the demon. Since young Master Chen has a use for it, I won't force you." After they left, Chen Pinggan hesitated and said to Pei Qian seriously, "Do you know why Master refused to sell the fox fur?" Pei Qian said straightforwardly, "That person lied and deliberately lowered the price. He had bad intentions. Master's eyes are like torches and saw through him at a glance. He was unhappy and didn't want to complicate matters. If the fox demon was secretly spying on us and angered her, we would become the target of public criticism and disrupt Master's plans. I originally wanted to watch the fire burn across the river and enjoy the scenery while drinking tea, but in the end, I brought trouble to myself and the small courtyard would become a bloody storm. Master, I've said so much, but there has to be a reason, right? Haha, isn't it very clever?" Zhu Lian clicked his tongue and said, "Someone wants to eat chestnuts." As expected, Chen Pinggan knocked him with a chestnut. Pei Qian turned and glared at Zhu Lian, crow's mouth. Zhu Lian laughed, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you believe that I'll sprinkle mud on your favorite dish?" Pei Qian was a little guilty. She looked at Chen Pinggan and drooped her head. From the first time they met in the lotus flower-blessed land to the time when she was thrown out by the smelly Taoist, Pei Qian felt that Chen Pinggan was the person who knew her the best in the world. In the words of the book, she was a notorious person, so she was a little scared now. Chen Pinggan rubbed the little fellow's head and said softly, "I read in a scholar's notebook that there was a Buddhist scripture that said, 'Yesterday's things die yesterday, today's things live today.' Do you know what it means?" Pei Qian looked up and shook her head gently. Chen Pinggan laughed, "You'll understand in the future." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. "Master, can you carve this sentence on a small piece of bamboo and give it to me? If possible, can you add the 2 sentences in the Hebo temple?" Chen Pinggan nodded and agreed. Then he gave Pei Qian a rare lecture on the trivial matter of whether to sell the fox fur or not. When you walk in Jianghu, you have to be more careful. You can't have the heart to harm others, but if you don't even have the heart to guard against others, won't you be letting the bad guys take advantage of you? Always pay attention to the surface to treat people with sincerity and be sincere to everyone. Money can move people's hearts, but it will only make Jianghu more dangerous. Treating people with sincerity is a very beautiful thing, but how to take care of it and not hurt others or yourself, you have to accumulate Jianghu experience. Zhu Lian smiled. Don't be childish with a kind heart. I'm not a shrewd person. This kind of advice is the real truth in the book. Chen Pinggan nodded. Zhu Lian said it better than me. He's not long-winded. Chen Pinggan took out one of the last 3 pots of Osmanthus wine and handed it to Zhu Lian. Back then, the Fan family had brought quite a lot of Osmanthus wine, but it was divided into 2 types. One was for Chen Pinggan to drink along the way, and there was quite a lot of it. However, along the way, they had 1 pot and 1 pot, 1 pot for Shu Yuanxia, 1 pot for Zhongshanfeng. Before they even reached the capital of Qingluan, they were almost out. The other type was extremely rare. It was said that Lady Gui personally brewed it on Osmanthus Island. There were only 6 pots. At that time, even Fan Junmaro coveted it and shamelessly took 1 pot. Pei Qian turned to look at Zhu Lian and asked curiously, "Which book said that?" Zhu Lian laughed, "The Book of Suffering. It's the best for teaching people how to behave." Pei Qian couldn't stand her master being oppressed by others. She sneered at Zhu Lian, "Then I have a boundless sea of learning and a bottomless bag of books. Who doesn't know how to make up a few words? My master said it better, much better." Zhu Lian shook his head and drank the wine. With good wine to drink, he no longer had the mood to be annoyed by this girl. Chen Pinggan said to Pei Qian, "Just because you're not close to Zhu Lian doesn't mean you don't agree with everything he says. Forget it, we'll talk about this later." In the end, Chen Pinggan still felt that there was no need to rush things. There was no need to instill all the things that he thought were reasonable into Pei Qian at once. Even someone like Pei Qian, who had memorized tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of words, could not compare to her own understanding of 1 or 2 sentences from the books. Zhu Lian's unintentional words at the Hebo temple made Chen Pinggan ponder deeply. After returning the books to the sage, Chen Pinggan began to reflect. Compared to a true scholar, he did not read much. But compared to the common people, he did not read much. Then thinking about it carefully, how many books had he returned to the sage over the years? Chen Pinggan sighed and said that he was going to the house to practice his boxing stance. In the courtyard, it was too eye-catching. The female ghost Sharu in the house, after hearing Chen Pinggan's words from the Buddhist scriptures, she was in a daze. Finally, she sighed slightly and collected her thoughts. Holding her breath, she began to breathe in and out according to the formula that Kui Dongshan taught her. Bit by bit, she refined the immortal's remains. After Chen Pinggan closed the door, Pei Qian whispered, "Old chef, my master doesn't seem to be very happy. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhu Lian smiled and asked, "Do you want to drink? Let's share the worries of the past." Pei Qian crossed her arms and said angrily, "I've already suffered a big loss at Kui Dongshan's hands. Don't even think about ruining my Dao heart." Zhu Lian almost spat out a mouthful of wine. "You little girl, what kind of Dao heart do you have?" Pei Qian stood up with her hands behind her back and sighed. She didn't forget to turn around and glance at Zhu Lian with pity, probably wanting to say, "I'm not willing to play the lute to a cow." After she turned her head, Zhu Lian kicked Pei Qian in the butt, causing the charcoal girl to almost fall flat on her face. Pei Qian's long experience in the mountains and rivers, as well as her martial arts training, caused her to support herself with both hands on the ground and do a somersault. She steadied herself and turned around, saying angrily, "Zhu Lian, why did you stab me in the back? Do you still have any morals in the martial arts world? I've only been wearing new clothes for a while now." Zhu Lian asked, "Do you want to learn a self-created martial art called Hibernation Awakening from me? With a little bit of success, your fists can be like thunder in spring. Not to mention confronting people of the Jianghu and beating them until their muscles and bones go limp, it's also very effective against demons and monsters." Pei Qian asked, Who are you? It wasn't that Zhu Lian didn't mind her taking his kindness for granted, but he didn't want to listen to her fallacious reasoning. He waved his hand and said, go away, and practice your mad demon sword art. Pei Qian had a lot to say and felt a little depressed. She went to her room and took out the mountain walking staff, and began to practice the martial art she also created. After subduing that roadside dog on the road, her confidence skyrocketed. During this period of time, apart from following Chen Pingan's six-step stance, she put aside the white ape back sword art and blade dragging technique for the time being. Occasionally, she would do a few perfunctory exercises. Most of the time, she focused on this set of extremely powerful and instantaneous peerless sword art. Pei Qian enjoyed it. Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the far travel realm, looked at her, hurt his eyes. Zhu Lian looked around. There was nothing unusual. It seemed that the fox demon had learned her lesson after being hit by the Dharma blade. In the two rooms of the small courtyard, Sharu was using the female ghost's soul and the immortal's remains to practice the superior secret method taught by Kui Dongshan. Chen Pingan walked upside down with the heaven and earth stance, and only stretched out one finger on each hand. At the same time, his mind was immersed in the water mansion where the water seal was refined. According to Kui Dongshan's explanation, the jade slip of the azure mansion that appeared when the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City was refined, was most likely a precious relic of an ancient Great Blasphemy Dragon Palace. It was a jade slip of water fortune condensed from the Great Blasphemy water essence. Kui Dongshan laughed at that time and said that the goddess of the buried river was quite like teacher when it came to dispersing wealth. As for the words engraved on the jade slip, they were eventually connected with the person who refined it, Chen Pingan. When his thoughts rose, they were born with a thought, turning into small figures in green clothes. They carried the jade slip on their shoulders and entered Chen Pingan's Qi mansion. They helped Chen Pingan draw the door god on the mansion door and drew the water of great blasphemy on the wall of the Qi mansion. It was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing of the Great Way. Even someone as proud and arrogant as Kui Dongshan had no choice but to admit that unless the teacher and student were sincere enough to move the heavens, even if his student racked his brains and schemed, the second life item refined in the Great Sui dynasty would not be on the same level as the first water symbol seal. Chen Pingan was naturally open-minded about this. It was his fortune to get it, but it was his fate to lose it. However, between the illusory gains and losses, Chen Pingan still liked one of the 4 plaques of the crab shop in his hometown. There were 4 words on it: don't ask for help from others. To ask for help from God and Buddha, one must first ask for help from oneself, and then talk about fate. After drinking the medicine wine in the sword-nourishing gourd and recuperating along the way, Chen Pingan had recovered more than half. His martial arts cultivation was almost at the level before the battle with Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower-blessed land. After inscribing the words on the wall of the Hebo temple, Chen Pingan vaguely found that the aperture acupoint in his body, which was like a mansion of water, seemed to have some reaction. The speed of the water of great blasphemy increased a little. The mist rose and shrouded the water surface. Occasionally, it even overflowed the water channel and filled the Qi mansion. However, it was blocked by the gate of the mansion of water, and returned to the water channel on the wall and returned to calm. So today, Chen Pingan tried to observe it with the superficial inner vision method on the mountain. He did not expect that as the owner, he could not even enter the gate of the mansion. Suddenly, the pure genuine qi that was bred by the warrior rushed to Chen Pingan fiercely. It probably had the meaning of the servant dies when the master is humiliated. It wanted to fight for justice for Chen Pingan. Of course, Chen Pingan did not dare to let the fire dragon break in. Otherwise, it would be smashing the gate of his own courtyard. This was also the key reason why the masters in the world could do it but were unwilling to practice 2 paths at the same time. Just to appease the fire dragon, Chen Pingan almost fell to the ground. He had to change the support of his fingers to a fist. After transferring the fire dragon to another meridian, Chen Pingan's breathing became slightly better. At the same time, the 2 door gods on the gate hurriedly opened the gate for Chen Pingan under the control of the little people in the jade slips in green clothes. They made an apology to Chen Pingan with their hands folded. Chen Pinggan entered the Mansion of Water with a touch of inner vision. After entering the Mansion of Water, he was amazed by what he saw. It was even more amazing than when he first saw the lion's garden surrounded by mountains. The jade slips that were successfully refined before the water seal were suspended in the middle of the Mansion of Water, while the water seal was suspended in a higher place. Those little fellows in green were still diligently repairing the various parts of the house. There were also some slightly larger ones, like the skilled painter, who squatted by the water on the wall, painting the embryonic forms of waves and flowers. Not only that, after some impure water mist entered the mansion from the gate, most of it slowly dissipated on its own. Every time, only a little bit as thin as a hair flew into the water flower painted by the little people in green clothes. Once it flew in, the water flower would have spirit and showed signs of flowing. It was just that most of the cute little guys in green clothes on the wall had nothing to do. In fact, they had painted many waves and water veins. It was just that only a few of them were alive. Therefore, when they saw Chen Pinggan at the water's edge, they all looked a little wronged. It was as if they were saying, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. You should absorb and refine more spiritual energy. Chen Pinggan knew that after the longevity bridge was broken, his bones were severely damaged. Because of this, the water source of the Mansion of Water was too scarce. Moreover, his refining speed was far from being worthy of the word genius. These two factors added to a disaster on top of a snowy situation. As a result, these little boys in green clothes could only waste their time and were unable to get busy. Chen Pinggan could only leave the Mansion of Water in shame. After Chen Pinggan walked out of the Mansion of Water, several of the biggest boys in green clothes gathered together and whispered. Chen Pinggan did not interrupt the inner vision technique. Instead, he began to follow the path of the fire dragon and began to mentally walk. His divine sense was as small as a mustard seed, but the fire dragon formed by pure genuine qi could travel hundreds of miles in a flash. Chen Pinggan walked on the meridian path and could be said to be thousands of miles away. Although he knew where the fire dragon was, he could not catch up with it. However, this was also related to the fact that Chen Pinggan had been poked by the sword-swallowing boat. Otherwise, he could still have some spiritual energy and control the fire dragon to swim back. Perhaps he could even use it as a mount to patrol around. In the end, Chen Pinggan returned to the Mansion of Water. He sat cross-legged and began to refine his spiritual energy. Diligence could make up for stupidity. Chen Pinggan was good at this, very good at it. Chen Pinggan still did not know how great of an acknowledgement it was to make Alliance say, everything follows the same origin. Practicing fist is also practicing sword. There were millions of martial artists in the world, but there was only Chen Pinggan in the world. In an exquisite embroidered building in a girl's boudoir. The haggard girl was like a withered flower. With the help of her personal maidservant, she sat in front of the dressing mirror. Although she was terminally ill and pitiful, the girl's eyes were still bright and spirited. As long as there were thoughts and expectations in her heart, she would be alive. This pitiful person was old Assistant Minister Liu's youngest daughter, Liu Qingqing. According to the family tree, old Assistant Minister Liu belonged to the Jing generation, while Liu Qingqing belonged to the Qing generation. Although her eldest sister, Liu Qingya, was married, she was implicated by her younger sister and was now staying in the lion's garden with her husband. Her second brother, Liu Qingshan, used to come back often to talk to her, but he had not visited her for a long time. The girl had the best relationship with her second sister, so she was a little sad. Her third brother, Liu Qingyu, often came here to play, but he was young and too noisy. She was weak now, and this lively brother of hers could not stay still. She was afraid that her brother would accidentally break or ruin some of his favorite things, which really gave her a headache. The maidservant was the old housekeeper's daughter, Zhao Ya. The girl with a few freckles on the tip of her nose saw her young miss so strong. Zhao Ya, who had served her young miss since she was young, endured the pain in her heart and tried her best to comfort her. For example, her young miss looked much better today. Now that the weather had warmed up, she would be able to go out tomorrow. When Zhao Ya went upstairs, she brought a bucket of hot water. She had agreed to help her young Miss Liu Qingqing comb her hair today. Liu Qingqing sat on a stool and raised her arm to touch her thin cheeks. She said to Zhao Ya, let them come today. You rest for a while and read me a passage. Zhao Ya sighed softly and tiptoed to open the small door of an exquisite birdcage on the desk. Although the inside was noisy and seemed lively, the voices were actually very soft and could not disturb her young miss. Although it was called a birdcage, other than the style of keeping birds, the inside was built like a small attic. This was a specialty of the capital that almost every young miss of Qingluan country had, Luan cage. The creatures that lived inside were not birds, but many small and exquisite spirits. There were hairdressers that looked like dragonflies but had the face of a woman. They were naturally close to clean water and liked to comb a woman's hair with their small claws. They were extremely meticulous and could help a woman moisturize her hair. They would definitely not let a woman's hair turn gray early. There were butterfly spirits that had the reputation of drawing eyebrows. As long as a set of microcarving brushes were made for them and they were shown various eyebrow makeup styles, they would be able to draw beautiful eyebrows for a woman. There were also small spirits that liked to eat rouge. They had bird claws and a human body. They had 2 arms and a pair of wings. They could carefully apply rouge for a woman. Compared to the woman doing it herself, it added more luster. When the maid Zhao Ya opened the door, dozens of strange spirits that lived in the Luan cage flew out in an orderly manner and began to dress their master Liu Qingqing. They were very familiar with the process. Zhao Ya was flipping through a book at the side. Her voice was soft as she read a poetry collection that was recently popular in Qingluan country for her young miss. With a creak, the door opened, but no one walked in. Zhao Ya sighed in her heart and pretended that nothing happened. She continued to read the landscape poem in the book. A breeze blew through the pages of the book. Soon, a handsome young man in a black robe stood behind the young girl. He flicked away the small spirits that were combing his master's hair with his fingers and let him wash Liu Qingqing's hair. The young girl did not turn around and looked up. She smiled and said, "You're here." The fox demon that caused chaos in the lion garden smiled charmingly. "The secular world harms people, but it's hard on my wife." Liu Qingqing shook her head gently. The fox demon said softly, "Don't move, be careful of the water splashing on you." Liu Qingqing sat there without moving. She tilted her head and allowed the handsome young man to comb her hair. His movements were gentle, making her feel at ease. The fox demon helped Liu Qingqing wash her hair, apply rouge, and draw her eyebrows from beginning to end. Finally, they sat on each other's shoulders. Liu Qingqing asked softly, "I heard from Ya that another group of people came to the house." The fox demon who called himself Master Qing smiled and said, "I can't tell how strong they are. They might be more difficult to deal with than the Daoist nun. But it doesn't matter. Even if a nascent soul immortal comes here, I can come and go as I please. I definitely won't miss you." Liu Qingqing's face flushed red. She turned to Zhao Ya and said, "Ya, go downstairs and watch for me. Don't let any outsiders come up." Zhao Ya nodded. She closed the book and closed the door of the Luan cage before going downstairs. Liu Qingqing pricked up her ears. After making sure that Zhao Ya was far away, she asked softly, "Langjun, can we really be together for a long time?" The fox demon stretched out a finger and gently rubbed the young girl's forehead. He smiled and said, "Of course. Forever, far more than 100 years." Liu Qingqing's expression dimmed. "But what about my father? What about the lion's garden?" The fox demon said confidently, "I've said it before. As long as your father agrees to our marriage, he will be my father-in-law in the future. How can I treat the lion's garden unfairly?" Liu Qingqing laid in his arms tenderly and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled. "I only ask that you don't let me down." The fox demon lowered his head and stared at the slightly haggard face. He smiled and said, "The world knows that fox demons are infatuated with each other. Why are there so many foxes and rabbits in the world's deserted tombs? Isn't it because foxes protect spirits and rabbits?" When Chen Pinggan slowly opened his eyes, he found that he was already supporting himself with his palms. The sky outside the window was already dark. He gently patted the ground and turned his body upside down. He stood still and pushed the door open. He found Zhu Lian sleeping soundly at the table in the courtyard. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Zhu Lian smiled and stood up. He explained, "Young master is in a good state similar to the Taoist records of being carried away. I didn't dare to disturb you. I didn't dare to disturb you these 2 days. Because of this, Pei Qian even sparred with me 3 times. I forced her to stay in the room. Tonight, she stepped on the chair again and looked at the young master's room from the window for a long time. She was only waiting for the light to come on in the room, but it didn't come. Pei Qian actually just fell asleep not long ago." Chen Pinggan was surprised. "It's been 2 days." Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian sat down together. He sighed and said, "No wonder people say that 60 years pass in the blink of an eye." Zhu Lian said, "It's true. We martial artists are straightforward. We practice martial arts, eat and sleep. When we wake up, we kill people with our eyes open." Chen Pinggan pretended that he didn't hear about killing people with their eyes open. He asked, "Has there been any movement in the lion's garden recently?" Zhu Lian shook his head and smiled. "The clouds are calm and the wind is light. The flowers are beautiful and the moon is full. It's just that you're destined to miss the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital. I feel sorry for you." Chen Pinggan said seriously, "If you're looking forward to the grand event in the capital, you can't leave the lion's garden. Without you, Zhu Lian, there's no way you can leave." Zhu Lian climbed up the pole and shook the remaining Osmanthus wine pot in his hand. He smiled and said, "Then why don't you give me another pot? After drinking the Osmanthus wine, drinking the wine of the lion's garden is like drinking water." Chen Pinggan refused. "Don't even think about my Osmanthus wine. There are only 2 pots left. I can't even bear to drink them myself." Zhu Lian sighed. "Beautiful scenery, good wine and beautiful women. This is something that's hard to come by since ancient times." Chen Pinggan got down to business. "A family that accumulates good deeds for generations will have the protection of yin virtue. This is not a lie. If I'm not wrong, the feng shui of the lion's garden is very good. The Liu family's tradition is righteous. There should be a little person born from incense, and there should be the protection of the local god. It's a pity that I don't have Kui Dongshan's cultivation and supernatural powers. I can't order the local god to break out of the ground. Otherwise, I could know more about that fox demon." Zhu Lian glanced at the main room. "How about I ask Sharu?" Chen Pinggan was puzzled. If she could do it, she wouldn't deliberately hide it, right? Zhu Lian glanced at Chen Pinggan and drank the last mouthful of Osmanthus wine. Forgive this old servant for saying something offensive, but the young master may do the worst possible thing to the people around him. He has a rough estimate, but when it comes to his temperament, he is still too optimistic. He's not like young master's students. Discerning and meticulous. Of course, this is also because young master has a good temperament and is a gentleman." Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and nodded. "Then I'll ask Sharu tomorrow. I still have some ability to judge whether other people's words are true or false." Zhu Lian shook his head. "There's no need for tomorrow. What's wrong now? Young master is her master and has bestowed great kindness upon her. Can't she ask a few questions? If I only look at Sharu from my point of view, it's like an infatuated man looking at a beauty. Of course, I have to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. If I speak too harshly, it's a sin. But young master, look at her. She doesn't need to be so soft. Sharu's actions are like spoiling the tiles if you don't beat her. You have to know that the people in the world who don't understand are mostly people who fear authority and not virtue. She's not as good as Mister's disciple, Pei Qian." Chen Pinggan couldn't help but laugh. "The sun has risen from the west. You're actually saying good things about Pei Qian." Zhu Lian sighed. "Pure bad and pure good. Such an interesting little fellow. I can't hate him." The door to the main room opened and Sharu appeared. She came to the side of the two and took the initiative to speak. "Sir Kui did teach me an edict divine ability, but I was worried that if I caused too much of a commotion, the fox demon would be afraid and turn to kill. Chen Pinggan smiled. The reason is valid. But I want to ask about two things. First, you're more worried about who will be targeted by the fox demon. Is it you, Sharu, or the three of us? Second, since you know this unorthodox technique and can issue edicts to the land, why didn't you say anything first? Zhu Lian smiled and fanned the flames. You hit the nail on the head. Sharu's gaze wavered. Chen Pinggan waved his hand. You and I both know that there won't be a next time. If there's a next time, I'll ask you to leave this body and return to the talisman. Once the 60-year time limit is up, you can still regain your freedom. Sharu's eyes were cold. With a mischievous smile, Zhu Lian took out a brocade pouch from his sleeve. After opening it, he took out a small origami paper that was folded into the shape of a paper horse. Before Mr. Kui left, he gave me this. He said that if one day his husband got angry because of Sharu, I should take this out and let him put in a good word for Sharu. Oh right, Miss Sharu, Sir Kui told me to give it to you to read first. Miss Sharu, you can decide whether you want to tell me or not. Zhu Lian watched with folded arms, but his heart was already filled with killing intent. He didn't hide it in front of Sharu. Even if that gentleman didn't ask for anything in return, it would still be hard to guarantee a good result. After all, a villain would always have a grudge. This female ghost who had obtained a great fortune might not have a bad heart. She might even have been an otherworldly item with a good nature. However, a person's heart was as small as a mustard seed. Once it was magnified countless times by an external object, some flaws would become as big as a dustpan. If one's virtue didn't match their position, it was the root of the disaster that caused a great building to collapse. Sharu's mind was unsettled. After she opened the paper horse, her body slightly trembled. Sharu clenched her fist and held the paper in her hand. She said to Chen Pinggan with a trembling voice, "This servant knows her mistake. This servant will call out the local god for master and ask him what happened." Chen Pinggan wasn't angry at Sharu's abrupt change. He nodded and said, "The fox demon has already come here and provoked us first. There's no harm in you revealing the local god's edict." Sharu put the paper away in her sleeve. She then used the star steps and formed a seal with her hands. As she walked, from the forehead of Du Mao's immortal body and the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet, a glittering golden light and a wisp of yin qi respectively swept out. Sharu silently recited the last line of the incantation, "Blow the head of the staff with your mouth and make the sound of thunder. Stomp the 5 mountain roots with 1 foot." Finally, she heavily stomped the ground. On the ground of the small courtyard, an ancient talisman pattern flashed and disappeared. Sharu took a deep breath and retreated a few steps. Then, the ground in front of her rippled like water. Suddenly, an old woman in ragged clothes jumped out and rolled on the ground. The old woman wore an emerald green willow hoop on her head. Her neck, wrists, and ankles were bound by 5 black ropes, leaving 5 deep marks on her body. The old woman couldn't stand up. She curled up on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Sharu, who had pulled her out of the cage. She begged bitterly, "I beg this powerful immortal master to save Lion's Garden." Sharu's face was cold and said, "You're worshipping the wrong bodhisattva." The old woman with the willow hoop turned her neck. With a slight movement, the rope around her neck tightened a little. However, she didn't care at all. Finally, she saw the young man in white with a sword on his back. "Little immortal master, I beg you to quickly save Liu Jingting's youngest daughter, Liu Qingqing. She is now casting a demonic spell on the fox demon and is bewitched. She doesn't really love the fox demon. Not only is this great demon's cultivation profound, but its methods are also extremely vicious. It wants to absorb all the incense and literary luck of the Liu family and transfer it to Liu Qingqing. This is a rebellious act that doesn't conform to the laws and principles. Liu Qingqing is just a young mortal master. How can she bear this?" The old woman was already choked by the black rope that was constantly shrinking. However, after a green willow leaf on the willow hoop on her head withered, the old woman's complexion improved a little. Chen Pinggan was still not in a hurry to cut off the few demon-binding ropes. He asked, "But I know that the fox demon's lineage respects the word love the most. The great Tao is inseparable from this word. Since the fox demon is already an immortal, it shouldn't be so unreasonable. What is the reason for this?" The old woman, who was the owner of this land, shook her head and said, "I don't dare to lie to you. I don't know why either. However, the feng shui changes in Lion's Garden can't be faked. In this life, the younger brother of the Liu family, Liu Jingting's second son, who was originally the most promising to bring glory to the family, has been completely cut off from his official career. The Liu family's ancestral power and virtue are abundant. Moreover, there are ancestors who were fortunate enough to work underground. Liu Qingshan shouldn't have suffered such an unexpected disaster." The old woman couldn't speak again. Another willow leaf withered and disappeared. Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian looked at each other. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that the old woman didn't want to do anything. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd, but only the flying sword Chu Yi, which was like a white rainbow, flew out and cut off the 5 ropes binding the old woman one by one. The sword spirit left 3 pieces of the dragon-slaying platform and gave 2 of them to Chu Yi and Shawu. In the end, the remaining whetstone was sold to Sui Yu. Now, the sharpness of the 2 flying swords was far greater than before. The old woman stood up trembling as if she had been granted amnesty. She said gratefully, "My eyes were blurred just now. Greetings, Sword Immortal Senior." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "You don't have to be so polite." The old woman suddenly knelt on the ground and cried, "Sword Immortal Senior, please quickly enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Since you can save me, you have a great master as your retainer, and you are a sword immortal who can break all laws with one sword. Saving the Lion's Garden is just a casual move." Chen Pinggan was about to speak. The old woman raised her head and stared at him with a sorrowful expression. "The 7 generations of the Liu family have all been loyal. Senior, are you going to watch this scholarly family be destroyed? Are you going to let that big demon get away scot-free?" Zhu Lian frowned. The old woman and the person who handed over the incense had the same request, but the way they did it was completely different. Sharu was also unhappy. In this matter, the hunchbacked old man and the withered bone beautiful ghost were the same. The old woman kowtowed a dozen times and looked up at Chen Pinggan again. "Sword Immortal, please take action and turn the tide and kill the great demon. The Liu family's disciples will definitely remember your great kindness and offer incense to Sword Immortal Senior for generations to come." Zhu Lian's face was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Pinggan waved at him. Chen Pinggan reached out to help the old woman up. "Get up and talk." However, the old woman pushed Chen Pinggan's arm away and continued kowtowing. "If Sword Immortal Senior doesn't take action, I'm just an insignificant person. Even if I die, I won't regret it. I'll just kowtow until I die." Chen Pinggan could only squat down and think about what to say in silence. Zhu Lian stood where he was and rubbed the ground with the tip of his foot. He wanted to kick the old woman into smithereens. Not to mention the gods of the earth, even the gods of mountains and rivers who were not of high rank, or even the 5 mountain gods of small countries whose territories were not even as big as a state of a dynasty, would not be able to withstand a few kicks from a level 8 martial artist if Zhu Lian approached them. Sharu was disdainful of the old woman's actions at first, but then she sneered and glanced at the helpless Chen Pinggan. She thought to herself, "Chen Pinggan, this is the trouble you brought on yourself." The squatting Chen Pinggan and the standing Zhu Lian turned to look at the raised eaves at almost the same time. The Dharma blade goddess with the fishtail crown stood there once again. She glanced at the local god whose rope had been cut off by the flying sword and sneered. "A frog at the bottom of a well. How vulgar. No wonder you can't save a Lion's Garden." She glanced at the red wine gourd and raised her arm. She put 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of her eyes. Like a god overlooking the mortal world, her eyes turned into a pair of golden eyes. She said in realization, "So it's a top-grade blade strengthening gourd. That's why it could cut off those tattered ropes so easily." Chen Pinggan asked, "Only killing demons and not saving people?" The Dharma blade goddess asked in return, Otherwise? Chen Pinggan smiled. Then I'll save people. You just focus on killing demons. The Dharma Blade goddess hesitated. That's the best. The old woman was overjoyed. She was still kneeling on the ground. She straightened her back and grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm. She was full of expectations. Master Sword Fairy, please go to the embroidery building to save people. I'll lead the way for you. This time, there was no need for Chen Pinggan to help her. The old woman grabbed him and stood up. She was about to drag him to the door of the courtyard. However, she found that the young Master Sword Fairy stood still like a mountain. She frowned. Master Immortal, why don't you move? Saving people is like putting out a fire. If you're late. Chen Pinggan's expression was normal. He explained in a gentle voice, I still have a disciple who needs to wake up and stay with me. Otherwise, the fox demon may take the opportunity to sneak in. Also, I need to send someone to inform old Assistant Minister Liu if I go to the embroidery building in Liu Qingqing's boudoir. These two matters do not require too much time. Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to finish, the old woman hurriedly grumbled, Senior Sword Fairy, you're from the mountain. Why do you need to care about these complicated formalities? Leave someone behind to take care of your disciple. As for Liu Jingting, his family clan is about to be destroyed. Why do you care about these things? When you return and tell him that you've already saved his daughter, that bookworm will only be grateful. He won't dare to care about these trivial matters. Zhu Lian looked at the old woman's side profile. Zhu Lian clenched his hands behind his back. His knuckles cracked. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, have you ever heard of a gentleman not saving people? The old woman was dumbfounded. She was somewhat afraid. However, Chen Pinggan's next move made the old woman, whose heart was in her throat, heave a sigh of relief. She got Zhu Lian to quickly explain the matter to Liu Jingting. She got Sharu to wake Pei Qian up. Chen Pinggan gently wiped the dust off the old woman's sleeves. When he lowered his head, he said softly, I'll save her. Granny, don't worry. I only hope that Lion's Garden will be able to escape this calamity. If something similar happens, I'll do my best to save her. They arrived at the bottom of the embroidery building. Zhu Lian had already returned. He nodded to indicate that Assistant Minister Liu had agreed. Chen Pinggan ascended the building. Pei Qian followed behind in a daze. The talisman with the yellow paper pasted on his forehead was not afraid as long as he was by his master's side. Sharu followed closely behind. Zhu Lian stood at the bottom. He did not move for a long time. He only looked at Chen Pinggan's back as he ascended. The hunchbacked old man raised his neck and scratched his head. He felt that Mr. Kui's teacher was walking a little too high. (392). This is the first time Chen Pinggan enters the boudoir. He asks Zhu Lian and Pei Qian to wait outside and only brings Sharu in. Before entering, Chen Pinggan knocks on the door and explains the reason. Assistant Minister Liu wants them to check Miss Liu's room to see if there is a fox demon hiding. After a while, Liu Qingqing finishes dressing up and asks the maid Zhao Ya to open the door. Chen Pinggan knows this maid. She is the daughter of the old housekeeper. She is a gentle girl. He pays more attention to Liu Qingqing, who is rumored to be charmed by a fox demon. The first time he saw Liu Qingqing, Chen Pinggan felt that the rumors might be a little biased. A person's state of mind was revealed through their facial features. It was easy to pretend to be gloomy, but difficult to pretend to be bright and clear. Chen Pinggan is relieved, but he has new worries because the urgent situation may be easier to solve than expected. However, the human heart is like a mirror, easy to break and hard to mend. However, that was the girl's own fate and fortune. Chen Pinggan was the one who saved her, and if he couldn't mend the state of mind of a girl he had met by chance, he wouldn't do it. Even though Liu Qingqing was the daughter of an influential family that did not have many restrictions, she had seen many scholars of Qingluan Kingdom and there was even a Luan cage in her boudoir. However, she was still very curious about the real immortal scribe master and the cultivators on the mountain. Therefore, when she saw a young man who was not very handsome but had a gentle temperament, The knot in her heart eased a little. After all, this was a girl's boudoir, and outsiders were allowed to step in. Liu Qingqing inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. What if it was a coarse martial artist who only knew how to fight and kill, or a so-called immortal who seemed to have evil intentions? Chen Pinggan makes a fist salute and apologizes. It is inappropriate for us to do this, but Assistant Minister Liu and the local Lord of Lion's Garden are worried about Miss Liu's health. My surname is Chen and my servant's surname is Shi. Only then did Liu Qingqing notice the old man behind the young immortal master. His eyes were cold. She squeezed out a smile and said, Immortal Master Chen and Senior Shi are here to save me. You don't have to worry about trifles. Just focus on searching. The maidservant, Zhao Ya, felt a bit awkward in her heart. This group of people had suddenly paid a visit, and the first thing that came to her mind was that other men had entered her boudoir. If that black-robed youth were to find out, would he be unhappy? Zhao Ya was, of course, very afraid of the handsome young man that the fox demon had transformed into. The first time they met, she was so frightened that she picked up the scissors and was about to fight it out with the lecher who had barged into her boudoir. In the end, she was stopped by her mistress. Over the past few days, Zhao Ya had tried to persuade her mistress to no avail. She could only watch as her mistress became more and more haggard by the day. She could only suppress the sorrow in her heart and try her best to serve her mistress well. Chen Pinggan took out a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman. It suddenly burned, but the spark was not big. It was obvious that the fox demon had indeed been here. Chen Pinggan walked slowly with the talisman in his hand. He went to every corner of the boudoir and found that the talisman burned slightly faster on the table and the bed. Chen Pinggan's expression remained indifferent. Liu Qingqing and Zhao Ya were both laymen in cultivation. They could not tell what the burning speed of the talisman meant. Moreover, there were some differences in the burning speed that they might not be able to see. Shiru sneered in her heart. She had some complaints about the seemingly delicate and dignified girl, Liu Qingqing. So what if she was the daughter of a family of etiquette? She was still a prostitute. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of a problem. He had always regarded Shiru as the female ghost that he had suppressed the earliest. Even though her spirit had moved into the immortal slough, Chen Pinggan was still used to seeing her as a woman. However, there were some hidden methods that involved the capture of souls and the cultivation of evil spirits in the aperture points. For example, the heretical cultivators of Eagle Fort nurtured the ghost fetus in the heart aperture of the Lady of the Fort. Chen Pinggan was not good at this method. Shiru herself was a ghost, and she had the process of refining the immortal slough. In addition, with Kui Dongshan's secret teaching, Shiru was familiar with these sinister methods. Moreover, her intuition was sharper. However, Shiru was now using the skin of Du Marrow to walk in the world of the living. This was somewhat troublesome. If Liu Qingqing insisted on not letting Shiru touch her body and refused to let Shiru check her chi meridian, it would be very troublesome. Chen Pinggan twisted the talisman and walked to Zhao Ya's side. There was nothing unusual about the talisman and it was still burning slowly. Zhao Ya felt that it was strange. After asking and getting Chen Pinggan's permission, she even stretched out her finger to touch the yellow talisman and found that it did not burn at all. Chen Pinggan smiled and walked to Liu Qingqing's side. The small remaining half of the talisman suddenly burst into a palm-sized flame and burned it out in an instant. Chen Pinggan asked, Miss Liu, did that young man give you a token of love? Did Miss Liu accidentally carry it with you? These words were implicit and not hurtful. Liu Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Zhao Ya said softly, Miss, what time is it now? Looking at Zhao Ya's pitiful pleading eyes, Liu Qingqing could only turn around. In the end, she took out a colorful silk sachet that was hanging in her bosom. It was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Chen Pinggan asked, Can you let me take a look? Liu Qingqing shook her head and refused. Zhao Ya was about to die from anxiety. Chen Pinggan's eyes were clear. Miss Liu is infatuated. As an outsider, I don't dare to say anything. But if the entire family is put in danger because of this, and I'm saying if Miss Liu has given her heart to the wrong person, and the other party has ulterior motives, What will Miss Liu do in the end? Even if we don't talk about the most extreme case, and don't talk about the true love between Miss Liu and that young man, let's just talk about some things in the middle. I've seen this sachet. It won't reduce the love between Miss Liu and that young man in the slightest, but it can make Miss Liu's conscience feel a little more at ease toward the Liu family and the lion's den. As Chen Pinggan spoke, he actually thought of the father and daughter Zhu He and Zhu Lu who accompanied him on his first trip to the Great Sui Kingdom. The young girl Zhu Lu was willing to throw herself into a flame for the second son of the Li family on Fulu Street, Li Baozhen, for the sake of love. She was resolute and did not care about anything. She gave up everything and still felt that she had a clear conscience. Liu Qingqing's eyes were red. She trembled as she handed over her beloved sachet. The guilt in her heart towards her lover grew stronger and stronger. Handing over the sachet was like cutting her heart and liver. Her hands were empty, and her heart was even more empty. She turned her head and cried. Chen Pinggan took the sachet and looked at it carefully. There were 5 colored threads. Among them, the black thread was made of fox fur that had fallen to the ground earlier. The other 4 were of unknown origin. Opening the sachet, there were only some objects inside. Chen Pinggan was afraid that his eyelids were shallow and he could not see the supernatural things inside. He turned his head to look at Sharu. The latter also shook her head and said softly, "The sachet is like a lantern at night. It can make it easier for the fox demon to find this young lady. There shouldn't be much to say about the things inside." Chen Pinggan handed the sachet to Sharu. "You take it first." In addition, Chen Pinggan also took out the demon binding rope that was refined in the inverted mountain. It used the golden dragon whiskers of the old Yuanying dragon of the Flood Dragon Valley as the magic weapon's foundation. Among the thousands of magic weapons in the world, its quality was considered to be extremely high. With one hand, Sharu took the sachet and placed it in her sleeve. With her other hand, she held the golden demon binding rope that even a blind person could see was extraordinary. Her resentment lessened slightly. The sachet in her hands was a source of calamity. With this demon binding rope by her side, Chen Pinggan could be said to have made up for her making the best use of everything. Chen Pinggan said to Liu Qingqing, "Miss Liu, please let us take your pulse. There are many spells on the mountain that are hidden very deeply. We can't see any clues just by looking at the aura." First, he stepped into the boudoir. Then, he wanted her to hand over the sachet. Now, he wanted to touch her skin. Liu Qingqing's heart was extremely bitter. Her face was full of tears. She glared at Chen Pinggan and choked with sobs. "Don't push your luck. After taking my pulse, do you want me to take off my clothes before you are willing to let me go?" Chen Pinggan said calmly, "Of course not." Liu Qingqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. She twisted her waist and lay on the flowerbird mirror. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed. She said intermittently, "I want to see my father. If he is here, he will not let you people humiliate me so wantonly." Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and said to Sharu, "I will protect you. You show your true appearance and take her pulse." Although Sharu had various prejudices against Chen Pinggan, there was one thing that Sharu did not doubt. That was, as long as Chen Pinggan said it, he would do it. Therefore, the maidservant Zhao Ya only saw a beautiful woman in colorful clothes floating out from the old man's body. It was both real and fake. She was shocked to see it. Zhao Ya hurriedly shouted, Miss, look." Before Liu Qingqing turned her head, she wiped away the tears on her face. Then, she saw an unfamiliar woman whose beauty was above hers. As for the old man from before, he did not move at all. It was as if he was sleeping soundly. Sharu was expressionless. "Give me your hand." Liu Qingqing raised her arm in a daze. Sharu grabbed Liu Qingqing's snow-white lotus root-like wrist. While Sharu was examining the flow of qi in Liu Qingqing's body, Chen Pinggan, who was still carefully sizing up the room, suddenly realized that the maidservant was winking at him. Following Zhao Ya's hinting gaze, Chen Pinggan saw an exquisite small box that had not yet been put into a drawer. It looked like a box for women to store rouge and powder. Chen Pinggan did not say anything. He moved his feet and opened it. There were a few pills inside, emitting a faint smell of meat. Chen Pinggan pretended to have just discovered it by coincidence. He turned his head and asked Liu Qingqing, "May I ask Miss Liu, are these pills inside the Lion's Garden's own tonic or were they given by an external immortal master?" Zhao Yue felt that this young master with a sword on his back was really quick-witted. He was even more considerate of others. If it were the other immortal masters from before, they would all be arrogant. Not only would they wish to paste the word immortal on their foreheads, they would also like to call her a fox demon in front of her family's young mistress. How could it not hurt her when she heard it? Liu Qingqing timidly said, "It's the heart-calming pill he gave me. He said it can warm the body and calm the mind." In fact, Sharu had already smelled the pungent smell of the medicine. After glancing at it, she sneered. "Heart-calming pill? Do you know what a real heart-calming pill is? This is one of the unorthodox pills in the world for raising ghosts and making puppets. After taking it, the soul of a living person or a ghost will gradually solidify and the shape of the artifact will be fixed. The originally free and unrestrained 3 souls and 7 spirits will be like the mountain soil used to make porcelain. In the end, it will be molded into the embryo of the artifact bit by bit." "Warm the body?" Sharu smiled mockingly. Of course, it could also be young Mistress Liu's lover. He would say that this is a top-notch secret technique used by the immortals on the mountain to mend the congenital deficiencies of their family's juniors. It can help ordinary people without cultivation aptitude to reach the heavens in a single bound. These words are not entirely false. However, the immortals abode on the mountain who are willing to do this are either from a small family with no future prospects, or they are in a bad situation with a lot of worries. They must have more later cultivators who take shortcuts. After all, after taking the heart-calming pill, which is also known as the head-breaking pill, there will be endless troubles. You will be rejected by heaven and earth. Humans will be half dead, ghosts will be half alive, and humans will be neither human nor ghost. The most ruthless method is that after becoming a good vessel to carry the spiritual aura of the mountains and rivers, someone will break the money jar and sweep away all the money inside. As for the fate of the broken jar, either their souls will scatter and there will be no afterlife. If a bit of spiritual aura doesn't scatter after death, they will certainly become a malicious ghost. Sharu spoke very bluntly. Hearing this, Zhao Yue's face turned pale. At first, Liu Qingqing was terrified, but she was still unwilling to give up. Soon, she helped herself find a reasonable explanation. She just thought that this woman's vision was not high enough to see the deeper magical effect of the heart-calming pill. Chen Pinggan's face was gloomy. This kind of immortal technique, was it not similar to the natal porcelain of Lizhu Cave Heaven? If Chen Pinggan changed his route at first and did not go to the capital city but chose to come to the Lion's Garden to wade in the muddy water, it was because of the scholar mentioned by the person who handed the incense to Hebo in the ancestral temple, and because of the sentence where there is a demon, there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword. It was because Chen Pinggan thought of his good friend Zhong Shanfeng, who was a Taoist master with a different surname from Mount Longhu. If Zhong Shanfeng did not follow his master to Mount Longhu, he would definitely come here after hearing about this matter. But now, Chen Pinggan really did not believe that a scourge who might even be a fox demon in disguise could really do evil. Not only did he move the chi of mountains and rivers and covet the Liu family's literary fortune, but he also wanted to kill people. His intentions were sinister and his methods were vicious. It was simply not enough for him to die once. Chen Pinggan went to the door and asked Pei Qian to enter the boudoir first. Then, he asked Zhu Lian to immediately go to the Lion's Garden to ask for the Imperial Court's official gold ingots. He wanted to grind them into powder and make as much gold paint as possible. He wanted to win by drawing talismans. As the local lord of the Lion's Garden, the old woman did not follow him to the embroidery house. The reason was that Liu Qingqing would definitely be safe for the time being with Immortal Master Chen in the boudoir. She needed to protect the many Liu family members, including old assistant Minister Liu. In the ancestral temple of the Liu family, the old woman who was no longer bound by the 5 fox demon ropes was full of energy. In fact, The heads of the Liu family all knew this willow tree queen, who was even older than the lion's garden. Every year, among the rich incense offerings to the ancestors, a large portion of this god who protected the Liu family would be included. At this time, the ancestral temple was packed with people. Many servants who were not qualified to enter were brought in by old Assistant Minister Liu's housekeeper, Old Zhao. If this matter were to spread, Old Assistant Minister Liu would be labeled as a disgrace to the educated and blasphemous to the ancestors. Old Assistant Minister Liu and more than 20 Liu family members were gathered in a secluded area of the ancestral temple. For many of them, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen the willow tree queen with their own eyes. Other than that, there were also 2 outsiders who had lived in the lion's garden for many years. They stood at the edge of the crowd and did not interfere in the Liu family's affairs. There was a private school in the lion's garden. 30 years ago, after a highly respected scholar resigned from his post, an unknown teacher was hired to take over the school. This was also a strange matter. Back then, the imperial court and scholars were all curious as to just which scholar could be looked up to by old Assistant Minister Liu and become the teacher of the Liu family's disciples. However, later on, old Assistant Minister Liu's eldest son did well in the imperial examinations but did not attract much attention. He was only a jinsha and was ranked very low. His artistic works and poems were not outstanding. Compared to the brilliant old Assistant Minister Liu, he was like a tiger father and a dog son. As a result, they were not interested in guessing the identity of the new teacher. How could a teacher be any better than a normal disciple? As for Liu Qingshan, he was like his father Liu Jingting when he was young. He was a child prodigy whose name shook the world. His literary talent soared. However, this was his own ability and had little to do with his teacher's knowledge. At this moment, Liu Jingting and the Willow Tree Queen began to argue. The Willow Tree Queen's view was that no matter what, they had to strive for it. She could even ask the young man surnamed Chen to kill the demon without caring about her reputation. They could not allow him to only save people and not kill the demon. They had to get him to remove the demon by the roots and not leave behind any future troubles. Liu Jingting then told her about how the Taoist nun destroyed the fox demon's illusion. The Willow Tree Queen responded with a cold smile. If the Lion's Garden placed all their hopes on a foreign Daoist nun, it would not end well for them. The eldest daughter Liu Qingya said weakly, "But that immortal Master Chen is also a foreigner." The Willow Tree Queen glanced at the short-sighted girl from the corner of her eyes. The latter was so frightened that she quickly shut her mouth. Then, the old woman's next sentence was thought-provoking. "That young man surnamed Chen is at least a scholar." After weighing the pros and cons, Liu Jingting was still unwilling to tie the young man to the Lion's Garden through various underhanded means. The Willow Tree Queen pointed at the old assistant minister's nose and scolded him mercilessly. "The 7 generations of the Liu family have worked hard to achieve this. If you, Liu Jingting, die, the family line will end in your hands. Do you still have the face to meet your ancestors? Are you worthy of the names on the memorial tablets in the Lion's Garden's ancestral hall? In order to protect the Tang family's orthodoxy, you were beaten to death. In order to save the loyal officials, you were forced to wander 3,000 miles and died. In order to bring prosperity to the officials, you exhausted your mind and heart and died. Do you need me to report their names to you?" Liu Jingting's face was full of sorrow. The old woman continued to scold, "If your skin is not thick enough and you continue to act like an old assistant minister, then your Liu family will definitely not be able to cross this hurdle. Liu Jingting, you are already dead, but you still caused the Lion's Garden to change their surname, your children to scatter, and you hid so many rare books. In the twilight years of Liu Qingshan's generation, how many books will you be able to leave behind?" Liu Jingting was speechless. The others were even more afraid to speak. After a long silence, the atmosphere was heavy. Finally, the limping Liu Qingshan took a few steps forward and said to the old woman, "The Willow Tree Queen seems to have said something wrong." The old woman narrowed her eyes. "Oh, little child, how can you teach me?" Liu Qingshan said in a low voice, The reason my Liu family has been able to pass down to this day and continue to burn incense is because of the righteousness of our ancestors. They left behind ancestral teachings and family rules. Our descendants scrupulously abide by them. That is why today, when one side of the lion's garden is in trouble, there are reinforcements from all sides. If I go against my heart and violate etiquette today, even if I am lucky enough to preserve this lion's garden, my Liu family's style will no longer be righteous from today onwards. The old woman laughed endlessly and said mockingly, "Little child, don't think that just because you have read a few books, you have the ability to talk about such trivial matters with me. Everyone is dead. 100 years later, other than that lion's garden compilation, who will still care about your Liu family that is in trouble?" Without giving the scholar, Liu Qingshan, a chance to speak, the old woman continued with a smile, "You are a cripple with no hope of becoming a scholar, yet you have the face to say such nonsense. Ha ha, can you, Liu Qingshan, stand firm now?" In order to save his sister, Liu Qingshan had secretly left the lion's garden with the old immortal of the Daoist temple to search for a true immortal master of the righteous path. However, he had met with misfortune halfway. His crippled leg was a physical pain, but his official career had been cut off and all his ambitions had gone down the drain. This was the scholar Liu Qingshan's greatest pain. Because of this, the servant girl Zhao Ya did not dare to mention this tragedy to the young miss at the embroidery house. Otherwise, Liu Qingqing, who had been closest to her second brother Liu Qingshan since childhood, would definitely feel guilty. In fact, the first thing Liu Qingshan did after being carried back to the lion's garden was to ask his father Liu Jingting to hide this matter from his sister. At this moment, Queen Willow, the local lord who had protected the lion's garden for more than 200 years, had opened up a scar in his heart on the spot. Even a scholar like Liu Qingshan, who had never lost his composure in front of outsiders after becoming crippled, had his face ashen and his fists clenched tightly. The old woman continued to sprinkle salt on the young scholar's wound. "Before you became crippled, I still respected you somewhat. Now that you are crippled, you, Liu Qingshan, are destined to be a good-for-nothing who hides in the lion's garden and waits for death. I advise you to take down that couplet from the study room as soon as possible. Don't you find it laughable?" Liu Jingting's face darkened. "Queen Willow, please stop before you go too far." The old woman snorted coldly. Liu Jingting patted his second son's shoulder. Liu Qingshan's eyes were hazy with tears. He nodded to the father he respected the most in his life, indicating that he was fine. Then, he lowered his head, his face full of tears. In life, a man's tears were bound to come when his heart was broken. There were two teachers in the lion's garden. One was an old man past his prime who did not smile much, and the other was a cultured and refined middle-aged scholar. The latter frowned. The old man gently shook his head, and the middle-aged scholar fell silent. Housekeeper old Zhao, who had been waiting at the bottom of the embroidery building, hastily ran into the ancestral hall. When he reached old Assistant Minister Liu and Queen Willow, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Master Chen wants our lion's garden to prepare gold paint for drawing talismans. We need to grind gold ingots into powder. Master Chen says that the more, the better. Then, he will draw talismans at the embroidery building on the side street." The old woman sternly said, "Then why haven't you prepared it yet? This bit of gold and silver is nothing." The old housekeeper turned his head to look at Liu Jingting. The old assistant minister nodded. "Go." The old assistant minister suddenly called out to the old housekeeper and quickly walked out. "Old Zhao, I will go with you. Call some brave young men as well. However, they must all be willing." Unexpectedly, the old woman pressed down on the old assistant minister's shoulder. "You, Liu Jingting, have you gone mad? What if that fox demon has nothing left to lose and kills you first? Even if your daughter survives, the lion's garden will still be a rotten mess. Who will support this family? A cripple, or the mediocre eldest son who can barely become a county chief?" Liu Jingting's face was full of anger. Did they really think that he, Liu Jingting, had been a useless person for his many years of official career? What was this local lord so anxious for? In the end, wasn't she worried that the lion's garden's Liu family's bloodline would be cut off, implicating her golden body. The old woman saw that Liu Jingting was rarely angry. She hesitated slightly and softened her tone. She kindly advised, "Didn't the scholar also warn you scholars that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall? You, Liu Jingting, are a weak scholar. You can only move a few gold ingots. You can't compare to any of the young men who guard the lion's garden. What's the use of you going? Aren't you afraid that the fox demon will capture you and threaten the lion's garden?" Liu Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were resolute. "I'll go. Even if I can't move a lot of gold ingots, I can watch from the side to avoid any mistakes." Liu Jingting helped his son straighten his lapel. "Be careful. So what if you're not an official? A scholar with evil intentions who steals a high position is no longer a true scholar. My son is crippled and can't be an official, but he can still be a scholar for the rest of his life. Since he can't rule the country and bring peace to the world, then he can cultivate his body and take care of the family. Can you do it?" Liu Qingshan finally smiled. "Father, this isn't difficult." Liu Qingshan followed the old housekeeper and led a group of young and strong servants from the lion's garden. Their expressions were impassioned as they left the ancestral hall. Liu Jingting didn't even look at the old woman. He walked in front of two teachers who didn't have the same surname. He bowed and thanked them. "Thank you, Master Fu, Mr. Liu, for teaching a scholar who can pass down righteousness to the family." The old man still looked stiff. He didn't even nod. Fortunately, the lion's garden was used to this. The old man had such a stiff expression in front of everyone. The middle-aged Confucian smiled. It's a teacher's duty to teach and dispel the doubts of his disciples. In a small courtyard lived 4 chivalrous people who had come from afar. They had become honored guests of the lion's garden even earlier than Chen Pinggan. There was a young master surnamed Dugu, a beautiful personal servant named Meng Long, and a master and disciple cultivator who each had Xiao Li and Jade Snake. The 2 of them had met by chance and suppressed a mountain full of demons together. Young Master Dugu had put in more effort, but he had only picked some ordinary items that were related to elegance. A few precious spiritual artifacts and a large pile of immortal money had been left to the master and disciple. The master and disciple privately weighed the pros and cons. They felt that the combined lives of the 2 shouldn't be worth that young master's long line to catch a big fish. Thus, they thickened their faces and mingled with the master and disciple pair. Later, they really did take advantage of them. They killed demons twice and earned several hundred pieces of snow money. Of course, the old cultivator carefully probed. The noble young master who claimed to be from the Zhuang dynasty really didn't have the temper to fight over money with others. The young master never made a move. They said he was a Jianghu boor who learned some mediocre martial arts. The master and disciple weren't stupid, so they naturally didn't believe it. However, the few times that the servant girl made a move, it was really frightening. She was a sword cultivator. Not only that, she could even use the legendary Immortal Hall technique and control a 30 feet tall night roaming god. The servant girl, Meng Long, wasn't some old witch with a youthful face. She was really a girl who wasn't even 20 years old. A sword cultivator who was about to enter the middle 5 realms. The few times she made a move, she had clearly reached the level of the immortal cave realm. Taking a genius sword cultivator who had a great chance of becoming an earth immortal as a servant girl who served tea and water, and the latter thought it was right and proper. Those with a bit of brains would know that Master Dugu's background was unfathomable. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the old cultivator racked his brain, he couldn't think of any big shot with the surname Dugu in the Zhuang dynasty. He searched from south to north, but he could find 2 rich clans and sects. They were either pillars of the country's imperial court or had a Jindan in their family. Compared to the young man's family background that had already surfaced, it still didn't match. After thinking about it, he could only assume that the Zhuang dynasty, which was full of sword cultivators, had too many old bastards at the bottom of the water. The young man came from some immortal mansion that didn't like to show off. This was also the reason why the wild cultivator and his disciple, who wouldn't wake up early without benefits, dared to instigate the master and servant pair to come to the lion's garden to subdue the demon. At this moment, Master Dugu was standing by the window, looking at the unusual sky outside. It seems that the fox demon's tail has been stepped on by that young man surnamed Chen. This is even better, we don't have to do anything. It's just a pity that among the 3 items in the lion's garden, that painting and that plum vase are all first-class items. I wonder if that Chen guy will be willing to part with them and buy them for me when he gets them. The maidservant, Meng Long, smiled and said, those who know their stuff would have their eyes on that useless ancestral treasure in the hands of the Liu family. Young master, on the other hand, only wants that toy that is not worth a few divine coins. Master Dugu sighed. Now that this matter is over, we have to run around and work again. Meng Long was also frowning. Master, looking for people and clues like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems a little difficult. The young man said helplessly, there are no other convenient ways, so we can only use this stupid method. Let's just take it as a distraction and stroll around while waiting for news from the mountain. Meng Long was a little angry. We've found people who are willing to talk, but they don't know anything. Those who are unwilling to talk all have powerful backgrounds. We can't reveal our identities and can't afford to offend them. Those fellows rely on their status in the Julu continent. Their eyes are not their eyes, their noses are not their noses. What's so great about them? Aren't they just relying on the fact that they've lived for hundreds of years and have a higher realm now? In my opinion, in less than 30 years, Master can deal with them with one hand. Master Dugu ignored the servant girl's complaints. Let's find that young woman first. Sitting by the table, Meng Long had nothing to do. She fiddled with the chess pieces on the chessboard on the table, moving them around randomly. I only know his name, and he's just a nameless cultivator on that Dowdy Mountain ferry. There are really too few clues. If that wandering monk hadn't mentioned her, we would have been even more confused. Master, I'm a little homesick. Don't lie to me. Once we find that little cultivator, we'll have to go home. Master Dugu turned his head and teased, oh, you're a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms, and you have the cheek to call her a little cultivator? Meng Long smiled and said, but I'm a sword cultivator after all. Master Dugu glared and pretended to be angry. Sword cultivators are Pishio. They eat money and hurt relationships. What's there to be proud of? Meng Long covered her mouth and laughed. Others can say this, but you can't say it. I've already eaten immortal money. Not to mention that I'll definitely be able to earn it back in the future. Isn't it just a drop in the ocean in your house? Master Dugu shook his head. When you really enter the middle 5 realms, you won't say this. An earth immortal sword cultivator consumes at least twice the amount of heavenly treasures on the path of cultivation compared to an ordinary land immortal. Meng Long nodded and said softly, Master and Mistress indeed spend money like water. Otherwise, we wouldn't be inferior to the Fu family of Old Dragon City. Master Dugu laughed angrily. You've got guts. How dare you talk bad about my parents in front of me? Meng Long said coquettishly, Master, you're a good person. What's there to be afraid of? Master Dugu smiled and said, sooner or later, a married daughter is like spilled water. I'm just a spendthrift. Meng Long shook her head and said, I don't want to marry. Why should I marry those embroidered pillows? I'll only follow you for the rest of my life. Master Dugu did not comment. He turned his head and continued to look at the sky. That fox demon's actions are strange. It's not easy to deal with. I hope that young man can join forces with the female Taoist priest. It'll be more daunting than dangerous. Meng Long smiled and said, Master, you're really kind. Master Dugu said self-deprecatingly, I'm thinking that I can buy those 2 items by spending money and not putting in any effort. As for the outcome of the lion's den, I'm not interested. Whether it's good or bad, whether it's dead or alive, it's all my fault. About an hour later, Zhu Lian, the old steward, and Liu Qingshan arrived at the embroidery building. They each carried a jar of special golden lacquer the size of a wine pot. In the embroidery building, Sharu's soul had already returned to the immortal's remains. She sat in a corner and closed her eyes to rest. At first, Pei Qian only hated that he could not copy books. Otherwise, he would have one less homework to do today. He was very bored waiting. Later on, Zhao Yue saw that the little girl had a talisman on her forehead and was very interesting. She approached her and struck up a conversation. After a while, she brought Pei Qian, who was already tempted but was too embarrassed to speak, to size up the cage. After Pei Qian took a closer look, it was an eye-opener. The old steward and Liu Qingshan did not go up the building. They returned to the ancestral hall together. Before leaving, Liu Qingshan bowed to the top of the embroidery building. In the room, Chen Pinggan took the brush. Zhu Lian was holding a clay jar filled with golden lacquer ink. He took the lead to draw talismans on a pillar. They were all talisman that Chen Pinggan had learned from the True Alchemy book that Li Shixing had given him. The tip of the brush was dipped in golden lacquer. Without needing Chen Pinggan to say anything, Zhu Lian shrugged and said with a smile, "Young master, please." Chen Pinggan tiptoed and floated up with the brush in his hand. He stepped on Zhu Lian's shoulder and began to draw the demon suppression talisman on the pillar in one go. Zhu Lian bent his knees slightly. Then, he used his golden robe and the water residence to accumulate spiritual energy. He also drew a demon suppression talisman in a different way. After 2 more talismans, Chen Pinggan stepped on Zhu Lian's shoulder and drew the talisman all over the roof beam. After landing, he continued to draw talismans on the walls and windows of the boudoir. Besides the most effective demon suppression talisman, there were 3 other talismans. The most basic ones in the True Alchemy book were the Tranquil Talisman and the Filth Dispelling Talisman. There were also a few Yang Qi Lantern talismans at the door. In the meantime, Zhu Lian asked softly, "Young master, do you want to rest for a while?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and did not say anything. "Perhaps the great demon is already on its way. I cannot delay. Drawing 1 more talisman is a good thing." He finished drawing the talismans in the boudoir. Chen Pinggan used more than half a jar of golden paint. Then, he went to the corridor outside the house and continued drawing the demon suppression talisman on the railing. He also attempted to draw a few imperial sword talismans and lock-severing talismans. It was relatively strenuous. The talisman gall was done. However, after the completion of a talisman, how long the spiritual light lasted and how long it could withstand the invasion of the baneful aura was one matter. How many spells it could withstand was another matter. Chen Pinggan could only be like a diligent farmer. His land was barren and not fertile. In order to make the harvest effective, he had to win with quantity. There was still golden paint left in the jar. Chen Pinggan stepped on the railing outside the house and floated up to the roof with Zhu Lian. He squatted on the roof ridge and drew talismans. Pei Qian finally found a chance to show off. Previously, Chen Pinggan had only begun drawing a few talismans when he showed off to his maidservant, Zhao Yue. He crossed his arms and raised his head high. "Sister Yue, my master is very good at drawing talismans, right? Do you think some of the flower and bird seal script are nice? Don't they have the demeanor of a master?" Zhao Yue wasn't a cultivator, so she couldn't tell how good Chen Pinggan's talisman was. However, she was Liu Qingqing's personal maidservant. She was quite knowledgeable about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She really didn't feel that the white-robed immortal's talisman's ancient seal script was very well written. However, since Pei Qian had asked, she could only give a perfunctory reply and try not to disappoint the little girl. Unexpectedly, after Pei Qian heard Zhao Yue's dry agreement, he shook his head and said, "Sister Yue, you don't understand. My master's handwriting is thankfully immortal." Pei Qian was very satisfied with his last-minute explanation. Zhao Yue couldn't help but laugh. She pretended to be enlightened and said, "I see. It's my fault for being blind. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm not an immortal from your mountain. I can't tell the truth." Pei Qian could tell at a glance that she was still patronizing him. He secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He continued sprawling on the table and widened his eyes to size up the scenery inside the cage. They stared at each other. Many of the strange spirits in the cage flew out of the attic and looked at the charcoal little girl. Zhao Yue walked to Liu Qingqing's side and said in surprise, "Miss, do you feel it? It seems like the room is much fresher and brighter." Liu Qingqing said bitterly, "I don't feel it." Zhao Yue moved a stool and sat beside her. She gently held her Mrs. Cold little hand. Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian floated back to the corridor outside the room. Zhu Lian, who was empty-handed, got Sharu to carry the remaining 2 jars of golden paint. Sharu didn't know what was going on, but she still did as she was told. She couldn't afford to offend this level 8 martial artist. Previously, Zhu Lian's murderous aura had soared into the sky in the small courtyard. He didn't conceal it at all and targeted her directly. This had actually terrified her. Pei Qian saw Chen Pinggan's sweaty face and hurriedly ran over. "Master, let me wipe your sweat for you." Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "I'm going to continue drawing talismans with Sharu in the lion's den. This way, the talisman will respond at the slightest sign of trouble. With Zhu Lian here to protect you, you won't be in too much danger. Even if the fox demons come, I'll be able to rush back as long as they don't break through the doors and windows of the embroidered tower." Pei Qian patted the bamboo sword at her waist and nodded. "Master, don't worry. I'll protect Miss Liu and Sister Yue." Chen Pinggan patted her little head and said softly, "Protect yourself first." Pei Qian beamed. Zhu Lian smiled but didn't say anything. Earlier on the roof, Chen Pinggan had secretly instructed him to protect Pei Qian. The meaning behind his words. It made Zhu Lian feel very comfortable. If he really followed a young master who was walking step by step toward becoming a moral saint and aspiring to become a god in the Confucian temple, Zhu Lian would only feel very vexed. Chen Pinggan floated down from the embroidered tower to the courtyard with Sharu. Chen Pinggan asked Sharu to teach her one of the pots. "Go and remind young Master Dugu's group and that pair of cultivators to guard the ancestral hall if they're willing. It's best to choose a high spot with a wide view. Perhaps the fox demons will appear somewhere soon." Sharu silently left to report. On an arch bridge in the lion's den, a black-robed youth and the Dharma saber nun stood opposite each other. The handsome youth pressed down on the bridge railing with one hand and crushed the railing into powder. "Stupid Daoist nun, are you really determined to stop me?" The nun stood on the bridge railing and shook her head. "Stop you? I'm going to kill you for the treasure." The handsome youth's expression changed slightly. The nun sneered. "You covet the literary fortune of the world. You demon, you've crossed more than 1.5 steps." The handsome youth gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you curious as to why a demon like me can openly plan this matter in the capital region beside the Tang Emperor's bed?" The nun pressed down on the Dharma saber at her waist. "The trivial matters of the mortal world have nothing to do with me. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.